after you start YouTube.
Damn, these leaky pens. These leaky damn pens. Oh, come on. These leaky pens.
After you start YouTube. After you start YouTube.
I'm starting YouTube. It's these pens that are it's leaky. Did I say pens? I meant pants. These leaky pants. Driving me nuts. Oh. Big shakeups over at CNN. Don Lemon has been shifted to the morning show, which means there's an opening in prime time. Yep. Just a matter of time before my phone rings, and it's the new head of CNN, Chris Licht, asking if I have Sam Seder's home phone number. And I would say, no, I do not have Sam Seder's home phone number. CNN chief tan and captain of industry, Chris Licht. I'm frozen.
You are frozen, and you didn't make me host, so you should probably reboot, make me host first, though.
Every fucking time. All right, gonna make you the host. Every fucking time. Boy, I could really hurt somebody today. You
Just
got
take
it?
a deep breath. You're gonna reboot. It's okay. Yep, I got it.
Unfucking believable.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the David Feldman Show. You can go to the davidfeldmanshow.com, and we have office hours at 8 o'clock on Friday nights. If you go to the davidfeldmanshow.com website, you can click on the office hours link, and you can register for our weekly office hours. David talks to all the folks for around 90 minutes. And then we have a bunch of the folks from the community doing presentations and doing some fun things and educational things. And it's a good time. Most weeks we have Lane, who you're going to be hearing later on, doing a segment called The Fast Lane, where he talks about a bunch of things going on over in England and things involving politics and art. He's a great drawer. David, you are muted.
Should we try that again?
Either way, you can keep going or start over.
Let's start
You'll
from
be okay.
Let's get a clean version of this. Right? If I go from here to there, I'm not frozen, right? Okay. Now we're starting. Let's see if we can do this. Unbelievable. Human beings and electronic devices are the sole cause of all my suffering. That's it. But pretty soon, big shakeups over at CNN. I won't be doing this by myself anymore because Don Lemon they're switching him to the morning show, which means there's an opening in prime time. And Chris Licht, the head of CNN, is going to call me asking if I have Sam Seder's phone number. And I'm going to say, no, I don't, but you should give me Don Lemon's slot, because in 2 days I could bury this zombie of a news network called CNN, and everyone could get back to doing something worthwhile with their time. I would not take Don Lemon's job at CNN. Don't even think about it. Although he does have writers, Dan, and his stuff doesn't freeze. Let's see if I freeze again. I'm kind of hoping I freeze and put an end to this nightmare. Let's see. Am I there? Let's see, folks. I'm still frozen, motherfucker. Okay. Am I frozen? Now I'm not frozen.
You're back, baby.
I'm back. This is electronic devices. This is it. No more tech problems for tonight, okay? I promise you my camera isn't going to freeze. By the way, a lot of you have been asking why I sweat so profusely. Where's my car? Oh, there it is. Why I sweat so profusely. And look at me right now. I'm steamier than Lindsey Graham listening to Harry Styles cover Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. Yes, I'm sweating. But don't worry, nothing serious. I'm only dying. So just don't worry about it. I'm just clammy and on the verge of death, do not call my doctor. In all seriousness, I'm dying. No, I don't run the air conditioning. It's too noisy. Plus, I find it's good to do the show groggy from the heat. That's my secret sauce, being groggy. Welcome to the mop-up for September 15th. Yes, it is September 15th, 2022. I'm David Feldman, coming to you. Actually, when I do freeze, it's cooler in here. Maybe I should just freeze more. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan, where the temperature is 72 degrees and sunny. Well, office hours this Friday night at 8 p.m. Come join us for office hours. I host the first hour and a half, and then the community takes over. And very easy to get an invitation. Just go to my website, and while you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. And if you sign up for my newsletter, which comes out every Friday night around 6 p.m., it includes an invitation for office hours. Well, where am I? I have no idea where I am. Yes, now I know where we are. Nobody watched the Emmys. The ratings are in, and it's the lowest rated Emmy in Emmy history. And here's why I think people don't watch the Emmys, because people like Jimmy Kimmel don't take it seriously enough. When people tune into an award show, they don't want to laugh. It's not about having a good time. This is about thanking Hollywood for all they do for us. Would you laugh at a soldier returning home from the front? Then why would you laugh at the nominees for Best Sketch Comedy Show? This is their night, and it's disrespectful to laugh or make light of it. And that's why I think everybody turned off the Emmys. I turned it off. Keenan was too funny. And it's improper. That's not the time or the place to be funny, not at the Emmys. I think I speak for most Americans when I say I want a ceremony that treats excellence in broadcasting with the same solemnity accorded the Nobel in mathematics. This is television. It's life or death. And for Jimmy Kimmel to add levity, he should be jailed. He should be jailed for adding levity. It was so disrespectful to all those hardworking multimillionaires who showed up. And that's what they do for us. They show up. And Monday night, they weren't getting paid to show up. They showed up for us. And for Jimmy Kimmel to demean everything by making jokes, I don't know. Nobody saw the Emmys except the scolds. People tune in to cancel people. And by the way, I'm all for canceling powerful millionaires like Jimmy Kimmel, to cancel him just for being richer and more successful than I am. I totally get it. But I watched the bit that Kimmel was forced to apologize for. I recommend that you go see it. It was funny. Watch the clip. Will Arnett drags him out, and Jimmy's pretending to be unconscious while Will Arnett reads the list of nominees for Best Writing in a Sitcom. And Kimmel remained passed out throughout the entire thing. He didn't know who the winner was going to be. That was the bit. And by the way, it was the award for Best Writing in a Comedy Series. And he just lays there and remains silent while Quinta Brunson, the winner, who played with him, walking up because she's a comedy writer. That's what comedy writers do. And it also happens that she got her earliest breaks in show business from Jimmy Kimmel, who people have decided disrespected her. Nobody saw it. They heard about it, and now it's become a thing. The only ones who watched the Emmys were the scolds, poring over it with a jeweler's loop, looking for any reason to cancel somebody, to find misogyny or racism where there was none. Kimmel committed to the bit before he knew who the winner was. He had no idea if it was going to be a man or a woman. He didn't know if it was what the color was of the person. He laid there and remained silent. give me a break that people are like, my inbox is flooded with newsletters attacking Jimmy Kimmel. Look, we're all unhappy, all of us. Stop taking it out on others. I know it feels good to lash out at others. It creates endorphins, oxytocin. It feels great to be a rageaholic. I've been one my entire life. It's addictive. It's a narcotic. But you know what? There comes a point where you have to stop lashing out at others and take responsibility for your own unhappiness. Jimmy Kimmel wasn't hurting anybody. You know, sometimes your misery has nothing to do with others. Sometimes it's a chemical imbalance. Sometimes you're just an asshole. Sometimes you're just not willing to admit to yourself that you're an asshole and you lash out at others. Lashing out at others is unoriginal, and you know, people lash out at me all the time, and they don't get anywhere with me. It just hardens me. Now, as for what people were saying about the Emmys that nobody saw, I can't imagine what it's like to be a Black female comedy writer in Hollywood. Up until recently, I never worked in a writing room where there was a single Black female. There was never a Black female in any writing room I worked in until the past 5 years. So it was great to see Quinta Brunson win. Absolutely. And I think she had a good time with Jimmy Kimmel. Not every joke, not every attempt at humor is misogynistic and racist. It was the award for best writing in a comedy series, and it was funny. Now, diversity is important. According to UCLA's latest diversity report, only 30% of working TV writers are people of color, while the overall percentage of people of color in the United States is roughly 43%. So it's not representative. The writing rooms are not representative of America. A more promising statistic from UCLA's latest diversity report, TV acting roles for people of color last year came in at 43.4%. In other words, of all the acting roles on TV, 43.4% went to people of color, while the overall percentage of people of color in the United States is 43%. So look, nothing is ever good enough. But according to the UCLA diversity report, it's getting better for actors of color, not actors of writer, actors of color still have it rough, because networks and the studios, the easiest thing to do is go with the actors because everybody sees the actors and you go, oh, look how diverse everything is. Nobody sees the writers, so they can continue to be misogynistic and racist. But I'm not a fan of incrementalism. We want things to get better. They are getting better for actors in Hollywood. You're not going to make things better by blaming Jimmy Kimmel for being funny. It's just annoying. It's just annoying. Anyway, I just wanted to get that off my chest. Something to discuss at office hours, Friday night at 8 p.m. Again, I'm there the first hour, then it's turned over to the community for lectures, conversations, and documentaries. Professor John is going to be teaching Star Trek and the Twilight Zone. He'll screen some episodes, provide context. Please go to my website, sign up, and while you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. It comes out every Friday around 6 p.m. and includes the link for office hours. And if you can't find the link for office hours, just go to my website. The link is on the front page. Get my newsletter. It's free. It's a weekly wrap-up that tells you what you're going to be hearing about next week. If I'm talking about it in my newsletter on Friday, they'll be talking about it all next week. I don't have to run my ideas past an editor. There's no brainstorming, no meetings. The analysis you get from my newsletter and from this show is instantaneous. So sign up for my newsletter, subscribe to this podcast wherever you get your audio. We also have a YouTube channel. We've talked a lot on this show about Hungary's authoritarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who has become the exemplar of conservative thought for the Republican Party. So much so that he was invited to speak over the summer at CPAC, where he was greeted with tumultuous applause when he said Christians can't be racist, and insisting that Western civilization is under threat by non-Christians. Well, today, the European Union declared that after 12 years of Orban, Hungary is no longer a democracy. In a resolution that passed 433 to 123, the EU's parliament today declared its member state, Hungary, is a, quote, hybrid regime of electoral autocracy. A hybrid regime of electoral autocracy. That's why Viktor Orban from Hungary was invited to CPAC. That's why Tucker Carlson and the Republicans, that's why Steve Bannon love Viktor Orban and Hungary, because they want to turn America into a hybrid regime of electoral autocracy. The European Commission is expected on Sunday to warn Hungary that unless it moves towards democratic reform, the EU will cut its funding. The EU today, Thursday, expressed concern for recent changes in Hungary's constitution, which they call Hungary a Christian nation. They expressed concern for Hungary's questionable electoral system, a lack of judicial independence, corruption of the public procurement, favoring supporters of Viktor Orban, as well as suppressing the LGBTQ community, restricting abortion rights and religious freedom. And they also warned against state censorship that seems to be chilling speech in the media and academia. Hey, at least I'm not frozen. Magdalena Andersson, the Swedish prime minister, resigned today after her center-left party, the Social Democrats, lost in last Sunday's elections, which appear to have been a referendum on integration, gangs, and immigration in Sweden. So much of the referendum was on race and borders that the Swedish Democrats, a right-wing neo-Nazi movement turned into a political party, came in second on Sunday with 20% of the vote, which means moderate party leader Ulf Kristersson must form a coalition with them to form a new government. The Sweden Democrats sprung from a neo-Nazi group in the 80s, and while it holds deeply right-wing, anti-immigrant, anti-woke views, it has embraced some faux working-class populism like protecting unemployment insurance. That's Sweden. Well, here in America, civil rights activists want to know why 6 people have died since April inside St. Louis's city jail that has earned the nickname the Workhouse. For decades, St. Louis's Workhouse has been known for its inhumane treatment of prisoners, subjecting them to rodents and no air conditioning during the sweltering summers and extreme cold in the winter. Civil rights activists say inmates are kept in overcrowded jail cells all day and are only permitted to leave those cells 1 hour per day. The Workhouse was the scene of 2 riots a year ago when prisoners set fire, broke windows, and threw chairs and other furniture down to the street to protest guards unnecessarily using mace, as well as pepper and bear spray on them. This is a jail where inmates are awaiting trial or being held for misdemeanors. Earlier this month, St. Louis police were told the Workhouse was overcrowded and new prisoners needed to be detained elsewhere. But a day later, the Workhouse was accepting new inmates. In March of this year, inmates from the jail filed a class action suit on behalf of the 500 people currently held in the St. Louis jail, accusing guards of torturing them by depriving prisoners of water for days while spraying them with mace, while handcuffed, leaving them to, quote, marinate in the burning air without access to the medical unit or even water to properly wash the chemical agents from their eyes, unquote. That would be the workhouse in St. Louis. Yes, here in America, the parents of a 22-year-old driver shot to death after a 1-hour standoff with Colorado deputies are asking prosecutors to bring charges of murder. Christian Glass called 911. Sorry, hang on, let me take a break here. Christian Glass called 911 back in June after his car spun off the road and he found himself trapped in his vehicle. Glass reportedly refused to get out of the car, telling officers he was terrified while making heart signs with his hands. At one point in newly released body cams, Glass can be heard praying as he says, "Dear Lord, please don't let the officers break the window." In the video, Glass is seen to be holding a knife, insisting he was terrified. Well, after about an hour, they broke the window, and the police did. They broke the window. Then when Glass reportedly brandished his knife, police shot him with beanbags 6 times, tased him multiple times with 2 tasers, and then, according to the Associated Press, the body cam footage shows Glass thrusting his knife towards one of the officers. Police then shot him 5 times, killing him. Associated Press says Glass, after getting shot 5 times by the police, stabbed himself with his own knife. An autopsy later revealed Glass had traces of THC in his blood system, a 0.01 blood alcohol level. 0.08 is evidence of intoxication. 0.01 is not. And there were also traces of amphetamines, which were likely the prescription drug that Glass took for his ADHD. Prosecutors are investigating the deputy's failure to de-escalate the situation. Okay. The FBI is looking into whether or not Republican Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant used his office to take millions of welfare dollars earmarked for the poor and divert them towards a new volleyball stadium for the University of Southern Mississippi. Congressman Benny Thompson, you know him, he's the chairman of the January 6th committee. He asked the Justice Department to look into allegations that in 2017, when Bryan was governor, Republican, he misspent $77 million that the federal government gave Mississippi to alleviate poverty. Mississippi is the poorest state in America. According to the latest reporting on this, then Governor Bryan, Republican, diverted $4 million away from the poor in order to finance the building of a volleyball stadium at former Green Bay Packer Brett Favre. Oh boy, I don't follow football. I'm going to say Favre. What is it, Dan? Is it Brett Favre? I'm going to say Brett Favre. In order to finance the building of a volleyball stadium at former Green Bay Packer Brett Favre's alma mater, his old college, University of Southern Mississippi. New texts reveal that Brett Favre worked with the governor to divert the money, fully aware that it was supposed to go towards alleviating poverty, not his stupid volleyball stadium. The $4 million for the volleyball stadium wasn't enough. They needed an additional $1.7 million. So Brett Favre hatched a plan with the governor's office to take the welfare money and pay Brett Favre $1.8 million to record public service radio commercials. And then Favre would turn that money over to the university to finish the volleyball stadium. Hard to believe, but it turns out Aaron Rodgers is not the biggest asshole to play quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. Close, though. Torquemada is dead. Whitewater prosecutor Kenneth Starr, who created a sting operation to trick then-President Bill Clinton into lying about a blowjob, has died from complications following surgery. Bart Starr. Did Bart Starr play for the Green Bay Packers? Bart Starr? Brett Starr, not Brett Starr, Kenneth Starr, was 76. He recently worked as Donald Trump's lawyer during the first Senate impeachment trial in 1994. He was appointed independent counsel to investigate the Whitewater scandal, looking into then President Bill Clinton's involvement in an Arkansas real estate scheme that may or may not have defrauded the government and investors. As his investigation, as Starr's investigation ran dry, he expanded it to look into the death of Hillary Clinton's confidant, Vince Foster. When that turned up nothing, he focused on whether or not Hillary Clinton overbilled clients when she was working for the Rose Law Firm in Arkansas. And when that came up dry, he stumbled into a blowjob performed by White House intern Monica Lewinsky on President Bill Clinton. Eureka! Knowing that Paula Jones, a former Arkansas government employee, had been suing Bill Clinton for sexually harassing her while he was governor, Kenneth Starr arranged for Paula Jones' attorneys to ask Bill Clinton during the Paula Jones deposition whether or not he was having an affair with Monica Lewinsky. Ken Starr knew Clinton would deny it. And then he, Ken Starr, could prosecute Bill Clinton for perjury, and that's exactly what happened. He tricked Bill Clinton into lying under oath about a blowjob. Cost about $50 million. The investigation cost about $50 million. Now compare that to the crimes committed by Donald Trump, who, as I said earlier, was Ken Starr's client during the first impeachment trial, where Donald Trump was caught withholding arms from Ukraine unless President Zelensky would give him some dirt on Joe Biden's son, Hunter. That's who Ken Starr was. In private practice, his clients included the National Rifle Association, Blackwater, and the tobacco industry. As Jeffrey Epstein's personal attorney, Ken Starr arranged for the special deal with then U.S. Attorney Alec Acosta to reduce Jeffrey Epstein's sentence to a 13-month work release program after pleading guilty to several charges of soliciting and trafficking underage girls. Ken Starr had a mistress. I've been in contact with her. She's a lawyer. And she was going to come on the show, but we decided against it. Look her up, though. She wrote last year that Ken Starr asked her to work with him on the Jeffrey Epstein case, promising that Epstein's a good guy who, quote, promised to keep it to over 18 from now on. He promised to keep it to over 18 from now on. Starr's mistress also writes that she worked on the Clinton impeachment with Ken Starr and Starr's prodigy, Brett Kavanaugh, who verbally and almost physically assaulted her during a private meeting. Starr's mistress says after she spoke to Starr about Kavanaugh, Starr said, quote, I'm apologizing for him. Starr then ordered his mistress to drop it, adding, quote, we have plans to put Brett Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court. This was back during the Clinton impeachment. Ken Starr also served as president of Baylor University, but he had to resign after he failed to respond to several rape and sexual assaults claims filed by at least 6 female students, claiming they were raped and assaulted by players on Baylor's football team. One player is still doing time, 20 years. For rape. By the time Ken Starr became Trump's lawyer, there were at least 30 credible rape allegations made against Donald Trump. Ken Starr considered himself a devout Christian and wrote extensively about the need for our government to accommodate the religious needs of the American people. The son of a minister, Ken Starr, said his religious beliefs shaped his legal career. In a recent interview, Ken Starr said, quote, you got to turn square corners. You can't lie, cheat, or steal, which is why he allegedly had a mistress who I've conversed with. He covered up for Brett Kavanaugh and defended Jeffrey Epstein, as well as Donald Trump, while at the same time shut down the federal government after tricking Bill Clinton into lying under oath about a blowjob. I'm not a fan of Bill Clinton's, but that was a sting operation. Starr literally said to Paula Jones's lawyers, ask Clinton about Monica Lewinsky, and we can impeach him for perjury. There were other things Bill Clinton had to do than be impeached over lying about a blowjob. Well, Joe Biden narrowly averted a rail strike today. It would have shut down parts of Amtrak and pretty much all of commercial rail on Friday. Negotiations between the railroads and the workers were brokered by Labor Secretary Marty Walsh. The deal must be ratified by the unions who have promised not to strike until after the vote. Workers will get a 24% raise over the next 5 years, but that starts in 2020. They go back 2 years retroactively to start the 24% process, the 24% raise. Unions also won the right to take unpaid time off to attend. I can't believe I'm reading this. Unions won the right to take unpaid time off to attend medical appointments without penalty. This is right. I'm not wrong. This is true. Because of scheduling problems, railway workers couldn't schedule visits to their doctors. And if they took an unpaid day off to go see a doctor, they were penalized. Wages for workers start at 50 grand a year, top off at 100,000 a year. There are 115,000 freight rail workers who are represented by 12 unions. The unions claim that the workers have been complaining that the drive for efficiency is taxing on both their physical and mental health. The New York Times this week told you what I told you 4 months ago. The Times conducted an analysis of stock trades made by members of Congress and concluded that 97 Congresspeople and senators bought and sold stocks that posed a conflict of interest due to the committees they sit on. I went over this about 4 months ago. I went over it over and over again 4 months ago. The New York Times is now reporting this. This is why you should subscribe to my newsletter. They even used the same database that I was using. According to the Stock Act, passed a decade ago, members of Congress cannot trade on inside information or disclose inside information to their immediate family members, but 97 lawmakers made trades in companies overseen by the committees they sit on. The Times conducted the analysis using capitaltrades.com, which everybody should go to, capitaltrades.com. It's the same website I recommended 4 months ago and what I used. Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul, is reported to have bought and sold $81 million worth of stocks during the past 3 years. And again, you would know all of this already if you subscribe to my newsletter. By the way, I correct myself on this show. I misspoke. Monday, Sarah Palin is running for Congress, not governor. I don't know why I said that. I made a mistake. On Tuesday, the Labor Department came out with August's inflation numbers. Inflation declined from 8.5% in July to 8.3% August. And that is what is called the core inflation annualized rate. And that doesn't include food or energy, but it includes rent and the cost of cars. I'm sorry, but I made another mistake. The core inflation rate was 8.3 in July, but that doesn't include food or energy. Okay, but it includes the cost of cars and rent. I'm screwing this up. It doesn't include food or energy. I'm screwing up. The other inflation rate that is measured does include the cost of cars and rent, and that jumped from 5.9% in July to 6.3% in August. That's a big jump. in the cost of cars or rent, which way too many Americans, too many Americans are sleeping in their cars because the rent is too high. All right. News that inflation was still hot resulted in the largest stock sell-off since June of 2020, the height of the COVID pandemic. The S&P dropped 4.3% on Tuesday. The Dow fell 4%. On Thursday, trading remained choppy, with the Dow down nearly 200 points. Meanwhile, mortgage rates are above 6% for the first time since 2008. The Federal Reserve meets next week and is expected to raise the federal funds rate again. Many critics on the left say this is an overreaction and that all these higher interest rates will only slow down hiring, resulting in slower wage growth. Critics also say that higher interest rates will bring down the cost of buying a house, but not renting one. The European Union is planning to demand that fossil fuel companies return 33% of their surplus profits for 2022. The EU expects the windfall tax to cover the costs of heating this winter as Russia threatens to tie up its exports of natural gas. 9% of the EU's gas imports come from Russia, which so far has cut the supply by nearly half. The EU is also asking member states to sign a letter of intent promising to cut their use of fuel by 10%, as well as an additional 5% during peak hours. Meanwhile, Britain's new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, says she opposes a windfall tax on oil profits and so far has refused to ask citizens of Great Britain to cut back on their energy use. Great Britain voted to leave the EU in 2016. More than 238 United States Starbucks stores have voted to unionize, according to the National Labor Relations Board. That all started ever since a Starbucks in Buffalo voted to go union last December. And the person who started it all back in Buffalo is named Jas Brisak, a barista who led the unionization of that Starbucks in downtown Buffalo, New York, in December. Jas Brisak said yesterday that she's been forced to quit the company and her last day will be Sunday. Brisak says for the past 7 months, Starbucks has made her work situation impossible and is obviously punishing her for her union efforts. Brisak began at Starbucks only 2 years ago, right after completing a Rhodes Scholarship at the University of Oxford. The founder of Patagonia announced this week that he will donate the entire company, valued at $3 billion, to a foundation that will use all the company's profits to fight climate change. Yvon Chouinard founded Patagonia 50 years ago. He says his wife and 2 children are on board with the decision. Patagonia is expected to donate $100 million a year in profits to the foundation. On Tuesday, West Virginia became the second state to pass a near-total abortion ban since June's Supreme Court decision overturning Roe. The Republican-controlled state Senate in West Virginia approved the abortion ban by a vote of 22-7. The state House passed it 78-17. It now goes to Republican Governor Jim Justice's desk, where he's expected to sign it. The abortion ban forbids all abortions, but does allow for rape and incest up until 8 weeks into the pregnancy, 14 weeks if the girl is under 18. 54% of Americans believe abortion should be legal in most cases, according to the latest polling. In West Virginia, however, the polling is upside down, with only 46% in favor of abortion. Indiana's near total abortion ban went into effect today. 48% of Hoosiers, that's what they call people from Indiana, 48% of Hoosiers support a woman's right to choose. So a majority, a small majority in Indiana want to outlaw abortion. It is hot in here. It's states' rights. Leave it up to the states. That's what the Republicans say. How about leaving it up to a woman and her doctor instead? It's even better than states' rights. Well, when it comes to abortion and when it comes to OBGYN issues, the first person I turn to is Senator Lindsey Graham. Without checking in with the Republican leadership, Lindsey Graham announced this week that he would introduce a federal bill that would impose a national ban on abortion after 15 weeks. Senator Graham claims that 15 weeks would bring America in line with the rest of the developed world. For example, France and Spain permit abortion for any reason up until 14 weeks, Germany, for any reason, up until 12 weeks. But as Michelle Goldberg over at the New York Times points out, these statistics about Europe are deceptive because in Europe, abortion is free. And because all these countries in Europe have universal health care, the abortion is easily accessible early on in the pregnancy. Goldberg says American women who are poor can't have an abortion immediately because they need to raise money for it. Another reason abortion bans in America punish the poor and keep them poor. Only 10% of Texans, by the way, support the current law in their state, which bans abortion even in the case of rape and incest. Now, the U.S. maternal mortality rate, is among the highest in the developed world because we don't have Medicare for all. And red states that have strict access to abortion, that have restricted access to abortion or none at all, they have the highest maternal mortality rates, much higher than any blue states where abortion is still legal. The Texas Department of State Health Services announced this week it will not release its state's maternal mortality rate until after the midterms. I wonder why. Why the delay? Texas has been publishing its maternal death report every other year since 2014, but suddenly Greg Abbott says the state needs several more months to gather the stats on maternal mortality rate. I wonder why it's not going to come out before the midterms. By the way, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is running this year for re-election. I don't know what's going on. A new poll from the highly respected Texas Politics Project at the University of Texas shows that Greg Abbott's challenger, Beto O'Rourke, is closing in. The latest polling shows Abbott leading O'Rourke by only 5 points. Earlier this year, Abbott had a lead that was almost double. If you remember, O'Rourke ran for Senate against Ted Cruz in 2018 and lost by only 223,000 votes. This was the best performance of any Democratic candidate for Texas Senate challenging a Republican incumbent in nearly 40 years. I'll say that again. You have to find your optimism where you can. This was the best performance of any Democratic candidate for Texas Senate challenging a Republican incumbent in nearly 40 years. Reasons to be cheerful. 1, 2, 3. The Intercept reports that the Democratic Party is not so democratic. Kayla Lacey, writing in The Intercept this week, says the Democratic National Committee over the weekend approved a bylaw giving it veto power over any vote ratified by the delegates to the next Democratic National Convention. Nevada Democratic Party Chair Judith Whitmer told The Intercept, quote, "These decisions are made to move ultimate power from the members of the convention into the hands of the committee, and that can't become a dangerous precedent. These seem to us as increasingly anti-democratic decisions, and it brought a lot of outrage from progressives and moderates alike, unquote. The Intercept reached out to 2 Democratic National Committee press spokespeople who refused to respond. The Intercept also asked for a comment from the Democratic National Committee's Rules and Bylaws Committee co-chairs, Minion Moore and James Roosevelt Jr., who both refused to comment. I'm sure that will make Professor Marianne Cummings very happy. I wonder what she has to say about that. I'm sure she'll be very forgiving of the DNC. I'm sure Professor Marianne Cummings will say, it's a big organization and it's complicated. They're doing their best. Pretty sure that's what Professor Marianne Cummings would say. It's like herding cats, Don't be so judgmental. Well, the midterms. The midterms are 53 days away. The Republicans need to flip 5 seats to impeach Joe Biden. And I just read an article in New York Magazine about Hunter Biden's laptop. Read it. Not good. Joe Biden should not have run for office. Forget the crack that Hunter smoked, the porn, the videos that he made, the sleeping with his dead brother's wife. All of this only less than 3 years ago. What's really disturbing is the Burisma stuff and the Chinese investors and the money going through Hunter and Joe's brother Jimmy right to the big guy, Joe. And I don't know how much of what's in the laptop is actually true. I think most of it is true. I'm not sure how much of this money being transferred is legal. Maybe it's all legal, but it reeks to high heaven. It reeks of influence peddling. And if the Dems lose the House, you will not see the Democrats standing by their president. Once the hearings start on Hunter Biden, they are going to jump ship when it comes to Joe Biden, because that's who the Democrats are. They're not going to stick with Joe Biden. They haven't seen what's in the laptop. The only people covering the laptop is Rudy Giuliani, who happened to be right about the laptop, and the New York Post. So once the Democrats, once the rank and file starts seeing what's in that laptop, they're going to wash their hands of Joe Biden the same way they did in 2020 until Clyburn, Obama, and Clinton said, no, he's got to be the president. Nobody wanted Joe Biden. Nobody wanted Joe Biden. He had, I think, anyway. So he's going to be abandoned. We don't stick with losers. Now, Donald Trump, on the other hand, he could sell our nuclear launch codes to the Russians, and the Republicans will stand by him so long as he, promises to lower taxes. The stuff coming out on Hunter Biden is unseemly. And there's no question the mainstream media looked the other way because Donald Trump had to lose. And I'll be honest with you, they shouldn't have looked the other way, but I'm glad they did because I prefer Biden to Trump. But if the Dems lose the House, there's going to be big disgust in this country for big D Democratic politics, and it will bleed over to a generalized contempt for small d Democratic politics, and it will not be good for our republic. I'm telling you, if the Dems lose the House, the stuff that we're going to learn about Hunter and Jimmy and Joe, it's going to disgust everyone. They're not going to remove Joe from office, but he will be impeached. And this stuff should have come out during the primaries, not 2 years into Joe Biden's presidency. But Obama, Clyburn, the Clintons, they didn't trust the filtration process. They didn't trust the primaries. So they put their thumb on the scale and gave the nomination to the wrong guy, Joe Biden. Read this article in New York Magazine. Joe Biden, wrong guy. I'm rooting for him, and I like the branding. You know, when he's on brand, you know, I don't fall for it, but you know, it's like eating, you know, at Denny's. You know, if you close your eyes and think of what they're selling you, you can almost taste it. Biden ultimately is a bad guy. He's got a son 3 years ago, smoking crack, sleeping with his daughter-in-law after his son died, all the while making deals for the family. This is 3 years ago this is going on. Smoking crack, dropping off 4 laptops and forgetting about it. And most importantly, owing millions in back taxes that he just recently paid back. It's still a crime. Just because you paid back your taxes doesn't mean failure to pay them isn't a crime. And with all that going on, Joe Biden decides to run for president. Bad idea. Bad idea. This is what happens when you stifle competition in the Democratic Party. You end up with Joe Biden. I'm rooting for him because I'm rooting for my country. And I don't feel like seeing Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and Jimmy Biden's corruption being used as a cudgel to destroy what's left of our republic. But I'm telling you, people are going to lose faith in the entire system when they discover that the Biden family, not as bad as the Trump family, but certainly as bad as the Pelosi's, when they discover that the Biden family is as bad as the Pelosi's, that will create just enough disgust where decent people will stay home in 2024, and the only people showing up will be the wrecking balls. The wrecking balls, the people who vote for DeSantis or Trump. So I don't like Joe Biden, but I don't want this Hunter Biden story to be the next 2 years of our republic's life, because it'll be the last 2 years of our republic's life. So the Democrats need to keep the House. Real Clear Politics averages show that a generic congressional ballot, the latest, indicates that Democrats are up by 0.3%. If the congressional elections were held today, the Democrats would win the popular vote, which doesn't matter in congressional elections. They would win the popular vote by 0.3%. Meanwhile, New Hampshire's primaries were Tuesday, and Don Bolduc, I know I'm not pronouncing it right, but that's what I'm calling him. Don Bolduc, a retired Army general and 2020 election denier, won the Republican nomination for Senate and will run against Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan. She's a first-term incumbent, and her seat is not safe. General Bolduc signed a letter with 120 other generals and admirals saying that Donald Trump won the election. After the FBI searched Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate, General Bolduc said he wants to abolish the FBI. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's job approval rating, according to Real Clear averages, is underwater. 42% of Americans approve of the job he's doing. 53% disapprove of the job that Joe Biden is doing. When asked if the country is in the right direction or going in the wrong direction, 68.5% of Americans say the country is going in the wrong direction. Well, we're going to have Professor Harvey J. Kaye on later on tonight, and he is living in Wisconsin, where Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, in the latest Real Clear averages, is leading incumbent Republican senator from Wisconsin, Ron Johnson. That's a seat that the Democrats could flip in the Senate. Another seat that could be flipped is in Pennsylvania. That's a Republican seat up for grabs. Dr. Oz, according to Real Clear averages, is trailing John Fetterman by 6.2%. Oz and Fetterman will debate each other later in October. And In the race for governor of Pennsylvania, Mastriano is down by 7.3%, facing off against Attorney General Shapiro. The State Department is urging its embassies to tell everyone that ever since 2014, Vladimir Putin has given $300 million to political candidates around the world. The State Department provided this information in a cable containing official talking points to be used by all diplomats, all American diplomats, when conversing with foreign emissaries. The State Department is telling all foreign diplomats to push the idea that since 2014, Vladimir Putin has given $300 million to political candidates around the world. The State Department spokesman, Ned Price, on Tuesday said that yes, a cable has been sent out to all embassies pushing this talking point, and that the number $300 million was provided by U.S. intelligence agencies. Price added that Russian election meddling was, quote, an assault on sovereignty similar to Russia's war on Ukraine. He said, in order to fight this, in many ways, we have to put a spotlight on it. U.S. intelligence officials say that President Vladimir Putin authorized a campaign to try to hurt the candidacy of Joe Biden back in 2020. That explains Ukraine to me. I believe that the Democrats think that the biggest threat to our democracy is not the Republican Party, it's the money they're getting from Vladimir Putin. I think this war in Ukraine, in Biden's mind, is a war for our republic. I think one of the things we did learn from the Mueller report, is that Putin was funding a lot of these right-wing crazies in America. When John H. Durham was appointed by Donald Trump back in 2019 to look into the origins of the Russiagate investigation, Republicans were pretty sure that he would uncover a deep state conspiracy perpetrated by the Obama administration to gin up charges against the Trump campaign. But the Durham inquiry is winding down. The grand jury is expiring, and no charges are in store for anyone. It looks like the Durham inquiry is just going to go away, and nothing's going to happen. I think that covers it. There was an interesting blog that said I don't know who it is. Somebody looked at a Congressional Research Service report and discovered that during the past 31 years, America has launched 251 overseas military interventions. And the Queen is lying in state. Here, I don't know if you can see this picture or not, but they say the hardest part of being a pallbearer for the Queen is the constant sound of nails scratching against polished oak as the Queen tries to get out. Have you been watching the big funeral? People are turning on Prince Charles because of the leaky pens. I guess he had a tirade that his pen was leaking. The French movie maker, Jean-Luc Godard, died at the age of 91. You might remember his film Breathless, as well as My Life to Live and Contempt. He died on Tuesday. Cause of death has yet to be revealed. And Aaron Judge is only 4 home runs shy of tying Roger Maris's American League single-season record after he hit 2 home runs against the Boston Red Sox on Tuesday night. He is, I believe, up to 57 home runs. One of the few baseball stories that I might be following. You're listening to, I did it right on time, Dan. I brought it right up to 6 o'clock. How's that?
Well done.
I think I figured out why we're frozen.
Is it your fault?
Yeah. Why don't we do this? Let's quickly go to Lane. Oh, no. I'm going to stick with the schedule. I see Lane's here. Why don't we do some music from Professor Mike Steinel? And when we come back, we will be joined by Grace Jackson in America. She's in America. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Sign up for my newsletter, office hours, every Friday at 8 p.m. Okay, so let's talk about the midterms, November's midterm.
I'm going to win in a landslide. David.
But you're not running.
In a landslide, David, is where I'm going to win in.
You're not running.
Am I, David? Maybe I am. Am I keeping you in suspense? Maybe I'm running for mayor, David.
You're running for, where are you running for mayor?
Maybe everywhere, David. How does that sound? Every mayorship at once. I looked it up, David. I asked my crooked assistants, and they said there's no law that says you can't be mayor of 1,000 cities at the same time. I asked Rudy Giuliani. He was America's mayor. And Rudy says he's going to show me everything he knows on how to become America's mayor. That means mayor of all of America, David. He's got a plan to make me America's mayor. We're going to go through his plan every step. And then you know what the last step is, David? Going on Saturday Night Live and saying to Lorne Michaels, why start now? That's the secret sauce, David. Rudy explained this to me very carefully. You go on Saturday Night Live and you ask Lorne Michaels, why start now? And poof, you're America's mayor. You're
going to be America's mayor of thousands of cities.
Exactly. It's called multitasking, David, unlike Sleepy Joe. I can chew gum and stay awake and run 1,000 cities at the same time.
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. Need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A fifth of tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. Twizzlers in case I have some visitors. Febreze if my room is stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room. My hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream. My Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone, my exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants, my very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads, a Christmas tree, I like to keep my options open, don't you know, a shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils, a year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read, some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA, and my enemies list. Don't forget about my enemies list.
Welcome back. Hey, Dan.
Hello,
There's
David.
Grace. There's Grace.
Grace has a hard out at 6:30, David.
What?
Grace has to be gone by 6:30, so you know.
Okay. It looks like somebody's back in Great Britain. Is that
Yes, indeed. I am back in the land of mourning,
Yeah, and you're wearing black.
and I'm wearing black out of respect.
Well, it's great to see Grace Jackson. She is the co-host of what is it?
Literary hangover.
I'm sorry. I'm having my brain froze after the equipment froze at the top of the show. So,
Oh, technical issues.
what are we going to be talking about?
Not the Queen.
Well, I wanted to ask you a quick
Okay.
question.
Okay.
Are you watching it? Can I ask you a personal question? How is Astrid taking this? Is Astrid-
She's not dealing with it very well. She's sort of catatonic on the couch right now, which is also where I'm at.
Dogatonic, you mean? And you have to tell the bees. I understand the beekeepers have to actually tell the bees that the queen is dead. Do you have to
Really?
tell the pets? Yeah, the beekeepers.
Well,
So how are your parents taking it in all seriousness? I bet
they've gone to Spain to get away from it all. So I'm not from a family of royalists, David. And it hasn't really affected me that much. So I'm glad to hear, though, on the last episode of the show that you've come around. You've been
Yeah.
persuaded by us all. So,
and I've been fined by the British government.
oh, really?
Yeah, I've been fined. They're fining people now. If you heckle the funeral,
Oh, you'll get arrested if you heckle the funeral
how's
under
this?
the policing bill. Yeah.
Then this is a new bill, but before that, you could you could call Andrew a sick old man and not get arrested.
In theory, yes. But this policing bill that went through, I think it's been around for a while, but it passed earlier this year. It gives the police just broad discretion to basically define any protest as illegal, and especially to do with the volume of your protest, if it's causing problems for people, if it's disrupting, what protest does when it's effective. It disrupts situations. So it basically, it's very scary, and it's being used, to stifle Republican protest in this country in the wake of the Queen's death.
Well, you run our China desk.
Yes, and that is, in fact, what I want to talk about.
I like saying that. You run our China desk.
I did want to mention just one thought before we get to China on the Queen's death, and that is, I think it possibly raises some interesting questions about history, and particularly the way we think about periods of history, questions of periodization, you would call them. I have a feeling that in the future, historians might look back and see her death as marking the end of the post-war international order, perhaps. Seems like a milestone in any case.
It won't be the cause of it, but
No, not causal,
it'll just be a touchstone.
Yeah, just a little, a marker, a kind of neat way to summarize this period, the period of her rule, which obviously saw Britain transition from having an empire to having to kind of decolonization. And and right now, obviously,
the first Elizabeth introduced globalization to Great Britain, and the second Elizabeth is will be remembered for creating a more insular, or lived during a time when Great Britain turned its back on the rest of the world.
Absolutely, and the balance, the kind of global balance of power is shifting dramatically, I think, in the past 2 decades, especially when it comes to the rise of China, what's happening with Russia right now, and obviously the United States as well. So tonight, I just wanted to talk briefly, and I've only got 15 minutes, so I won't bore people for too long. But there's something important going on right now, and that is there is a bill or an act that came out of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee today. It was passed today, 17 votes to 5, called the Taiwan Policy Act 2022. And this is basically an upgrade to the Taiwan Relations Act, which I've spoken about on the show before. The Taiwan Relations Act was passed in 1979, and it basically governs the US's unofficial relationship with Taiwan, and it legally mandates arms sales to Taiwan for the purpose of Taiwan being able to defend itself. It uses that phrase, defend itself. So that act was passed because the US switched its recognition from the Republic of China on Taiwan to the People's Republic of China on the mainland in 1979. And today, the Taiwan Policy Act, which passed the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, is basically kind of restructuring or upgrading, proposing to upgrade the US's unofficial ties with Taiwan. And they are still unofficial in this bill, but they're getting kind of closer and closer to what looks like an official relationship. So what people need to know about this bill, it was authored by Bob Menendez and Lindsey Graham, a Democrat and a Republican.
That can't be good.
Yeah, I mean, these two, they're very strong advocates for Taiwan. They've both visited Taiwan. They went on a trip several months ago.
Not always a good idea to go on a trip with Senator Menendez, by the way.
Really?
It was a trip to the Dominican Republic, which got into a little trouble.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So this bill, basically 2 key components. The first one being to do with military spending, and the second key component being to do with the kind of symbolic or sort of ceremonial aspects of the relationship, which is actually the more controversial piece. even though the military spending is significant. This bill entails I've seen 4.5 billion. I've also seen 6.5 billion. I'm not sure which is correct, but somewhere between those two figures, that amount in direct military assistance to Taiwan over 4 years. It outlines a broad kind of set of economic sanctions that would be applied to China in the case of a sort of significant increase in aggression, basically an invasion. It also supports Taiwan's participation in certain international organizations that Taiwan has not been able to participate in for at least 10, 15 years, such as the World Health Organization. And it would designate Taiwan a major non-NATO ally. That's a quote, major non-NATO ally. And that is a designation that is reserved for the US's closest partners that are not in NATO. Now, the final thing that I want to note that this bill contains is a name change. So it proposes that the de facto Taiwanese embassy, which is called the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office, the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office, I believe, TECRO is the acronym. Now under this bill would become the Taiwan Representative Office. And, this gets to the question of why this word Taiwan is so sensitive. People will be aware that Taiwan, when it competes in the Olympics, it competes under the name Chinese Taipei. And that's because Taiwan is not, Taiwan actually designates an island. The island of Taiwan is the main island that the Republic of China currently governs. And the Republic of China is officially called the Republic of China. It's not called Taiwan. And so Taiwan is kind of associated with basically the idea of independence. Hardcore independence advocates would prefer to see a Taiwan Republic, for example, after independence. So this is quite a serious set of provisions, but it certainly stops short of official recognition or explicitly undermining the One China policy. And I want to just quote Menendez. So he made a statement about this act. He said, "The bill we're approving today makes clear the United States does not seek war or increase tensions with Beijing, just the opposite. We are carefully and strategically lowering the existential threats facing Taiwan by raising the cost of taking the island by force so that it becomes too high a risk and unachievable." So basically, his rationale, or at least his stated rationale, is that they are raising the stakes for China, just in with the idea being that they are going to deter an invasion. I'm not sure yet what I think of that, but it's certainly going to upset China. The Chinese ambassador apparently told a State Department, a senior State Department person that he met a few weeks ago, that if this bill is passed, US-China relations will, quote, collapse. And, the Chinese side have said they see this as a total kind of deconstruction of the One China policy. So that's something something fun on the horizon. But I would say this has just passed the committee. There's no sense of when it's going to be voted on in the Senate. It would obviously have to pass Congress. Biden is apparently not super keen on this bill. Jake Sullivan has been kind of hedging around this bill. I think they're worried that it's a bit too much. So it may not really move much further, but there's a suggestion that some of the provisions, for example, the military spending, might be folded into the National Defense Authorization Act, which is coming later this year. Also note that a few senators voted against it. Rand Paul, Ed Markey, a
From-
Democrat,
Yep.
Chris Murphy, Chris Van Hollen, one other who I don't have. So there was some opposition based on this idea that it's going to be just too provocative to China.
So in October, Xi, the leader of China, is going to go to the big Communist Party meeting and get a third term, we think. And he's making his first trips since COVID. He's
Yeah.
meeting with Putin, I think today, and he's meeting with Modi in India on Friday. Your thoughts about his meeting with Putin?
Yeah. So this was very interesting, actually. And often with these meetings, a lot comes down to the official readouts or the statements that get put out by the respective ministries of foreign affairs after the meeting, right? And they're often different. And because they're given in different languages and then they're translated into English, it gets very kind of tricky and complicated. And that was really highlighted by Xi's meeting with Putin. And last week, Xi's, I say China's kind of number 3 official, a guy called Li Jianshu, he went to Moscow to kind of set the tone for Xi's meeting with Putin. He met with some heads of the Duma. And fascinatingly, his remarks were recorded, were filmed by the Duma TV channel, and they were broadcast. And we would actually not know what he said if it weren't for this recording, which has been put out. And he's obviously speaking Chinese. And I think there's some subtitled versions now, but if you understand Chinese, you can get a really clear sense of what he's saying. Now, China did not release a version of his statement in their media. And so it seems like his words were actually not meant to be published at all. And they were certainly not meant for a domestic Chinese audience. And what he said has been taken as the kind of strongest statement of Chinese support for Russia yet. He used the word, what did he say? I've got it here. He actually raised the question of Ukraine directly.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't asked about it. He raised it and said that the US and NATO cornered Russia right on its doorstep. This touched on Russia's national security and its people's lives and safety. And he said, China understands that Russia took appropriate measures and we are coordinating in various ways. So this caused a huge storm in Europe. Many people were kind of up in arms about this. A lot hinges on the translation of the word coordinating. Some outlets translated it as assistance, like we are providing Russia with assistance. It's not quite that, I would say, the Chinese, it's more like a kind of, coordination role. But it's just very interesting that this was it wasn't leaked as such, but it was shown on Russian TV, but not on Chinese TV, and certainly not reported in the media. And all of that to say that when Xi and Putin met in Uzbekistan this week, they also released quite divergent statements about what they talked about. So the Russian side released a statement saying that we value the balanced position of our Chinese friends when it comes to the Ukraine crisis. And we understand that China has questions and concerns about this. So it's very interesting that it's almost like Putin is providing cover for Xi, basically saying, Xi's not too happy with us, or he has some concerns about what we're doing. It's very convenient, I think, for Xi Jinping, that particular statement. On the other hand, China's statement about the meeting was extremely vague. No mention of any specific issues like Ukraine, for example, just pledging mutual support on issues pertaining to each other's core interests. So I think from this meeting, what you can see is a bit of a power imbalance between these two leaders, with Xi Jinping coming out of this looking like the senior partner, the big brother figure,
Right.
and Putin looking much more kind of just beholden to Xi and his support. And I think that might have something to do with the way the war is going for Russia. I know that Ukraine has made some gains in the past week, and so that might provide some context. But I love reading these different statements and kind of figuring out where the real version lies.
Right. And I'm not going to do that's what she said, Joe.
That's what she said, of course.
I'm not going to do that. I'm too old. So India, why
Ooh.
isn't America more in business with India than China? Here you have India, just as big a population, just as much poverty to exploit. They speak English. Why did we choose China instead of India to be such a big trading partner? Because didn't America, certainly the EU, but I think America has propped up the first 20 years. Didn't America prop up China's economy by shipping all the manufacturing jobs over there and buying all that crap? Why didn't we do it with India instead? It's a democracy. Or is that why? Because it's a democracy.
I'm not sure exactly how to answer that. I'm certainly no expert when it comes to India, barely even one when it comes to China. But I think it probably has to do with, just the way that the history of the 20th century and the way in which the US and China were, closely bound up in the war effort and in the immediate post-war period. The relationship, at least between Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists and the US, it was a fractious relationship at times, but it was a close relationship. And even when you get into the kind of PRC period post-war, like you say, there was still extremely close ties. India, I feel like I just have a sense that the US doesn't have much of a grip on India. It doesn't have much of a history with India. And
I think the fact that it's a democracy, you can't exploit India as efficiently as you can a more totalitarian country like China.
Well, I think there's something to be said for the idea that India, you hear these kind of cliches about India being this kind of messy, rowdy, chaotic democracy. And there's definitely a kernel of truth to that. I think China just being a much more homogenous, ethnically homogenous, but also in terms of its governance structure, like you say, I think, there's something to that. But
how powerful is the EU when it combines with America? We were talking on the show Monday, and I said, and I'm rooting for Zelensky. I wish there were peace talks. Apparently, there's new reporting out that Putin rejected an offer in March, I believe, where Zelensky said, we won't join NATO if you'll stop fighting, and Putin rejected it. So, we're not hearing the whole story. I don't know what's going on, but war is, I'm not going to reiterate what I think about war, but I would like to see Zelensky kick Ukraine out. I would like to see
kick Russia out.
What did I say?
Ukraine.
Right. And also Ukraine. I'd like to just see, they've already got 6 million. Just get rid of the entire country and start again. No, I'd like to see him kick Russia out. And it would be reminiscent of this new world order that we saw after George Herbert Walker Bush won in Iraq, where he kicked Hussein out of Kuwait. And it showed that when the world unites, it can stop this type of aggression. What if Putin leaves Ukraine with his tail between his legs? Then Biden and the EU have a more muscular approach towards foreign policy, and they can rule the roost in a way, right?
I don't know about that. I mean, that's
that when you combine sanctions with firepower, the EU and America can. I'm not doing a value judgment here. I'm not saying that people are right or wrong. I'm just saying if Putin pulls out of Ukraine, does America combine with the EU and NATO have more influence around the world?
If Putin loses decisively in Ukraine and the US and the EU can kind of pull together in that way, I think there would be a formidable power block. But that just begs the question, and then what happens with Russia and China? Because they are positioning themselves as two great powers who are supporting each other, who have each other's backs.
Right. Do they really have each other's back? I mean, when Kissinger started the triangulation in 1972 between Russia and China, he knew of ancient grievances that.
Yeah.
How united could Russia and China ever really be?
I'm coming around to the idea that they could be more united than we've given them credit for.
Okay.
And I think that has to do with just fundamental shifts in the world order that I began my segment talking about. And so I wouldn't be surprised if this partnership proves to be more enduring than simply, meetings and statements and so on. But I'll think about that, and maybe we can talk about that more next time.
I'm back next week. Grace Jackson is on our China desk. I just wanted to see Professor Ben Burgis's reaction to that. Grace Jackson works our China desk. She came to us tonight from Great Britain. When do you go back?
I'm very jet lagged.
When do you go back to Great Britain, to Vermont?
To Vermont? Not for a while, unfortunately. But hopefully, by the time my jet lag fades, it might be time to go back. It takes a while for me.
Okay. Follow her on Twitter at Grace Jackson and listen to Literary Hangover. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you. Hi, Ben.
Ben's mad at me because I referred to Princess Di as Princess Di and not Britain's Rose.
England's Rose.
Great Britain, yes, England's Rose. Now he stormed off the show last week. I don't know if you got to unmute yourself. We don't have sound on you, Professor. We don't have sound on you.
He looks like he's on a porch somewhere.
He looks like he's in Georgia. Yeah. No, can't hear you. Maybe he's doing another podcast. He multitasks. So
Still nothing.
Still nothing, Dan. Thank you, Grace. I'll go get some sleep. We miss you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
And now we're going to try to go to Professor Ben Burgis.
All right. I'm just going to do this without my headphones. I don't know what's going on. Actually, I think I do know what's going on with them. Give me just a second. I know this is great radio right now. But 2 seconds.
My show, we've been freezing. Every show now opens with me freezing. So I've given up on trying to. I'm not. I need a new computer. And
I was going to say the good news is he's so handsome. We don't need to hear him. But then his video is good.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I figured out what was wrong.
But there you go. Join.
Okay.
Okay. The host of Give Them an Argument. He is a columnist for Jacobin and a frequent contributor to The Nation magazine, as well as the Daily Beast. He teaches at Morehouse, Rutgers. Please welcome author and pugilist, Professor Ben Burgis. Who are you fighting this week?
Am I fighting with anybody this week? I think it might be at peace this week.
When's your next fight?
Next one I think is October 3rd. There's a young conservative named Nate Hockman who just said he'd come on my show to chat about his views on October 3rd. He's been in the New York Times. He's been people who listen to the Know Your Enemy podcast.
Is that Lula? You're talking about Lula's the Bolsonaro election?
No. This is somebody else. But anyway.
When is the election in Brazil? October.
That sounds about right, but I don't know the date off the top of my head.
What do you think Bolsonaro is going to do? He's going to outdo Trump, refuse to leave because he's trailing in the polls. He's going to do exactly what Trump did, claim it was election fraud.
Well, unfortunately, I suspect that it might be a much more serious version of that than what Trump did. That they instead of just asking, instead of just like hoping that the courts would overturn it for him, and then eventually, there was a attempt to incite mob action, but most of those people were not exactly hardened street fighters, to put it mildly.
But 46 people from Lula's party have been killed.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like that's the Trump version. I think the Lula version would be more serious because in Brazil, they actually have very well armed right wing paramilitaries. And it's not just like the Proud Boys that they'll you get them all together. There are like 200 of them in the country, and most of them get arrested quickly and whatever. Like they have, like in Brazil, they have serious right-wing paramilitaries that actually control territory the same way drug gangs do. And so it's unfortunately.
Let's teach me about something.
Sure.
Because the threat to our democracy has been an abstraction. And January 6th, we've been told it was tourists, it was a bunch of crackpots who overreacted. It was an anomaly, lock them up, but there's no real problem here.
Mm-hmm.
We see in other countries this tradition, right, of electoral autocracies, as the EU calls Orban and Hungary today. We see this playbook that Bannon and Stone and Trump, they pull from other countries. If you have your head up your ass and you don't read about other democracies, you don't know what's coming down the pike here in America. So explain what is happening in Brazil and how easy it could happen here in the United States.
Well, I don't know how easily what could happen in Brazil could happen here in the United States. I think it is a pretty different situation. I do think the part of what you said that I do agree with is that I think a lot of times American progressives, when they're thinking about this stuff, they're thinking about right-wing authoritarianism. They're thinking about ways that the United States could become a less democratic country. The only analogy that anybody ever really thinks of is like Europe in the 1930s, right? That's the top of mind analogy for everybody. And I think that there are probably a lot of more useful analogies in lots of other places, right? So like and this is an example I'm not going to be able to speak as well to as in Brazil, but like a few years ago, Jean Bajelon and the late Michael Brooks wrote an article comparing the Republican Party to the AKP in Turkey. That's like one example of a sort of soft authoritarian. It's not like anybody who says anything bad about Erdogan, immediately gets disappeared into a concentration camp somewhere, but it's certainly a vastly less democratic country than the United States is. And I think that, I think the useful way, I mean, at least my view is how to think about this is that this is not an all or nothing thing, right? That either you have democracy or you don't. I think there's a spectrum. I think the United States is already starting from a point on the spectrum that's not great. Like, I think in many ways it's a much less democratic country than a lot of European countries as of 2022. And I think there are definitely realistic paths for us to become a less democratic country than it is right now. I think that we've seen signs of what that might look like, both in the past with like Bush v. Gore in 2000 and in different states within the US right now. We talked, time before last or something I was on here, we talked about DeSantis in Florida, right? I think that's the sort of shape of the more realistic threat, probably more in the United States, I would guess, than sort of paramilitary street violence, since Americans bowl alone, right? We're not really joiners, but I think in Brazil, like, what I've been told at least, right, is that a lot of these like right wing paramilitary guys in Brazil who've actually, like, there was a famous case, Marielle de Franco, who is a Brazilian politician, the same party that Glenn Greenwald's husband used to be part of, the Party of Socialism and Liberation, I think it is. It might not be quite that, but it's something like that in Brazil, who was assassinated by these people. There are people who are politically prominent leftists in Brazil who have to like travel around with serious security. And what I've been told is that like some of these people, when they have, like when they talk about January 6th, they kind of have contempt for it, because like if they did it, they would do it in a much more serious and bloodthirsty way, than what happened on January 6th. And so I think my understanding, again, I would not claim to be anything like an expert on Brazil, but my understanding from, what I've heard from people who know much more about it than I do, right, is that that's really probably more the threat. That's like, it's less like a sort of traditional Latin American military coup and more like kind of grassroots violence on behalf of Bolsonaro, who, by the way, one of his big accomplishments as president is like really relaxing gun laws so that it would be all easier for all these people to arm themselves.
Right. It's so similar. Guns, oppression of the LGBTQ, abortion, religion, and it's not original.
It's not. So the question I would think, right, would be like, is the grassroots left in Brazil, unions, which is the movement that Lula originally comes out of, is that in any position to meaningfully counter this if it happens? And I don't know the answer to that question, because I think that it's probably probably the sort of grassroots movement of the left are a bit less militant than they were before all of the years of Lula and Dilma being in power. So I don't know. I mean, I have no idea what's going to happen, but I mean, on the face of it, from what I know, it could be very, very bad.
Lula, he did work with the capitalists. He was very successful. I think the World Bank called him a lesson to the world, the way he governed. He worked with the banks. He even showed a willingness for some fiscal austerity, and yet lifted how many, 40 million Brazilians?
Yeah, he lifted a lot of people out of poverty. I think that
that was luck because of the commodities that
some of it was, but there were also real programs that he implemented, like I do not remember the Portuguese, but the family purse, I think they call it, which basically is a way to pay for a lot of poor kids to go to college for the first time. I think there's some very basic reforms that did happen. I mean, you're right. I mean, he was not I mean, Lula was not and is not Che Guevara, right? I mean, this is not, this is not how, like, he governed as a very moderate social democrat, but he also, this is, I think, part of the problem, that thinking about the region, that like you can be pretty mild in your reformism and still get all of the stops pulled to stop you, right? From like these very entrenched local oligarchies, from the United States, backing them, in some cases, many cases, so like it doesn't take much to get that kind of pushback. And actually I will say, like, the most the the most revealing thing I ever heard about this was that one of the sort of complaints that wealthy Brazilians would make under Lula, since there was really started to be a middle class in the country, for the first time, and because one of those parallels that you're talking about between Brazil and the United States is that I think there's some the sort of correlations between economics and race are very similar, in certain respects. It's obviously different, but that there's a similar dynamic there. And that one of the complaints was that, like, the airports look like bus stations now, right? In other words, all these people who you wouldn't normally think of as being able to travel on planes were in these kinds of spaces where they would rub shoulders with the elites, and the elites didn't like it.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting. And it explains a little bit about Reaganomics, that they wanted a gated community. They didn't want everyone being where they are. The richest 1% didn't want everybody educated. What danger does Brazil run into in trying to recreate their glorious past? There's no doubt that Lula left more popular, right?
Mhm.
An 80% approval rating. Is there any parallel to, what is the parallel? I guess I'm thinking of Ortega, the Sandinista,
Mhm.
who came back to power and was too smart for his own good
Mhm.
and has become a tyrant, or is that just the Western press?
Mm, I don't know that I'm in a good position to weigh in on that. I think that I don't claim to know very much about,
Right.
recent
Mistake.
recent Nicaragua. I mean, I would not be surprised if there were some really objectionable things that happened there, but I just wouldn't want to. I just
Right.
wouldn't want to, like, run my mouth about it.
Right. Lula, and I know, the late, great Michael Brooks was spellbound by Lula,
Mhm.
who I think has a second grade education. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much formal education he got, but I believe one of the details I might be misremembering is that he didn't learn how to read until he was like a teenager.
The mistake that could he make this mistake?
Mhm.
I'm now president. I'm not going to make the same mistakes I made last time. And when you say that, when you say, I'm not going to make the same mistakes I made last time, you become undemocratic.
Maybe. I mean, I don't. That seems very speculative to me. I haven't really seen any evidence of that yet. I think that and I mean, I think, I think a lot of what Michael appreciated about Lula. I was thinking about this a little while ago because my friend Matt McManus wrote a book about cosmopolitan socialism, kind of inspired by some of the things that Michael had said about that. And I wrote an introduction to it, which I finished a little while ago. I don't know when the book's coming out, but and so I was thinking about this when I was writing that, because I wanted to speak to this. And I think a lot of what Michael appreciated about Lula was just had to do with his gifts as a political communicator, because that was obviously something that Michael cared a great deal about. Was sort of like he was always talking about. Michael was about trying to trying to sort of present things in a way he would say like pre-mainstream, right? That the goal, right, is to mainstream these ideas. And so I think, in a way, I think probably much more so than the policy specifics, I think just the sort of the fact that this was like a major left-wing politician who was able to connect on a visceral level with ordinary working class voters in Brazil, the way that he would talk about sort of making sure that people kind of had the resources so they could, just have some coffee and take some time off to play soccer, and, spend time with their kids and all that stuff. That's like a useful model. I mean, what might be politically possible in Brazil is probably going to be a very different thing than a lot of other countries, right? Given where they're starting from, and I don't know, I don't know where. I'm not super comfortable sort of second guessing that from my perch in the United States, but I think that but I also think that I'm particularly uncomfortable sort of speculating about, Lula do anything bad or undemocratic because the fact is that this is somebody who is in real danger of winning an election and having it taken away from him, who in the past essentially had it taken away from him when he was leading the polls, and he was and he was sent to prison on what are now acknowledged to be nonsensical charges.
They do seem to have a court system that can usurp the power over Bolsonaro for the time being, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the danger I would think would be Bolsonaro essentially saying what was it Andrew Jackson said, right? About the Idiot Removal Act. The Supreme Court made the decision. The Supreme Court can enforce it.
Yeah, you made your ruling, now go enforce it. Yeah. And how much of a moderating influence is the military? One of the most disturbing truths about world politics is sometimes the military saves a democracy.
Yeah, sometimes it does. An awful lot of time it does the opposite. But yeah, sometimes, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that's I don't feel like I'm in a good position to answer that question. The only thing I could really say in response to it is just that, again, people I've talked to who know much more about this stuff than I do, do seem to think that the immediate danger is less a military coup than grassroots right-wing violence. Now, if that happened, would the military swoop in to save democracy? Would they sort of stand aside? Would they take the wrong side? Again, I don't feel competent to answer that question.
Right. Let's talk about Roe, because that's I think that's on the ballot. I think it's the only thing on the ballot in November. If women,
well, sadly, probably not, because if it was the only thing on the ballot, I'd be much more confident about the result.
Well, don't you think women are going to be turning out in record numbers?
I think there probably is. Yeah, I mean, I'm just a little bit careful because I feel like I've heard predictions like that a lot before. I do think that
in 1992 was the year of the woman because of Clarence Thomas. Women came out and voted.
No, I mean, I hope you're right. I'm just reluctant to make a prediction there. But look, I mean, clearly the Republicans have really overshot their hands on this. I mean, in some ways, it's kind of crazy, right? Because what Roberts really wanted to do in that case was to basically continue the strategy that's been extremely successful for them, like find some narrow way to uphold the Texas law, keep on chipping away at what was left of Roe without quite officially getting rid of it, which had already had the effect of making abortion almost completely unavailable in many states legally. And but instead, I think by going all the way to overturning it, which is obviously very unpopular, and trying to pass these super draconian laws around the country, yeah, I mean, I think they probably have. I mean, how many and what effect it'll have, I just don't know. But yeah, I mean, I think they probably have activated a lot of people who weren't really, who wouldn't have necessarily come out to vote otherwise. I mean, I think the result in Kansas is pretty amazing in that regard, right? That this is a red state. There's the last Democrat who won there was LBJ, I think, and referendum to make it easier for the state legislature to pass anti-abortion laws failed by 18 points. Right, so it's a wildly unpopular thing. So yeah, I mean, I think to the extent the Democrats can make the election about Roe, that's that's really good for them, and I I hope they do.
We're talking with Ben Burgess, logician for the left. I love that. He's a logician for the left. And his latest book is Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. It's got the Feldman guarantee. Buy the book. And if you don't enjoy it, I'll reimburse you. Go buy Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. So you commute between Michigan and Georgia. When I'm talking to you, sometimes you're in Michigan, sometimes you're in Georgia. Abortion is on the ballot in Michigan.
Yep.
It looks like Tudor Dixon, the Republican, is going to lose to Gretchen Whitmer. Is that fair?
As far as I know.
And because abortion's on the ballot, do you think a lot of women will vote and that could flip the legislature? But both branches are in control of the Republicans, right? You have a Democratic government, but
yeah. Maybe. I mean, I think that the way some of those districts are drawn is obviously intended to make that very difficult. I think I don't know. I mean, it's like I said, I mean, I would be happy if it did. I don't know if that's going to happen. I feel confident that the abortion rights referendum will succeed, and it certainly does seem like Whitmer is going to win. Like how that translates down ballot, I guess.
So Stacey, by the way, I accidentally called her Stacey Adams. Those are Stacey Abrams. Is
very problematic.
Yeah. Yes, I shouldn't have made that mistake, so I apologize. That is a rematch with Brian Kemp, who stole the election from her 4 years by scrubbing the voter rolls. He was the Secretary of State in Georgia, and he scrubbed the voting rolls. The Secretary of State is really important.
I mean, it's certainly an insane conflict of interest to be said. I mean, like, whatever is true about the details of what happened, it's absolutely crazy that you could run an election that you're in.
Yep. It's almost like that happens, then all of a sudden we're going to start allowing congressmen to trade stock.
Yeah, exactly.
How is it possible that she is behind and Herschel Walker, and I refuse to play clips of Herschel Walker on this show because it's fish in a barrel. It's not fair to make fun of Herschel Walker. He obviously has CTE from football. But he may beat Raphael Warnock. How is that possible? Or is it, I should rewatch?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that I think that there are a lot of ways in which what's happened nationally hasn't made it very easy for Warnock. I mean, when he was, just to take the most obvious thing, when he was running in that special election, he literally ran ads that had pictures of $2,000 checks in them. And then, how big a difference this made is, could argue about, but certainly it wasn't a great start that the Democrats then played this like absolutely ridiculous game about how, well, no, $2,000 always meant another $1,400 because you see that actually adds up to $2,000. Play that game with your, like borrow some money from your friend and like play that game when you play the back and see how well it goes over, right? It's so I think that the Democrats' fecklessness has probably made life more difficult for Warnock than it would be. I think if a lot of things that are outside of his control had gone differently, and some of that's about Manchin and Sinema, of course, and some of it is and the filibuster and all of that, right? But also also the Democrats really have been kind of pathetic in a lot of ways, right? That that actually is true. I mean, they did like if he, if Warnock and other people in his position could say, hey, look, when I ran, I was talking about this $15 minimum wage, and now we have it. Then that's the kind of thing that I think would make it a lot easier for him as he's running for reelection. But they didn't do that for the most ridiculous reason, right? That maybe this was just cover because, like, some Democrats who said they were going to vote for it would have voted against it. But at least the official excuse is the parliamentarian said we couldn't, so we didn't. That was the excuse for not passing the wage into reconciliation, which is, anybody who's paying close attention, it's just kind of an insult to their intelligence, because the parliamentarian is a low-level staffer who issues non-binding recommendations and can be fired at any time or just overruled. But for anybody who's not paying attention, it still doesn't help, because, like, if you're not paying very much attention, all you really register is, oh, they said all this stuff would happen. It didn't happen.
Right. Well, we've been talking with Professor Ben Burgis, author of Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. He is the host of Give Them an Argument, and I look forward to talking to you next week, Professor.
Sounds good, David.
This is a special show. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Well, you know about Mike Lindell.
Yes.
He was at a Mankato, Minnesota Hardee's earlier this week. The FBI came and took his phone. They surrounded him. And that phone he does all his business on that phone. We have sent 2 of our reporters to that Hardee's in Mankato, Minnesota, and they will be reporting live. Sarah Bush and Andy Brown will be at that Hardee's in Mankato, Minnesota, to get the mood in Mankato. They live near Mankato, so they're driving to the Hardee's and they're going to file a report. They run our Mankato, Minnesota desk.
Nice.
Yes. Thank you, Professor.
All right. Thank you, comedian.
Let us now go to Cape Cod, where the Hirschenfelds are together again. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is a Freudian psychoanalyst. Ethan Hirschenfeld.
By the way, top rated. He's not just A. He's top 5.
I'm top rated.
He was top 5 for 12 seasons. He was MVP in I think 88 and 95. He was MVP among the psychoanalysts, and he was shortlisted but didn't make the MVP. He was robbed a few times. So he's not just a shrink. He's next level.
Why don't we pitch a show? And by we, I mean you. You're the author of Today Is Now, correct?
Today Is Now, yes.
And what is the name of your...
It's a lifestyle. It's nature and it's nurture. You can choose to live by it, or you can just be born into it. But today is now. Today is now. Get the book, live the lifestyle, and invest in the stock options. You can get in on the ground floor with Today Is Now. It's also now an investment opportunity. Contact me for details. It's a SPAC. It's a savings and loan. It's several scams rolled into one. It's a bond and a stock. There are no other investment products available that combine both equity and whatever the other thing is called. I don't know anything about finance. I know so little about finance that when my friend told me I should get a Roth IRA, I thought he was pitching me on the Zionist wing of Sinn Féin. Okay, I'm done. Hello.
Who wrote Today Is Now, and how do people buy it?
Today Is Now is written by a character that I'm playing in a movie. The character's name is Dr. Samuel Benjamin, who is the founder and chief emotional officer of the New York American Academy and Institute of Eclectic Modality Therapy, which is a long way of saying he doesn't know anything.
I have an idea. I have an idea for him. Mm-hmm. A reality game show, America's Next Top Shrink, where you get real shrinks, real psychologists, real social workers, real psychiatrists.
And I get to judge them?
And they compete in a series of challenges and
I like it.
and you judge them. They have to treat certain types of illnesses, and
I
you,
like it. I like it. It seems like possibly an animated series because it's I don't know why, but I feel like that would be fun. You don't see a lot.
it would be funny to do it as a comedy show, but do it with real shrinks.
Yeah. It might be a hard sell for the shrink
Hard
community.
sell.
Well, so you're back in Cape Cod. We were going to get together last Saturday. I was going to go back to Englewood, back to the scene of the crime where I was bar mitzvahed, because you were at the very same bima where
Yeah.
I first became a man. Not
Yeah.
in the eyes of the Jewish religion. A certain Hebrew school teacher deflowered me on the beam there. So I first became a man. How was the bar mitzvah, Dr. Hirschenfeld?
How about this little factoid? King Charles III was circumcised by a rabbi, which has been a tradition in the royal family since the 1700s.
Really?
They felt that rabbis, knew their business.
And related fact, same rabbi since the 1700s. It's very shaky. His vision is not very good, but somehow he does it. That's a miracle.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that he.
Now you know it.
Now I
Okay.
know it. Did you? Were you able to enjoy the ritual? How I understand it was a long bar mitzvah. Were you able to enjoy it?
I do like the ritual, actually, because first of all, I was raised in it. And to me, it's like folk singing. It's, like kumbaya, singing along with stuff I know. And it has a certain emotional valence for me.
How much of it, though, is it like going to a gym where you're building muscle, but you're glad it's over?
No. First of all, I truly love going to a gym.
Hold on a second. You're doing the Trump finger. Let's extend. You were going like this. That was Trumpian. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
If I could go to a gym 2.5 hours, 7 mornings a week, I would do it. I just love it. Now,
You don't exercise.
what's that?
You don't exercise.
Yes, I do. I use every machine in the joint. My analyst told me that the reason I like this is because I'm so filled with aggression. That has to be discharged in some way. So, but whatever the reason, I totally enjoy it. So,
And now, when you go with COVID, do you still go to the gym?
no, I don't, because I have all sorts of machines and I do push-ups and chin-ups at home and I climb stairs. I did stop going to the gym 2.5 years ago.
Yeah. The real problem when you stop going to the gym is there's no one whose ass you can smack with the towel.
Right.
Just smack your own. Yeah.
Right. And there's also no, like, I have nothing to feel guilty that $80 is being taken out of my checking account every month and I'm not using it.
Yeah. Well, I don't feel guilty about that because the gym I belong to in New Paltz, New York, I think is always on the verge of bankruptcy. And there they only charge, I think, $30 a month. So I figure let them have it.
Okay, so what insight do you get from going to temple? What in terms of controlling people, like when you watch as a psychiatrist, you're watching these rituals. Do you say, oh, I see why they're doing this. This gets people to behave this way.
No, it doesn't get them to behave in any particular way. That's why religious people of all faiths and stripes can be criminals if they so choose. It makes them feel part of something that is bigger than they are.
Right.
it's in some ways like being a fan of a football team. It's the same idea that you're part of this bigger thing, this immortal thing, because you know you're not immortal, but you're part of this immortal thing. So
Speaking of football, I would never vote for Herschel Walker, ever, but I am voting for Fran Tarkenton and Mark Gastineau. Mark Gastineau.
he's a Canadian. He
By the
can't
way,
be-
Fran Tarkenton used to play for the Giants, then got traded to the Minnesota Vikings.
I didn't know he was a Giant. Yeah.
Dr. Hirschenfeld, am I correct? Didn't Fran Tarkenton play for the New York Giants?
David, would I ever presume to contradict you about anything, even when you're dead wrong? No.
And this is a decision I made. I decided to become a Vikings fan when I was younger because they always won. And
That's
I thought,
good.
this is the way I'm going to live my life. I'm going to be a social climber. You know, the hell with the Mets. They're losers. And this is I'm going to only pick winning teams and just gravitate towards success, and that will rub off on me. And I became a Minnesota Twins fan because I loved Harmon Killebrew, and then I became a Vikings fan because they were winning, and that was in 1969. And the Mets broke my heart in 1960
Wow.
by
Well,
winning the World Series.
Wow.
I would say that that shows a certain lack of character on your part, rather than just being true to your school.
But
I took the exact same approach to marriage. Every time a marriage shouldn't work out, just married 3 times, divorced 3 times. No, I've never been married.
I can't even social climb properly. This is, if I had made it, what do you think, Ethan, Dr. Hirschenfeld? If you make a decision in life strictly for mercenary reasons, I'm only going to gravitate towards successful people because there are people who do that.
Mm-hmm.
They're called successful people.
Mm-hmm.
They only want to be around successful people. If you make a decision at 21, I'm just going to be around rich and successful and famous people. And I'm going to drop all the good people in my life.
I would say you're a bit of a psychopath.
Right. It's like the talented Mr. Ripley,
Right. Yeah.
or like that Anne inventing Anna, or was that some show? Another one of these weird social climbing pretend princesses. Yeah.
But
I have a friend.
Ethan, you work in show business. Isn't
Well,
that how they get to the top? They don't.
I don't
wake
know.
up-
Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong.
Don't you think most people in show business, most people in Washington, D.C., most people in business don't waste their time with me?
Well, maybe that is maybe. All right. Good night. I got to go meet. I got to go meet some important people. We'll see you. No. I don't
Did
know.
you ever go? I don't know if this, when you were starting out, did you ever go to the Improv in LA, the Hang in the restaurant? And
I
you
can't know.
you could be in the most intense conversation with somebody. Oh
Right.
my God, the test results came back. I think she has 3 months to live. This is like the greatest dog I've ever had in my life. There's Jay Leno. They just walk right away. Jay Leno's here. Well, what about my dog? My dog who's dying. Jay Leno is, and I thought that I should be like that.
The problem is, I think that there's a fantasy that just by meeting someone or being pictured with someone important, that lends you something rubs off on you. I don't think it does. I think you probably then have to do a lot more steps, a lot of ass kissing, a lot of, I don't know what you have to do, but it sounds like a bad approach. I don't know. I might have mentioned this before. I have a friend who worked in Los Angeles after college. He was writing some scripts. He ended up going another path in life, but at the time he had the idea for writing a memoir of his time in LA, which he had an amazing title for it. His name is Tommy, and the title of his unwritten memoir was I kissed the wrong ass. Because he kept doing what you were trying to do, what you're describing. He kept trying to be the assistant to this person, and then that person would
Right.
flame out. Yeah, I kissed the wrong ass. It's a great title.
I literally sold my soul to the devil, and I got what it was worth, and I got a worthless soul, apparently.
Yeah,
I-
but you got this wonderful gig where you're the guy in charge and you
Oh,
get to talk. What's that?
Are you talking about this show?
Yeah,
This show right here.
yeah.
You're in charge and you get to talk to all sorts of interesting and diverse people. And what could be better?
That's true.
Come on.
Yeah, I'd like to be nice if I couldn't go outside. It would be nice if I said I can't go outside. I'll be swarmed. That would
Oh, that outside that way. Okay. Yeah.
yeah. Other than I can't go outside, I'm scared.
Right.
I'm too neurotic. Going back to the yeshivas, were you disappointed, Dr. Hirschenfeld? Were you surprised to read that there's an anti-intellectual strain in the yeshiva community where they're not?
It's not, you're wrong about that. It is not anti-intellectual at all. It's a totally different take on what intellectual is and what type of intellectual matters. All these people do all day long is study, but they don't study English or math or any of those things, but they study, Bible related stuff.
Now,
And
they're
some of them are extraordinarily adept at their studies. But
they see a flight of steps and they go, I don't know how to climb a flight of steps. What is that?
well, it depends what the flight of steps is a metaphor for. But if the flight of steps is a metaphor for a job, you're absolutely correct. They don't know about the job.
I think the real problem is that there's no regents exam in Talmud.
There should be.
That's the problem.
There should be.
Yeah, the problem is not.
There should.
But they're not teaching math.
AP Chumash.
Aleph, P.
Yeah.
What's the P? I don't know what the P is.
Do you remember the book The Chosen
Yes.
from 2 years ago?
Yeah,
Okay.
Robbie Benson was in the book.
Yeah, right. So the father of this Talmud scholar does something in the book which people can actually do. Each volume of the Talmud is about this thick. I think there are maybe 24 volumes, something like that. In the book, the father took a straight pin and he put it through a word on one of the pages and pushed it through as many pages as he could. And he asked this kid, tell me all the successive words on all the other pages that this pin went through. And the kid could do it because he had a photographic memory and he just knew all the other words that the pin went through. That's a pretty astounding intellectual feat, I would think.
It's also it's an astounding feat of sewing.
Right. Oh, I came up with but if that's the only book you know, hang on, I just came up with a joke. Hang on for 1 second. Let me
Give yourself a bell.
hang on for attention, everybody. David Feldman is about to make a joke. Stop what you're doing. Everybody stop. Now here's the joke. If the only book you read is the Talmud, that makes you a Yidio savant.
That's
The joke is now over. You go back to what you were doing. A Yidio savant. I mean, if all you know is the Talmud, what good is that?
To you, it's no good. To somebody who buys into it.
Listen, this whole debate is just about public funding. It's fine if people want to learn just that, but then you can't take public education funding and then do a school that has nothing to do with the stuff that public education is supposed to give you. Just from my point of view, it's as simple as that.
Since they don't know math, tell them you're getting $1 billion and just give them 100. They won't know. They're not teaching math to these kids.
They'll figure that out.
Yeah.
But the point is, they don't want these kids to have skills that are going to allow them to leave the community.
I don't even think it's that. I don't even think it's thought that far forward. I don't. Maybe it is by some people. I think it's more just that they have the things they think are important. They're going to study those. I don't think it's a grand strategy to try to keep people handcuffed to this traditional lifestyle. I don't know. What do I know?
What do I know?
I don't know anything. I'm an atheist. And I'm an atheist, but I'm beyond an atheist. I'm what's called an agnatheist, which is an agnostic plus an atheist, which means that I don't believe that God exists. But even if he does exist, I still don't believe in him. It's next level. Yeah. So I mean, it's completely, I just find it absolutely outlandish. I don't even believe it's a problem with authority, because not only do I not believe that God exists, I don't even believe that the mayor exists. I don't believe any of these people are really real that we see who have positions of authority. It's all nonsense.
So you're up in Cape Cod. How many times per day do you think I should just stay here? This is perfect. What am I doing?
20 to 50.
20 to,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
So
really quite beautiful here.
my old,
I'm
my-
not a person who likes to waste time. I really don't. It's sort of built into me. And I have a very, very close friend who lives in Larchmont, and he goes to the Long Island Sound and stares at the water every day for half an hour. And I've always thought to myself, what a waste of time. I could never do that. Well, here I do it because the water is much more beautiful than in Long Island Sound.
By the way, that friend of his in Larchmont is a fisherman. But he never catches anything because he just goes there and stares. He's the worst fisherman you ever met. He
Why-
enjoyed it, but no fish.
why is it called a sound? Ethan.
Sound is, well, a sound is a body of water
Which
which is bounded by Westchester County and Long Island. That's the definition of a sound.
But why sound?
I don't know.
Because,
What do you
I'll tell
think?
you why, because if you can think of a Long Island accent, grating sound, and so they call it a sound.
Let me ask Ethan a question. Gun to your head. Okay. You have to pick.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like Sophie's Choice.
Okay, what am I picking?
Sound or a causeway. One of them has to go. Well, what are you going to pick?
I would get rid of Causeway because I really don't know what that is.
A causeway is a highway that goes over a sound.
Oh,
It is. But like Sonny got killed at the causeway.
oh yeah, those tolls. Those tolls are there, by the way, when you drive out to like Jones Beach. You can still see them.
Yeah. So how was your show in Westchester, and when is your next show? And the question
Okay, that show was
Dr. Hirschenfeld. We always plug your shows. We never plug the doctor's shows.
I had an amazing thing happen right before I was introduced to this. It was a private show at someone's schmancy house in Westchester. And to my amazement, beautiful house, beautiful. They had a tent, caterers, the whole thing. This is how the hostess introduces me. She says, oh, I saw him at the comic strip. Loved his show. Didn't want him to leave the stage. Please welcome to the stage to kick off the low culture portion of the evening.
Great.
I mean, it was amazing. So when I got on the stage, I put on a little bit of a Don Rickles hat, and I kind of gave it to her a little bit, but got some laughs. But I explained that I used to be an opera singer, and I had now graduated. That was the low culture, and that this is now the high culture. She explained apologetically that they had had a string quartet earlier in the evening, so now this was for her the low culture. But I found it pretty amazing that someone would say those words.
How about this? They say our next performer is funny. Let's find out. That's how I've been introduced. And
Yeah.
I get so angry.
Yeah.
By the way, what do you prefer, fancy or schmancy? If I said to you fancy schmancy, forget fancy schmancy. It's not that good. It's either going to be fancy or schmancy.
Schmancy is, I don't know. Schmancy sounds fun. It's like funny.
I agree with you. If I said to you the restaurant is schmancy, I go, oh, good, I can dress down, but I bet it tastes fantastic. Like you don't have to put on airs. Always go with schmancy over fancy. But if you have a choice, if it's fancy schmancy, always go with fancy schmancy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, for me, this is just for me, not for him, not for you. This is just for me. That schmancy,
It makes you uncomfortable.
elicits, yes, it elicits my inner anti-Semitism.
Wow.
Which we all have. It's part of
We
Western
all?
culture. Yes, we all.
That's a big thing to say, and then invite everybody into your group. I don't have it. I'm a philo-Semite.
So am I, but I also have my own, as a member of Western culture, I have my own dose of anti-Semitism.
Well, that was the preview we were just watching of that movie. The
Okay.
guy, the French guy, it's a construct. It's just a made-up construct that wherever there are Jews, there's anti-Semitism. It's not necessarily true.
It's not necessarily true, except that it is. And so a word like schmancy just sounds too Jewish.
For you,
and
but
then-
you feel shamed by it. That's what
Yes,
so it's not that you
exactly.
feel anti-Semitic about it. You feel that you might be victimized. I
So
see.
So it's not anti-Semitic, it's self-hatred.
Whatever the hell it is, I would never use a word like schmancy. I just wouldn't.
Well, in that case, I apologize for upsetting you. I
No,
used
you
the word.
didn't. No.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
You're my kith and kin, and it
sh-
takes a lot more to get me upset with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Schmooze is a word I like a lot. Schmooze.
I hate that word.
Oh.
Seriously. I'm serious.
You're an anti-Semite. I know it.
But it comes from, in Yiddish, the word, I don't like the Yiddish word from which it comes, which I just learned. It's a schmusen, which is to have a conversation. I find the word schmooze okay, but shmoo, it's the word in Yiddish just sounds terrible to me. I don't
For
know.
some reason, I that word, I don't know why.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but
Yeah.
I happen to like it. Yeah.
I happen to like schmoosen.
Really? Have you ever heard it before?
Yeah.
By the way, one of the happiest moments of my life was when Dr. Hirschenfeld used the word mieskite.
Oh.
That is a word that I had not heard since my grandparents were talking about me. And it was just it brought back the black cherry soda. Does black cherry soda make you feel uncomfortable? Like,
No,
how about
I like it a lot, Dr. Brown.
celery tonic, or am I offending you?
I like celery.
I love celery. Absolutely.
Yeah, I like that stuff. Yeah.
How about an egg cream?
Egg-
You like
egg-
egg cream?
my father used to, on Saturday nights, drive across the bridge and get an egg cream and the Sunday Times.
In Washington Heights?
Yes. How did you know? Oh my God.
Because that's where the bridge takes you. It takes you to Washington Heights. Dumb cop.
I was a virgin, and on a Saturday night, I was
Yeah.
like 17, and my father would say, "Come on, I'm going to drive across the bridge. I'll buy an egg cream, and we'll get the Sunday Times." And that was the big treat for me in Washington Heights.
Yes. Which
Wow.
place in Washington Heights? Do you remember?
I don't remember the name of the place where we got the egg cream, though.
Okay.
You know, I was watching some old clips from Freddie Prinze, the comedian, his very first appearance on Carson. And he talks about Washington Heights quite a bit. It's worth watching if you can look up that clip. It's pretty amazing. He was only 19 when he made his Carson debut. He had gone to the High School Performing Arts and he was doing stand-up. And then he was on Carson and he crushed it. And Carson invited him to sit down and the whole thing. It's pretty
Right.
fun. Yeah.
By the way, Washington Heights was not a good memory for Washington.
No.
He fled to Fort Lee.
Yeah.
Why would you name? Why would you name? It would be like calling Normandy, Hitler Heights. It's the wrong. He lost there.
But eventually he won. Try to keep
Yes.
that in mind.
Yes, he did. Well, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. Oh, this was hysterical. Very funny. Really. And Ethan Hirschenfeld is the author of Today Is Now. Go buy this book right now. Right now. You
Buy the
can-
book. One of your listeners contacted me through my website last week, got the book, and we have a coffee and a book signing date.
If you buy the book,
Yeah.
Ethan will take you
Yeah.
out for coffee. If you don't like the coffee,
Yeah.
I'll reimburse you for the coffee and the book.
Someone wrote, "It's a trap." That's funny. A commenter wrote, "It's a trap." I'm just trying to lure people in. No, get the book. It's called Today Is Now. It's on Amazon, and get the hardcover because it's nicer. And the pagination is much better. The font is the same, but the pagination is perfect and it has a spine, which is really nice. The soft cover is spineless. It looks like a pamphlet. So get Today Is Now, and then let's meet up. I'll sign it, and I'll buy your coffee.
And where are you performing next?
Oh, I just booked a little thing in a TV show, so that's shooting on the 28th, I believe.
What? What? Tell me.
It's a little role, but it's an exciting thing just because it's Steven Soderbergh, the director.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a series. It's one of these limited series. It's called Full Circle. That's the title of the new show, Full Circle. So I'm doing a little thing in that on the 28th. That's my news. Yeah.
And Dr. Hirschenfeld, I guess, will know Ethan is a superstar when I hear the latest and there's a Verbissina Punim on my face. That's what I'm hoping for Ethan, where I start resenting your success. I want to go from rooting for you
To ruin. From rooting to ruining.
You're going, that's great, Ethan. That's what I hope for you. My utter resentment.
From your mouth to God's ears.
And you should. The Emmy. I was reading the list of who won the Emmys. I can provide a service to people in show business. Pay me to root against you. Just let me hate you, and you will have riches beyond anything you can imagine. All I'm asking for, but give me like 1% of what you earn, and I will wake up every morning and root against you. And I promise you, beyond imagination, the success you can have.
Thank you. I'll take you up on that at some point. Hello, Emil. Thank you, David.
Emil.
Thank you. Great. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank
God
you.
bless.
God bless.
God bless.
God bless. Emil Guillermo, I have to, for some reason, where your name doesn't come up properly, and I think I know why.
Oh, why is that?
It's my fault. Emil Guillermo joins us. We're going to move very quickly here. I want to alert the affiliates. 20 minutes behind schedule.
Wow, 20 minutes.
But we're going to keep everybody's time. We're just 20 minutes behind schedule.
Yep.
And we have big news. We're going to Mankato, Minnesota, where Andy Brown and Sarah Bush will be reporting live from the Hardys, where Mike Lindell had his phone taken from him by the FBI. This is
They took his. I thought they took his pillow, one of his pillows.
his pillow phone.
Yeah, he took the Hardys in Mankato. Oh,
They're two, so we're hoping it's the right one. But we have two reporters, Sarah Bush and Andy Brown, on the ground.
thorough. You're being thorough. That's
To get the mood in Mankato after the FBI seized My Pillow's Mike Lindell's phone. Emil Guillermo is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He also is a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. He is also my oldest friend. I've known him before I was born. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. Thank you, David. I was hoping this would be a day that I would not have to mention the word queen at any point. I came close, but I just did. I just mentioned queen right now.
Yes.
And it's because, did you know that the British Empire tried to take the Philippines? Did you know? 1762, they were evaluating it, and they said, we'll leave this for Marcos. They were there 2 years. They battled the Spanish.
Right.
I know this. I've known this for a while. I mean, not 1765. I wasn't born, but I have some friends in England, and they sent me something, and they said, "Hey, we're having a big to-do at the I think it's the University of London, talking about that the British occupation of Manila. They actually occupied Manila for 2 years."
Caroline Elkins is a professor and author of the book Legacy of Violence.
Yeah.
And it discusses how the British Empire resorted to violence to subjugate hundreds of millions of people around the world.
Yeah. It's an astonishing book. I started reading it as soon as I've always, I studied some history, but British history was not my thing. I actually was a European intellectual history. That was my concentration in school. I wanted to avoid wars. I wanted to study the painters and the philosophers and guys like Weber and Durkheim and those guys, Marx. But man, I was reading Professor Elkins's book about the British Empire because of where we are in the news. It's really quite fascinating. Every time you hear some reference in the American news media about the Queen or about anything that has to do with her death, it's not too soon to pick up a book like Elkins' book and read about what the British Empire did. I mean, in general, last week we talked about, how the kind of violence that happened. We said it in general because you can't be an empire and rule over 700 million people, during the course of the empire without, by being nice and kind, right? But I'll tell you, since we talked last week, I got into Elkins' book and this new book. She wrote one book in 2005 called Britain's Gulag, which talks about specifically the prison camps that the British set up in Kenya with the Kikuyu people. 320,000 people in detention camps, essentially.
Mau Mau's as well, right?
Right, the Mau Mau Rebellion, right. And people were starved, they were tortured.
This is the 1950s.
1950s, yeah. And, there were names of people saying they were raped with a heated bottle. A guy was tortured and he was
castrated
with pliers.
They were castrating them.
They were doing everything. imaginable: torture, ill treatment. Here's the thing: that book that came out in 2005. There were still descendants of people who were imprisoned in those camps, and they sued the British government, and the British government had to settle and offer reparations. It ended up being a little less than £4,000 each.
Not a lot.
Not a lot, but I mean,
kind of insulting.
In a way, but it was. I don't know if anyone really knows about. I mean, if you studied history, if you had a background in studying African history, the British Empire, you probably remember it in 2013. But in general, if you did a Jay Leno Man in the Street, a Tonight Show Man in the Street, and asked him, actually the Man in the Streets, that's what we used to do in San Francisco, right? Local news, stop people and ask them questions. If you ask people tell me about the Mau Mau Rebellion, tell me about the British Gulag, and people would scratch their head and they'd have no clue. But in 2013, reparations were paid. That's just 9 years ago. I mean, it's kind of sobering.
And the Queen would visit Kenya, I believe.
Yes.
Was in Kenya when she became Queen?
She was in South Africa, I believe. I
believe it was Kenya.
Kenya? I know that she was in, that was her neck of the woods, but, this is all done under her watch, right? From the very beginning toward the end. And how many people really know this? So I suggest to people, like I just discovered Professor Elkins. She's in the Africa and African American Studies
Why
department.
don't you bring her on the show?
Oh, I don't know her personally.
Invite her.
Well, yeah, all right. We'll put out something to her. I was when I was at school at Harvard, they called it the Afro-American Studies.
She teaches at Harvard? She teaches at Harvard?
Harvard.
Oh, no, this show is too selective.
Oh, yeah, well, look, you keep doing this to me when I bring up... Have
her reapply. Here's the thing. I'm going to put her on a wait list.
Oh, yeah, wait list is good.
And we're going to, in about 6 months, if there's some openings...
Have her come in. Hey, look, you probably would like her. She's a kind of salt of the earth type of person from New Jersey, sort of like you.
I'm the salt of the earth.
I know. She's from New Jersey, and she studies Africa, and it was she's the director of the Center for African Studies there. Look, I've just became aware of her book because of, like I said, the world situation, and I was woefully ignorant of some of these particulars. But this idea of reparations, Asian Americans, the Japanese Americans who were interned, they got thousands of dollars. I mean, a lot more money than these Kikuyus. And, for Asian Americans, of which I am one in this, in American demography, that has always been this that gave us a moral high ground. And it's funny how, I don't know, where's the moral high ground for Africans and the British Empire? I think this was a thing that happened and forgotten. And
by the way, let me just point something out here.
Please.
There are still cases going on in Germany where relatives of Jewish people living in Germany had their property and art taken from them, and the German courtrooms are trying to return that property that they were forced to sell under duress.
Right.
However, here in the United States, there are Japanese Americans who lived in Los Angeles who, under duress, sold their homes, their farms to Fred McMurray from My Three Sons.
Really? Fred McMurray?
Bob Hope.
Yeah.
And Bing Crosby.
And they didn't give them back.
And you do not hear of any trials here in America of forcing the relatives of Fred McMurray, Bob Hope, and Bing Crosby to return that that land that was stolen from the Japanese. They had to sell it under duress. I
Yeah.
don't hear of anybody suing for that.
You know, the lucky ones, the lucky Japanese Americans who were interned, essentially incarcerated, the lucky ones sold their property to Filipino Americans. A lot of that really happened, and there were
Why is
good
that
people.
lucky?
There weren't many Filipino Americans who could buy, but most of them were there as caretakers, and there were some white in the valley, in the Central Valley, people who had farms. Sometimes they sold to neighbors, and they took care of the property. They didn't. I can't say 100% of the time the Japanese Americans weren't ripped off, but there are instances of Japanese Americans being not bailed out, but being helped out by people who owned adjoining farms and would be caretakers. So anyway, when I learned that there were reparations made to the Kenyans, it just made me think of other incarcerations here in the U.S. and it's a reason why, like I said, Asian Americans have a certain kind of moral high ground. We go back to the internment and look at it, and it's a key part of our history. I think I heard references to Kenya maybe once or twice during this period, since the Queen died. And you're starting to hear more of it. I think in Twitter there was a lot. People, because there's the African group, the Free Africa group, that they've been, but you don't see them on CNN. They got like maybe 20 seconds on CNN once when I happened to catch them. And during that time, the United Nations Charter was written in San Francisco. W.E.B. Du Bois was out there, and he commented on how the British Empire was kind of whitewashed, the sins that they had committed, how their colonial forays were kind of like, just sort of massaged into the UN Charter. But this was a quote, and this is in Elkin's book. She said, W.E.B. Du Bois said about, I guess I have to paraphrase, essentially that World War II, they defeated Hitler. The world defeated Hitler, but not Hitler's ideas. Because essentially they're saying the British Empire was really a tool of white supremacy. It was how else this is white man's burden time, right? Rudyard Kipling coming down saying, oh, well, it's up to us, not us, I'm not us, but it's up to the white man to civilize these savages, right? That's the white man's burden. It's the justification. And, that's a quote, W.E.B. Du Bois saying, we defeated Hitler, but not his ideas.
Right.
That's,
And he ended up leaving America, right?
Say that again?
W.E. left America.
Yeah,
He had like a Charlie Chaplin thing because of socialism, and he wasn't welcome back in this country.
Any kind of free, independent thinker, right, has trouble. But this is fine. I discovered this in Elkin's book. When I was studying in college, and this is kind of look, I'm going to lose focus a little bit, but it's relevant because he died this week, Jean-Luc Godard. One of the things I did in college, I did a lot of film study, which didn't necessarily, entitle me to become a film critic when I was at Cron, which I was briefly when.
That's great that you had this really expensive college education that you spent watching movies.
I did. And when Godard died, it brought me back to the 70s when I would watch not just Breathless, which is his sort of hallmark film, but his other film with John Paul Belmondo.
Breathless, I believe, is about Chris Christie trying to get out of a recliner, right?
And I don't. Maybe in the sequel he gets out. I'm not Breathless 2. I'm not sure, but the thing about Godard, people who use their phones to make selfie videos, or to take videos of themselves, TikTok videos. They owe something to Godard. He did not invent the jump cut. The jump cut was invented by Georges Méliès, but it was Godard who really popularized the jump cut, which is now being bastardized by everyone with a TikTok account. So,
Right.
it's something worth mentioning. Anyway, so we're not mentioning the Queen at all. That's it. We're only mentioning her sins, for which she has, she was there. You can't, she's not blameless, right? This is why I said last week, I thought maybe I was being disrespectful because she had just died, but she really was the mascot of America, of colonial imperialism. She was a mascot of white supremacy, and I say mascot. The crown was like on her head, but she's more like Mr. Met, that kind of mascot, big head. I'm the queen, it's like, have you been?
But nothing good. She didn't do anything good.
I'm not saying she didn't do anything good. She had to do some good things because she was.
What about flying to Paris and cutting the brake lines to Diana's car?
She did.
She did that. She learned how to fix cars during World War II.
Yeah. Well, look, the point I think is that if you
She never took credit for that.
If you are the queen, David, if you are the queen, you have a lot of penance to do. So that good things, we expect it from you. We expect you to do good things, because if you don't do good things, the queen is the ultimate PR for the British Empire. Right? Because, I have no power.
It's like blaming Ronald McDonald for diarrhea.
Diarrhea or heart disease. How about heart disease?
That's all she is.
All of it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's sort of how to appreciate the queen. Nice woman. I like her. Like I said last week, wasn't that tall. She believed, when she put that remember when she was so short she had to put a little step, so she got up to the microphone? That was the queen showing a real affinity for affirmative action. Stepping up on the that was her thing.
Right.
Yeah, she's not totally useless.
And she punched up.
She
had no choice.
She had no choice. She had
always punched up.
You always had to. Yeah. So look, I have a very small soft spot in my heart for the queen. But like I said, read my Aldef column on Aldef.
Look, I've listened to my listeners, especially at office hours.
Yeah.
Ricky, who will be coming on shortly, and Lane, who will be coming on shortly. They did a pretty convincing job.
Saying
telling me that it's time for the monarchy to go. It is no longer appropriate. And Ben Burgess said something that was brilliant, that it's tantamount to worshiping a statue of a Confederate general. When I heard that, I thought, okay.
It's similar. I mean, there's blood. I get bloodlines. But the work of Professor Elkins up there at Harvard on the British Empire, just showing, and she got a lot of flack for being so direct and honest about what the British Empire had done. But keep in mind, they were everywhere. The Middle East, they were in Asia, they were in Africa.
Wales, Scotland, Ireland.
Can't forget the white on white hate that she showed.
Yeah.
700 million people were subjugated by the British Empire.
Here's what we have to wrap it up, and I'll give you the last word.
Yeah.
And we're going to bring Lane and Roricki. I think Charles pretty much wants to put her in the barn, put the whole thing in the barn and lock it. He is talking about fewer and fewer working royals. He is thinking of, from what I've read, there is a need for something and to just turn them into trophies.
That's what they are. They're
However, his
Yeah.
speeches at Davos, I was going to play them. His speeches about reimagining economics and viewing our environment as an asset class and attacking the concept of a GDP, how we have to redefine what growth is. I don't think he's going to be able to keep his mouth shut. I have a feeling he's going to destroy the monarchy that Princess Di said that he couldn't do it because he's going to open up. He fancies himself an intellectual. And I have a feeling the stuff he said at Davos, he got rid of fox hunting. He lobbied to get rid of fox hunting. You're from PETA. And they're sending refugees back to Rwanda. And he said in June that he was appalled by that, which brings up what Abbott of Texas and Ron DeSantis are doing. Ron DeSantis is borrowing immigrants from Texas to put them on buses to send to Washington, D.C., to send to New York and Martha's Vineyard, to use desperate people as political props. There is a special ring of hell for people who do that. And that ring of hell is Texas and Florida.
Yeah, when I saw that this morning, and I've been following Abbott, and his sending people to Chicago, New York, D.C. DeSantis had to come in to Texas, right, and try to offer people, it's so disingenuous, so despicable. I think and I say this on my show, I think we have to call them what they are. They are human traffickers. That's what they're doing. They're human traffickers. And the level of political stunt has just been, with Ron DeSantis jumping in, who knows what's next, right? This is the wedge issue, immigration. Look at other wedge issues. What other things can you do with, with a kind of a sideshow approach, right?
Do you know how cruel that is to take these frightened children?
Of course.
And put them on a bus?
It's inhumane. It's totally inhumane. And like I said, but this is upping the level from where we were with Trump. Maybe what we'll see now is on every wedge issue, we'll see some kind of human prop sideshow. What's next for abortion? Can you only imagine? I mean, that is how far, and we're going to say, oh, they're just doing this for publicity. They're just doing this to get attention. And meanwhile, no one is horrified, truly horrified enough to get these people to stop because they feel justified in what they're doing, which is crazy, wasting money, being inhumane. Sad. This is the world. I mean, they're making the Queen look good. Which is
right. Emil Guillermo, host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He also is a columnist for the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. And read him there. Also follow him at Twitter at Emil. And you live stream on YouTube?
On YouTube there's a really the Emil Guillermo channel. Also on Facebook. I suppose your folks are too hip for Facebook though, right? You're like, you got a hipper crowd, right?
I'm gonna get a new computer and a new camera and a new face. And I've been told I should be streaming this on Twitch, Twitter, and no, don't do that. Lane says no.
No.
Okay. Then I'm not
TikTok. Go up to like 15 minutes, I think 10 or 15 minutes. Anyway, yeah. And also on amok.com. So
fantastic. Thank you. Sorry to cut you short.
No problem. David.
I love you, buddy. Thank you. Let's go to Great Britain. Lane of Seaham is joining us. See him. And I believe Ricky is also with us. He's in London. And I've been meaning to have both of you on the show, not just because the Queen died. You guys are so fascinating, and I just wanted to check in with you. I figured we'd talk for 10 minutes before the W. Lynn came on. Ricky, first up, Weekly Marks. Why don't we plug Weekly Marks, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, David, thanks for that, and great to be on.
How come we can't see you?
I'm not sure actually. You've asked me to unmute, but I don't think I don't know. Yeah,
Okay.
Technologically challenged, David.
That's tell us about Weekly Marks.
Yeah, so Weekly Marks is part of FU, our Feldman University, and it's just over 2 years. Hugger Shih Tzu. Okay, sorry.
Lane is misbehaving.
He is, but he's keeping calm, David. So in Feldman University, we've got a whole range of different tendencies that show. So Tom does spirituality and activism. We've got Bruce, who does FU Book Union, and we do Weekly Marks, which is well attended, and we also have spin-offs. So we have the midweek Redux done by Kelly from Nebraska, Sarah, who I believe you're having on shortly, or may have already had on.
Story from Mankato.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Prof. Pam, and they do a midweek version of our Marxism course, but it's just a constant reading of Marx and Marxism. And we're actually going to start Capital Volume 3, David, if you can believe it. Yeah, so we start then in about 2 weeks' time. And led at the moment by our...
How can people, I guess people should come to office hours on Friday night, meet everybody, and you'll get your links. And by the way, Professor Adnan Hussein is going to be teaching his class on the Crusades starting this Sunday at 9 a.m. or 9:30. We'll find out later. And it's on his channel. So all of us have to do that. Lane, come back. Did you notice on the show that after kicking and screaming, I said what you wanted me to say? Do I get any credit?
Well, again, you're already starting with the Weasley terms, because what you did actually do was just find the truth in where you stood. You didn't do what I was forcing you to say. I'm not a Jedi. They're not the judge you're looking for. I can't change it.
I don't get a cookie for agreeing with you to some degree.
You're gonna tickle under the chin.
I don't get a pat on the back for saying that I think the monarchy should go away.
Be abolished. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
I don't
you
think it should be
definitely
abolished.
Words don't necessarily mean anything, David. You know what I mean? It's
Did I say abolish?
Yeah. You just did say abolish, yeah. Abolish.
Yeah, I guess it should be abolished. But I just, you
do get a lot of love and a big pat on the back for saying that the monarchy should be abolished, David.
How
do
about
get that.
Do I get credit for saying it should be abolished without meaning it?
Did you cross your fingers behind your back while you said it, David? Did you really?
Do I get any credit for being polite and having... Here's what pisses me off, and then I'm going to shut up and I want to talk.
Okay, go for it.
Prince Andrew was not allowed to wear his military uniform. And
because of pedophilia, I think.
Well, whatever. But he and Harry are the only two real war veterans. They're the only ones who saw action. I guess Andrew saw a little more action than
he saw a lot more action, and he didn't sweat. That's dubious.
Sweat. Hey, was he sweating during the procession?
I thought he was. I thought he was thinking he was going to get cut out completely from the inheritance.
Yeah.
He's a sweaty bastard.
All right.
Of course he sweats.
All right, let's
But
start.
let's not make this about Andrew, because he's obviously not a good example for what you want to say.
Yeah.
Okay. As an incrementalist, how do you,
How do we get to incrementalism, David?
how do you get rid? How do we move Charles to the left? That's what Andy Brown wants to know. How do we?
Andy Brown wants to know how sharp should his McDonald axe be. That's what Andy Brown wants to know.
How do
Well,
we?
the right wing media have had it in with Charles for years for being too lefty liberal in his outbursts. You see,
Mm-hmm.
but they obviously don't know what left means because he's a monarch. He can't be left wing anymore. But he has socially liberal ideas about, like you just mentioned, the environment and things like that, and even architecture and stuff. You know, but it goes that deep. But it's
And fox hunting.
yeah, well, and you know, he's not vegan, but I think he's vegetarian.
And Rwanda sending the immigrants
Yeah,
to Rwanda. That's
the all things. But again,
what if he became a man of the people?
by
What?
doing what?
Well, I mean, his speech, Ricky, at Davos, where he says we have to reimagine the economy and start seeing the planet as an asset class. And
But you can start by denouncing the throne, breaking down the construct that is. See, again with the monarchy, it's not just a thing on its own. The entire system is built around it. So that's like picking peanuts out of poo, trying to dismantle all that stuff.
I've done that.
So,
I've done
taking
that.
yes.
It's not, I mean, it's
You grow your way to eat lots of sweet corn just to do that, don't you?
all right.
So
And what do
it's-
you replace the monarchy with?
Oh, I don't know, democracy. You don't know. Democracy might be a start. You can't have it and have a monarchy. It's just a simple. It's not a. We've basically got two governments. That's what we've got.
They say the most stable democracies. I'm just telling you what they say.
Who are they?
They say the most stable. They don't give examples, but they insist that the most stable democracies are the ones that have a monarch.
So they're actually monarchies. They're not actually democracies. Then
That's not what they
What
say.
they are monarchists.
But stability.
They.
What about
monarchists.
stability, Ricky? Isn't that important?
I love stability when that stable boot is on my neck, slowly crashing down, and on the neck of all my comrades and friends, because I'm stably forcing myself into the dirt. That's
right.
That's the whole point. Is that democracy is actually, it's not a dirty thing. It's not a dangerous thing. It's a thing where you and your comrades, your family, your friends, all get to have a say in what you want to do collectively. And you ask for, what is the purpose of the monarch? It's to represent the state as the head of that state, and you can replace that head of a state with a person who's elected for 2 years. You think about a proconsul, and not so much a good example of a functioning democracy, but the Roman Empire. That person was elected every year by a particular group. If that proconsul as a president seems to be a bit defaced now with certain attempts at democracy in your continent, you could have a person rotating as that head of state every year. Why not? It's been done before. Why don't we have representative democracy that actually represents people rather than is just simply a name for an oligarchy? Direct representation happens in states like Cuba, where everybody votes, everybody represents their local representatives. There's no reason why we can't have it. We have to ask for it. We have to, take down the existing undemocratic system and replace it with something which is truly democratic, and it allows our society to flourish. Because what you say about, kind words at Davos about, this whole conceptioning of this environmentally friendly world, the reality is that that family has billions of pounds in direct wealth, and they also have control over, large chunks of definitely the British economy, and indirectly around the world. They have a whole lot of influence, which allows them to continue to be extremely wealthy as a family. Why don't we just dismantle that and share that wealth inside our society, and give people the real ability to solve the climate crisis, to solve, white supremacy, to solve poverty. We say, oh, Africa is such a poor place. Well, in the 13th century, Mansa Musa was the richest man on earth, and he oversaw the richest society on earth at the time, and that was in Mali in Africa. So we limit ourselves to conceptions that we've been told and propagandized for 300, 400, 500 years, that this is the right way for the world to be. Well, it's never right for one small clique to rule over the rest of the world. And as Emil was talking about, the Mau Mau and Kenyan oppression, that oppression didn't just happen in Kenya, it happened all over the world. It happened to my people in New Zealand, it happened to your people in the Americas. It's happened all over the world where, the beautiful British or English Empire has touched it. And
So
then it's
let me ask you this question.
Sure.
Just a sec. It also happened to the English. People forget that the English people, the plebs, didn't have much of a say.
So the colonists were supposedly oppressed by Great Britain, and when we shoved them off, we became the oppressors. I think we did more damage to the first Americans than the British did. Certainly, I maybe I'm wrong here, but I think Americans were crueler to the African slaves than the British were, and kept it longer than the British did. So getting rid of the monarchy doesn't necessarily mean you're getting rid of cruelty and oppression.
Well, there's a clear sort of connection between white supremacy and the British monarchy.
Hang on for 1 second. What I just said, if you're not too bright, that sounded smart.
It did for, if I was a Harvard graduate or a Yale graduate, I would have said you're brilliant.
That would have
sounded
wise.
That's with our agenda, David.
But no, that's
but
wise for.
But you know how we feel about Harvard graduates, David. That unfortunately in FU terms is not clever.
I was pretty wise. If you're stupid, that sounded really wise. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, for the wise, stupid people out there, listen to David do that. I prefer it when he's really been the lefty from way back. That's the olden style David that we love and respect as a paragon for all the stupid people out there, including us.
Thank you.
That's all right. It's a backhanded compliment, David, but it's deserved. But really, the whole thing is that you dismantle oppressive systems wherever they form. And they're going to continuously reform until they stop reforming. It's necessary to. In Britain, I find it very, very difficult because, like in America, you're propagandized to believe in all this, sort of exceptionalism. And David, I'd forewarn you, you're actually not English. You don't need to be part of that whole cultural history of the Mayflower and that type of thing. It's an acceptance of well, this is the culture that I live in, and it's the same in England. We sort of accept the sort of barbarian culture that we have because we're told at school, this is good, but then we don't analyze, in the 1870s, 1880s, the sort of rape of Benin and all the many terrible things that our empire has done on our behalf, which in some cases we've participated. I know my family participated in it. And then other people's families participated in being, subjugated in the coal mines of Siam. So we have to first address the fact that the true history of both our countries is terrible, and then look at it. Well, why should we defend it? Why should you defend some guy that came from Cornwall and got off in the Mayflower, or I think it was more Suffolk or Essex, and then sort of proceeded to genocide local Massachusetts Indians,
Right.
or Native Americans?
We have to wrap it up.
Sure.
So, but we should do this more often. Lane, I'll give Lane the last word because we're keeping the Reverend waiting.
Well, I had a lot more to say, but I had a great deal more to say, but well, Ricky said loads. So,
Okay. Let's continue this. We'll do it on Monday.
yeah, cool.
Okay. Well, Ricky, thank you. Lane, thank you.
Cheers, dude.
Friend them all.
Thanks, guys.
Friend them on Facebook and give your Twitter handle there. Both of yous.
At morning Marx. That's morning and then Marx, like the Marxist guy Marx. So at morning Marx.
And Lane?
At Lane Thomas without the S, Hewitt.
Okay.
So imagine Lane Thomas Hewitt in one word without the S.
Okay.
On Twitter.
And the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to teach you. Well, watch this. Cheers. See, that's how you say goodbye to British people.
Oh,
Cheers.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I forgot it was I think we nicked it off Europe with the 1980s TV program.
Yeah. I'm just worldly.
Yeah, yeah.
You're virtually like a young prince in Westminster, or Buckingham Palace, or like you'd say, Buckinghamshire Palace.
Yeah. I'm muy internacional. That means very internacional for those. Okay. Thank you. Great job.
Trayvon, thank you very much, David.
Trayvon, who does he play for? Trayvon.
I think he plays for Newcastle, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Ask Lane on that.
Okay. Thank you. And once again, cheers.
Cheers.
Joining us. Don't be intimidated, Reverend. Joining us is the Reverend Barry. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's okay.
Joining us is the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Go to barrywlynn.com to read his sermons and watch his appearances on much better shows than this. The Reverend is an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. He is also a lawyer, a member of the Supreme Court Bar. And so, welcome. How are you? Have you made the move yet?
Yes, we have made the move. Today we signed the papers.
You're scratching your microphone against your shirt.
Oh my goodness. Well, I had this shirt on because it's so cold up here already. This is New England. I forgot how cold it was.
But hang on, your microphone is scraping your collar. Where's your microphone?
It's right here.
Okay, you got to move it away from. You know what? Just take your shirt off. I can handle it, Reverend.
No, I don't want to. Now is it still scraping?
No, but you should take your shirt off anyway, Reverend.
I mean, this is a sweatshirt. I'm taking it off. Don't get excited.
No, it's okay. It's not the sweatshirt. It's the collar. Wow. Is it getting hot in here? Now I'm like steaming hot. All right, Rev. All right. Okay.
Okay, that was pretty exciting.
No, see, it's still scraping.
What is it scraping?
All right, let me just do this in all seriousness.
Okay.
Your microphone is touching your right collar. See, this wouldn't be happening if you actually wore a collar, like a real reverend. Instead, you're wearing a button-down collar, and that button-down is getting in the way of. Do you see what I'm talking about? The thing that's sticking out?
I don't know.
Reverend, do you see the microphone?
I see the microphone.
Yeah.
I see this microphone.
Okay, can you lift it up towards your lips?
It doesn't go any further than this.
Okay.
Now look, now I want this to be perfect.
Now it's great. Now it's
Okay. Great is not perfect, but it's better than
right.
crap.
Yes.
Let me tell you why it's so
I'm sorry,
cold.
our time is up. Thank you, Reverend Barry.
Yeah. Hey, it's 28 degrees on Mount Washington, which is in New Hampshire, and it's 28 degrees right now. That is cold. It doesn't get that cold in New York or Washington until November.
So are the leaves changing?
They're starting to.
Now you do know Professor Bick wanted me to come up this weekend to have it like a little get together of you and Professor Bick, maybe Professor Lee, other people who live in the New England, the quad state area, but I can't do it.
Well, I can't do it either because most of our stuff from Washington is being delivered on Saturday.
I've scheduled an anxiety attack for Saturday. How are you holding up? Because it is a traumatic experience.
It really is a traumatic experience.
You're like the cat. You have a cat? When you change the cat?
I'm allergic to cats.
Well, you know how
I can't even look at a cat without, having my whole head blow up.
Whenever you change the cat box, the cat goes, "What is happening? Like my whole world is changing. What are you doing?" This is, and that's for a cat. Every day is moving day. Every time you change the cat box, or in my case, every month was moving day. My neighbor.
We used to have a pet rabbit, and they can be trained to use a litter box also.
Really?
Yes, and we had one when we lived in South Boston when I was teaching school there, and it was good. It did the right thing, and it didn't make me allergic. If it had been a cat of the size of our rabbit, I would never have survived 2 years in that apartment.
Yeah.
That's serious.
Your stuff arrives on Saturday, and you're settled in, and the grandkids are still cute?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Because that,
Yes,
I don't want you to get buyer's remorse. You moved up to be close to your grandchildren, and a lot of grandparents do this. They move to be close to their grandkids, and then they get there and they go, "Oh my God, these kids aren't cute. What have I done? I'm stuck playing."
Yeah, I don't think we're going to do that.
All right.
Yeah, but I'll report on this
cute.
every Thursday if you want.
Okay, but are they as cute as they were like a month ago?
Well, no, they're actually cuter because they speak. One of them is getting good at reading. They just both of the girls started kindergarten last week. And the little 2-year-old is in a Montessori school.
Ah.
And he seems to love it. I don't know much about Montessori schools, but this one, and perhaps all of them, there's no electronics involved. Everything is done on paper. They don't let kids bring a cell phone. This Montessori school includes a high school, and they don't let any kids bring cell phones.
Well, I think they learned from the McMartin preschool how bad that can go.
Yeah, that was, you know, James Woods, who's a super conservative character now, but he made an excellent film about the McMartin schools situation, where people were alleging that children were being taken out into the woods and sexually and otherwise abused. And I thought it was a pretty courageous thing for him to do. Then when I was in California, some donors said, "Oh, we're gonna have a thing for you in the backyard, and who might show up?" Woods. He never showed up. So then he became an arch conservative, not dissimilar to John Voight, who one would have thought might have been a liberal because he made that movie with Jane Fonda about coming home from Vietnam.
Right.
But he's turned out to be nothing but a very cranky ultra conservative himself.
It is a mental illness, isn't it? Something happened to these people.
Yes, I think it is, because if you believe the nonsense that's being promoted by the Trumpites, if you really look at it and still say you believe the election was stolen, then this is a kind of confirmation bias. Anything that happens confirms your belief that everyone is out to get Donald Trump, and by extension, they're out to get you. That's why Donald Trump and a lot of the members of the Senate who support him are constantly saying, well, they did this to me, and,
Right.
and they're coming for you next.
Right.
Yeah.
I've reached out to a couple of old friends who are big Trump supporters out of curiosity, and I'm just engaging with them a little. These are people who I was friendly with, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. They're pretty smart. They read, and they're aggrieved. You just talk to them. They don't care about policy. They're not trying to make the world better. They look for evidence that the Democrats, that liberals are bad. They frame everything. The Democrats do this and they're bad. And you think, yes, well, what about hunger in the world? Well, Joe Biden had an opportunity to, I go, oh, the people are, they don't care about making the world better. They just want to crush the opposition. That's what I dip my toe into, just engaging with the other side. They don't care about making the world better.
I don't know. I know very few diehard Trump supporters anymore, to be frank. But the ones I do know really do think, contrary to your friends, that they're doing something good. So when something happens like today's sinister trick of sending migrants who were being told they were going to New York City or Boston to sit them on Martha's Vineyard, which is evil. I mean, it's a cruel, cruel thing to do. But there are people, if we were not doing this show and somebody was watching Fox News tonight, I'll bet you that every one of those hosts is going to be applauding what Ron DeSantis did. Everyone.
Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, right. Well, he may have. That's how I would pronounce it.
Right.
Look, we got bigger problems.
But hang on for 1 second, because it doesn't seem real. You read about it, and using children, families who came from Guatemala to escape persecution, using them as political footballs. Why is that satanic? Why is that cruel? Do Americans see? Why is that cruel?
Well, it's cruel because, first of all, lying to get people to go on an airplane is a terrible thing to do. If you're saying to people, we're going to send you to places where you might even get a job. I don't know if most people don't know, Martha's Vineyard is a tiny little place in most of the months. It grows 3 times to almost 300,000 people during the summer. But during the rest of the year, it's 100,000 people, most of whom have, in order to get over the fact that there are no jobs in the winter there, they have rented out the little homes that they have. These are not the stately mansions of the rich. These are kind of hovels up there. They rent those in the summer to vacationing tourists. There's not even an actual hospital on Martha's Vineyard. You have to apply to get a kind of a seaplane to fly you to Boston or Providence or somewhere else. So this is it's cruel. What are these people supposed to do? And the answer is the people in Martha's Vineyard today have been giving food to people, giving them shelter, having them stay in their houses. So maybe it kind of backfires for normal people. It backfires what just saying these Satanists did.
Right.
But this does not mean that Sean Hannity or anybody else is going to say anything other than, well, it's a stunt too. Well, they just wanted to show they were such nice people. What are they going to think a week from now or a month from now?
Right. Right. Have you had time to follow what's going on? What have you noticed about Massachusetts and the people?
Well, the people, it's so nice to be in a place that has politicians, including 2 senators, which we never had in DC and are not likely to ever have in DC. And I have a backyard now. I don't have to, do my corn husking outside on a tiny little patio. I'll have a big backyard.
Good.
But I did, I lived in New Hampshire for a while. I hated it. I hated everything about it. And when you look at what happened, though, in the primary election held earlier this week, there's good news for the incumbent Senator Maggie Hassan, because she is not going, she barely won an election for her first term. She hasn't done too much that's spectacular. And the guy that will be running against her is a guy named Dan Bolduc, who wasn't officially endorsed by Donald Trump, but Trump clearly said he was a strong man, I think was the phrase he used. And Bolduc won over a kind of mainstream New Hampshire politician. So it's going to make it a lot easier for Maggie Hassan to win. So that's the good
Democrats,
news.
Now, the Democrats are openly admitting to funding advertising that favors the more right-wing MAGA Republicans. They do these kind of fake attack ads against the MAGA Republicans, knowing that Republicans are going to see these ads and say, "Oh, I'm going to vote for this guy." In fact, I think the Democrats spent more money for this guy than he spent in New Hampshire.
Yes, that's probably true.
Is that moral, Reverend, to do that?
I would not. I think it's a terrible thing. It's one of the many reasons I never give money to the Democratic Party. I give money only to Democrats that I know are in sync with my philosophy. I don't think that it's a good idea The other thing this teaches, by the way, is that all these phony ways to give money to candidates, political action committees, 501c4s, 527 organizations, all of these things can be abused. And I'd like to think that there might be some Republicans who look at the Democrats spending all this money on candidates that are too far to the right to be electable and say, maybe we should rethink how we finance elections and not create all these nonsensical bodies that purport to favor one candidate over another. And in the, as you point out, I mean, in the case of New Hampshire, it was just oodles, millions, tens of millions of dollars spent by the Democrats to make sure that Don Bolduc was the Senate nominee.
Right. Right.
I don't like it. I mean, I just think it's a horrible idea.
Right. What else are you reading about?
Well, I wanted to talk for a second about another thing that happened in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is likely to send to the House, displacing the Democrat who's in now, a woman named Caroline Leavitt. Caroline Leavitt. She is supposed to be an up and coming Republican politician. She's only 25 years old. She went to some college where she studied journalism. Then she worked for Fox News. Then she became the deputy assistant press secretary for a brief time in the Trump administration. I don't ever remember actually seeing her do anything, but of course there were so many months where there was no press availability for Donald Trump unless he wanted to, you know, stand up there and talk about some medical fabrication to deal with COVID. But this woman, I watched her acceptance speech because one of the stations we get up here is a New Hampshire station, and they ran her whole acceptance speech. And I literally thought she speaks in a manner, it reminds me of somebody reading bumper stickers off of a teleprompter, just one sentence, applause lines like, I'm going to be in Washington to make sure that the socialist Democrats do not cause more problems for New Hampshire.
Right.
But I mean, it was nutty. It was like I expected her any minute, you know, to say, God wants me to run and win, and his son, Donald Trump, wants me to win too. I mean, I just expected that because the stuff it was so annoying to listen to it,
Right.
but she could join Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Paul Gosar, the worst of the ultra-conservative neo-fascists that are currently serving in the House.
Wow. Wow. You're going to be in New Hampshire. How far away are you from New Hampshire without giving away your coordinates? Because after November, the 2024 presidential campaign starts, like immediately.
Yes.
So
Oh, it hasn't started already?
how
I
far
think
away would you be from New Hampshire? Could you go and see
Yeah.
the candidates?
I could. You see,
I'm gonna,
I
let me-
really want Donald Trump to run again.
Hang on for 1 second.
Yep.
I had to turn the air on. It's just so stuffy.
Yeah.
So you want Donald Trump to run again?
Yeah, because I think he's a known quantity who can more readily be defeated. If you take some of these people, like a Ted Cruz, everybody, I mean, so many people hate him that I'm not sure he's a viable candidate. But the people, including the women Republicans, who we haven't seen much of lately, but they could come across as very appealing. Kristi Noem, who's the governor of South Dakota, the woman who is the ambassador to the United Nations,
Nikki Haley, horrible.
Nikki Haley. I mean, Nikki Haley, she has a good story. She's a woman. She's a woman of color. and she's as conservative as anybody else in the Republican Party. The only thing I think she hasn't done is to jump wholeheartedly on the stolen election bandwagon. I don't think she has done that. But, first of all, I don't really want Joe Biden to run again either. I'd want somebody that's stronger, that's younger, and that can communicate a bit better than Joe Biden can. But I want that person to run against Donald Trump. I want somebody else to defeat Donald Trump.
Right.
And I think that's eminently possible.
Right. So most people forget that there was a time when we had primaries that allowed the best person to rise to the top. Obama kind of did that with Hillary in 2008. Without COVID, how much control is the DNC going to have on the filtration process? Will we have candidates challenging Biden?
I know everybody thinks he's a shoo-in, he will run again. I do not believe that. I think that he, in consultation with his family, might well say, it's time. I have saved the republic. I defeated Donald Trump. I have more sensible policies on everything. And I'm going to not seek re-election. I believe that that's what will happen.
I cannot disagree with you more.
Okay.
People do not give up power. Here's a man. I was reading this article about Hunter Biden in New York Magazine, which I recommend. Here's a man who in 2019 had a son who was smoking crack in 2019. Smoking crack, dropping off laptops, 4 laptops, forgetting about them, shooting porn, doing business deals, not paying his taxes, having an affair with Joe Biden's deceased son's wife, right?
Yep.
And he decided, I'm going to run for president. Bad decision. Bad, and we're going to find out how bad a decision it is if the Dems lose the House, because then it's impeachment Hunter Biden all day.
That's right.
So if he was willing to run for president with that on his plate, why wouldn't he run for re-election?
Well, because he's still going to have all of that on his plate. Plus, I'm fairly confident we will not get inflation under control. And this is what the Republicans will pound on all the time. Very few people make any public statements talking about why inflation is really happening. And it's really happening because corporations are so damn greedy.
Yep.
So that when you have enormous 100% increases in the pay for CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, and you compare that with the people that are making the business work, who have gotten basically nowhere in terms of climbing the economic ladder since COVID began. And, unless we can look at this and say, take cars, for example. Did you ever own a car?
Yes, but I've never bought one. My ex-wives bought all the cars.
Oh, they did. Okay.
I've
And
never.
they didn't get to keep them.
No, I
They
never
took
bought
them.
a car. I don't
Okay.
know. How to buy one.
If you went to, let's say this was 2018, and you went to a car dealer, and the car dealer will have on a sticker on the side of the car the manufacturer's suggested retail price. Now, I will never forget, I was looking for a car, and there was a Hispanic family, and there was a salesman on the lot saying, oh, you don't have to pay this amount. We can knock $200 off. $200 is nothing. You should start negotiating under normal circumstances at 20% under the manufacturer's suggested retail price. And you can often get the car for that. Now you're lucky to be able to get one for the manufacturer's suggested retail price. And why is that? That's because they were making so much money on conning people into thinking they were getting a huge benefit by knocking $1,000 or $1,500 off a $15,000 car. It's the same thing that the airlines have done. The airlines after 9/11 said, we have to be subsidized because otherwise we'll only be able to fly planes for the next week. For the next week. What would you say to any company that was operating under a margin that was that slim, that they could not function? They could literally not do their job in 1 week because of a terrible, traumatic terrorist attack on America. So then they come and plead, please, please, we need the money, we need it. And instead of going like, I think normal people would do and say, why don't we just nationalize the airlines? If they're so bad at fundamentally understanding their business well enough to have enough in the bank that they're not going to go broke in a week, maybe we should nationalize the airlines. But we don't do that. We never do that. We never think that far outside of the little box we've been put in.
Right, right. We've talked about this on the show. We could have nationalized the banks, or we could have nationalized GM. Barack Obama said, well, I'm not in the bit. I didn't become president to run an auto company. To which I say, nobody asked you to run an auto company. Just be a majority shareholder of the bank and let it, it can still be publicly traded and have a CEO. Like Patagonia, the guy who's turning it over to this Foundation for Climate Change, he owns 2% of Patagonia, and it's all voting stock, so he can dictate the entire trajectory of the company. You don't need to own an entire corporation to run it, to influence the CEO.
No, of course. And I mean, it's rare that corporate executives give a company of the value of Patagonia to a charity to do the right thing. And I don't know that this is going to inspire too many other major shareholders and other companies to do the same thing, but it certainly would be an astonishingly good idea. But again, we don't have any of these ideas being talked about. You never hear any of these conversations occurring anymore, not even on CNN, which is becoming more and more conservative literally every week now that they have new leadership. And I'd like to think that Ted Turner would be, I think he's not dead, but he would be, if he were dead, he would be rolling over in his grave.
I think he has Alzheimer's. John Woo was on CNN tonight, the guy who wrote the torture memo.
Yep.
And he's teaching at Berkeley Law, so it's not, of
course,
like CNN's the only. Is there any good news that you're finding? Anything you see that gives you optimism? We're not even allowed to think, well, maybe Ukraine will kick Putin out, because that just feels like it can't be true.
Well, there is a possibility that there are other wealthy Russian oligarchs who believe that Putin should leave. I mean, this is just started to notice this stuff coming over in the last 6 hours or so. That's a much more likely scenario than Zelensky being able to seize back all of the land that Russia had taken from them. But
Right.
Putin, you know, one of the things about a place like Russia is there are people who think nothing of poisoning you, pushing you out a window. This is what some of the critics of Putin have encountered recently. But then there are other people who must be looking at what's happening to Russia and say, why would Putin possibly do this? Why is Putin meeting with President Xi of China? They met today. What's that all about? I think it's a kind of desperation that Putin is assuming that China is going to supply weapons and possibly even money so that Putin's war in Ukraine does not continue to go badly.
Right.
But there's one, this is, I feel obliged to talk about Queen Elizabeth for just a moment.
And refresh my memory.
Yeah, she's dead. Yeah, she's
Who was
dead.
she again?
She was the second Queen Elizabeth in the monarchy of England. She
Okay.
was
Right.
yeah, and she died. Perhaps you missed it, but so today I learned something about the Queen that makes me feel better about her, notwithstanding everything that Rariki and Emil and Lane said. I was not aware that she had a sense of humor. I was not aware of that until I went to some YouTube clips of her doing kind of extraordinary things, one of which involved Paddington the bear.
Well, I saw that with the toast.
Yeah, with the toast. And Paddington, of course, is, he didn't come out of nowhere. He was modeled after the trainloads of children that were sent by Jewish families throughout Europe as soon as the Holocaust became clearly something that was going to happen to them. And they put their children on trains and sent them across into England. And many of them ended up at Paddington Station. And I bought Paddington stuffed bears for both of my kids. And I didn't know until very recently why they all had a little sticker on them that said, please look after this bear. Because that's what, in fact, people in England had done. They were looking after those children who were being sent by their parents who frankly never expected to see those children again.
Right.
So then when Princess Elizabeth, that was before she became queen, she used to talk to kids on something called the Children's Hour, I think it was on BBC. And she would really say, and she was probably 12 or 13 years old at the time, but she would just, she'd empathize with them. She would talk about how tough it is. And then she would thank the people in Britain who were taking these children in. And for Queen Elizabeth to, do that little video with Paddington Bear. She did another one with Daniel Craig playing James Bond. I mean, you got to give people credit for at least having the common sense, decency, and good humor to try to make people feel a little better about themselves.
As a reverend, an ordained minister, what is the necessity for a monarch, other than to be a symbol of oppression? Is there any other value that a monarch plays?
No, I don't think there is any, but.
Would we be better off with a monarch here in the United States?
No, we would just be better off if we had a unicameral legislature. In other words, just have the House of Representatives and get rid of the Senate completely, because the Senate is an anachronism. If you were rewriting the Constitution today, there's no question you would not create a House and a Senate.
Yeah, Britain kind of got rid of the House of Lords.
They did.
Yeah, I mean, it's still there, but not really. Well, if you were a student of history with no skin in the game, one would say the way this country works is there are 2 years to vote somebody in Congress, and but systemically you cannot change. You cannot change who gets elected. It's impossible.
Well,
because of gerrymandering and yeah.
I mean, gerrymandering is so abusive now. It's not like Democrats don't do it, but this has been raised to an incredibly high level. When you have a state, a commonwealth that has a Republican legislature, they are certainly going to make every effort to make sure that there are more red districts. They look at all the voting records in much more detail than the rest of us, and they know exactly what are flippable congressional districts if they just change the boundaries a little bit. And they did that. Jerry Nadler is a friend, and I was glad he beat Carolyn Maloney, but she was a good congresswoman also. And I mean, they made it impossible for both of them to serve in Congress.
Yeah.
And that's in a not all red state. When you look at some of the maps of the congressional districts, and you'll say, how could this possibly be? Why would anyone draw boundaries that looked like this? They tried to, when they were trying to get Oliver North to run for the House of Representatives, they considered it looked like a pencil. It went from the southern part of the state, missed Richmond, and then came almost all the way to the Washington suburbs. And I remember, I was doing radio with North at the time, and I remember saying, whatever they do, don't screw around with Bobby Scott's district. Bobby Scott represented Richmond. He was one of the most progressive people and not afraid to just tell people what they didn't want to hear. And I have tremendous respect for him. But I think North is even embarrassed. And of course, then he decided he wasn't going to run for the House because he was probably making too much money on his radio and television appearances.
He did run for governor.
I don't think he ran for governor. When did he run for governor?
Yeah, he did. He lost to Wilder.
To Doug Wilder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, there's a great documentary. I think it was in almost right after Contrigate. Hey, before you go.
Yeah.
Alexis de Tocqueville.
Yes.
1820, I think, I don't know, came to America, wrote about who we are. He happened to I think he liked America. So who are we? Like, if you have grandkids and you want to explain, you either want to give them a ticket to get the hell out of here, or you say, okay, this is who the country is. This is the way it seems to work. Is there any value, not in accepting how bad things are, but accepting that this is how it works? This is the character of the country, for worse or worse, not better, but this is the way it is. Is there any value to telling your grandkids at a certain age, this is the country you live in, this is the people, history repeats itself. When you try this tends to happen, but you got to keep pushing forward. Is there an American character that you can define and then not accept it, but work with it.
Hmm.
And isn't that the problem? I always want to, I've decided to finish up every question with, and isn't that the problem with the left? Just,
Yeah,
I'm
but you know,
on
there are certain
Don Lemon's job.
there. I guess he lost his job, didn't he?
He lost his job. Yeah.
Yeah, Don Lemon lost his job.
Yeah. But is there something you say, this is Monopoly. This is how you play Monopoly. This is how you play chess. This is how you play Scrabble. This is the American game. These are the rules. Learn it. But is that wrong?
No, but I think instinctively, and I see this with our own grandkids, there's an instinctive sense of what is right and wrong. That doesn't mean they never do wrong, but there was a little garter snake in their yard, and so Joanne and I decided to show it to them. And first of all, one of them was scared of it, and she said, "We should kill that." And I said, "Why would you say that? Oh, I mean, this snake might have a family." And it changed her mind. Like, no, yeah, she might have a family. Now she doesn't even step on ants or swat flies because they might have a family. And it's so simplistic, but when you think about it, that's exactly what the character of America ought to be. We ought to be respectful. We ought to be justice inspired. We ought to see things that are fundamentally unfair and do something about it. And that, I think, is where child rearing really makes a difference. To be able to say, there's a better way to do this. Here's what it is. And these are the basic principles. Right. And you can add religion into it. You can ignore religion. You can say, these are guiding principles. We don't treat people badly. We don't treat animals badly. And I think that's a message that kids start. I think by the time they're 5 or 6, they can hear that and they can understand it.
Right. Are they hearing it from enough parents?
No, I don't think they are, because I think too many parents are caught up in, they're caught up in, they got too much, they're working too many jobs, and they don't have time for this. We blew the fact that, as we talked about months ago, of daycare. It's still nearly impossible to get in many parts of the country, and it's difficult to afford because it's not free.
Yeah.
And
it's like $14,000, $15,000 a year for one kid, and the workers are paid poverty salaries.
That's correct. That is correct.
So who benefits from that other than the people who run these large daycare centers who don't want the government providing daycare?
Well, they do very, very well. I don't even think you need to find other people in that equation. I think if you just look at who runs these for-profit daycare centers, it's like who runs private prisons, who runs private
nursing homes.
All of this, if we can't get rid of this privatize everything idea, we will be a lost country, because this is unsustainable.
Well, we are a lost country. If you're middle class, upper middle class, if you're upper middle class, we're a lost country, because you can't afford daycare. You can't afford a nursing home. You can't afford your health insurance. You can't afford a vacation. You can't afford all the things that are human rights that every other country in the Western world, every other civilized country provides that to its citizens. But in America, if you're old and you're upper middle class, you're screwed.
Yes, you are.
going into a for-profit nursing home, and they will wind whatever money you have down to nothing. And why do we put up with it? We put up with it because of CNN, MSNBC, because it's more important to get Trump. If we can just get Donald Trump, then we're a great country. I'd rather get free health insurance. There's no such thing, free health care, than Donald Trump.
I hear. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think you have to be you have to be realistic and still see a future that's better than what we have now. And I don't think you never hear that. The few debates that go on cable television now are rarely about principles. They're just about some bill that's going to be mischaracterized, possibly by the host and the two guests. And there will be no time to fully explore what the basis for those positions are. There's no time, not because there isn't time, but because the networks don't choose to do that. They want to keep us ignorant, and they're doing a hell of a good job at it.
Did you see Al Franken, that clip of Al Franken on CNN asking this commentator the same question over and over again?
I did see that.
It was great. It was so great. This CNN commentator was saying something along the lines of, he said the Supreme Court was stolen because Merrick Garland didn't get a chance in 2012. McConnell blocked it, and this CNN conservative said, well, that's the way it's done. It's, you don't nominate, you don't do the vote in an election year. And Al Franken said, when else was that done? And she, glibly goes, well, 2012. He goes, when before that? And she tried to change the subject, and he kept doing what a journalist is supposed to do, which is, when was it done before? Until she finally said, I don't know. It was just very satisfying. God forbid you see real journalism like that, where you
how about this? We talked about the debate.
We have to wrap it. We have to wrap it up.
Okay.
But let's end on this, if you don't mind. Finish your thought. Sir.
Next week, I've gotten in touch with Utah Phillips' son. He's the great socialist labor organizer, folk singer, and his son is going to come on with me next week. I'm hoping we can play some songs. I'll write you a note about that. But I learned 95% of what I know about labor history just by going to Utah Phillips concerts. Once Joanne and I went to 3 different colleges in the same weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to hear him do 3 shows. And he talked about different labor issues at each one of those shows. I interviewed him a couple times. He is probably he is the purest singer, songwriter, activist I have ever met. And his son is moving very much in his footsteps.
I look forward to that.
Terrific.
Forward to that. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Go to barrywlynn.com to watch him on every great television show, read him, and enjoy his sermons. And I thank you, Reverend. Follow him on Twitter at Barry W. Lynn.
Yep.
Thank you. Stay out of trouble, Rev.
Only good trouble.
Great job. And I'm glad you're we're gonna be doing trips. There are a lot of people who live in that area. So,
well, let's do it. And let's do a convention. Let's do a FeldoCon.
Yes.
So that everybody can participate. And I'm sure you'll pick up the tab.
Oh my God. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Reminder not to reference.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Coming up, the Professors and Marianne. I want to thank our mods. Our official one sheet is back. The show is back. Well, you know, we were a little disorganized over the summer. I want to thank our mods, Autumn Leaves, Bob Comedy, MIDI Doctors, Lexi 444, Chokin on Ashes, M. Toussaint, S. Scott is Taken, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Dent F. I believe that would be Dan Frankenberger, and the Invisible Ninja. Thank you for moderating the chat in both Zoom and our YouTube, on our YouTube channel. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa Luke, for your super chat. Thank you, Bill Bamarito, for your super chat. Thank you, Glenn Kostick, for your super chat. And thank you, Adam Halpern, for your super chat. Will Pascal Robert ever be coming back on the show? I hope so. I do. I also hope Jason comes back. And anyway, we will be back with more of the David Feldman Show and the Professors and Marianne. But first, let's listen to some music from Professor Mike Steinel, whose new album is Song and Dance, and his new novel is Saving Charlie Parker, a novel. Buy it right now. We'll be right back.
I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. $15 an hour, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and 32,000 years. I know it's a long time, honey, to 34,020. But when I get there, babe, I'm gonna be in the money. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. All I really need is a second job or a third. Lift myself up my boots and join that elite herd of the 600 billionaires in the USA who make more in a second than I do in a day. I'm on my way, yes I am. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oh, yes I am. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there, yes I do, by and by. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die.
We're back. We're back. I'm eating. Hang on. Hang on for 1 second. Don't give up on me. I'm back. Okay. I was grabbing something to eat. Welcome back. Let's bring in the professors and Marianne. Professor Adnan Hussein, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Jonathan Bick, And do I have everybody? Hi. Sorry about that. I got really hungry. There we go. Professor Adnan Hussein joins us, Professor Marianne Cummings, Professor Jonathan Bick, and Professor Marianne. And a little later on, we'll be going to Mankato in Minneapolis, where Andy Brown and Sarah Bush will be reporting live from the Hardys. I'm not making this up, where Mike Lindell had his phone taken by the FBI. So this is exciting coverage. Professor Marianne, you seem very excited by this.
Yeah. Can't wait.
Let's go to Professor Ann Lee. I read her every day over at the Daily Kos. She talked about office hours. Thank you for that. She writes under the handle Annie Lee. Tell us about Ukraine, because every night at midnight, you give us an update over at the Daily Kos on Ukraine. How is Zelensky? I heard he was in a car accident.
Well, he was in a car accident? I don't know that. He showed up at Izium.
You showed up at what?
He went out to the scene of the counteroffensive. They captured Izium and did a photo op. He did it in a very safe place, and obviously wasn't geolocated or anything. But he did some photo ops and came back. I think they're actually in a pause right now. It may not seem that way, considering that things are that artillery fire is going all over the place and people are still dying. But Mark Hertling, who does some commentary for CNN, was commenting on the kind of tempo of the war, and that he estimated that we're sort of in a pause at the present moment before there's a lot more destruction. So that's kind of where we are. I just saw something that came out on Twitter that announces that the American Army wants to increase their defense production by 2 or 3 times because of the Ukraine war, which is what we've been talking about, that essentially the Ukraine war is a boon for the military-industrial complex. And it's not simply about munitions, although I think that they're going through a lot of munitions. Although the Russians have been very accommodating. They've retreated so much that they left behind a whole bunch of crap.
Really?
So oh yeah, they left behind scads of stuff. Anything from regular munitions to tanks. They left behind some things that they really need, which is something called counter battery radar, and means that you can fire back when somebody fires at you. And the fact that they gave up some very important objects is actually going to be crucial down the road.
Because we can reverse engineer it and figure out what they're using to circumvent it.
Yes, it's something that I think a lot of the tech types are going to be very happy about. Similarly, there's Iranian, they dropped their first Iranian drone. There's some stuff currently going on that estimates, though, still that they're going to need a lot more troops in order to drive the Russians out of the country. Although there was a recent report that essentially the war planning for the counteroffensive, it took a lot of work. They actually, and there was a lot of American and British advice on the planning of the offensive. It had to be gamed out several times, but the Ukrainians took the lead. It was their idea. They wanted to run a 2-front offensive, and probably wise, because the Russians really are kind of in disarray. They're having some real command and control problems, and the mainstream media, though, is spinning it in such a way that Putin is not long for governing and all that. That's all disinformation. I think he's still doing what he's doing, but it's just that he's beginning to not so much run out of troops, but he is running out of troops that he'd prefer to fight for him. And then there's some side issues, which I think are actually sort of interesting. In Tajikistan, Azerbaijan, there's a lot of
Armenia.
and Armenia, there's a lot of side fighting going on, which is interesting for a variety of reasons. Partially because I think that we haven't paid attention to it, and certainly American press never looks at it. But the fighting that's going on in Azerbaijan, for example, that's been there all the time. It's just that it's now becoming. Some folks have decided this is a good time since Russia is being distracted by Ukraine. So that's kind of where we are. It's I think we're in a slight pause, but it's the tempo, as they say, will pick up again because they really do need to make really make a hard push to see if they can get it done by winter. The winter is going to be deciding.
Everybody should read Professor Ann Lee at Daily Kos under the name Annie Lee. What about reports that peace overtures were made to Putin earlier this year and Putin rejected them?
Yeah, prior to the invasion, there was they had sort of worked out a sort of deal that Ukraine would promise not to join NATO, and but Putin didn't go for it. And however you want to interpret that, and the traditional way of interpreting sort of our hegemon behavior is sort of at work here, whether he felt that he had invested so much in this that he needed to move forward and go forward with the invasion or not, from a prestige point of view, or that he had already planned for it, considering that he had hoped that Trump would win the election. I think it was all contingent on Trump winning in some ways.
One of the things that I say over and over again is that Biden could have stopped the invasion. All he had to do was negotiate with Putin, promise that they were going to keep Ukraine out of the EU and out of NATO, and it would have placated Putin. How off base is that?
Well, that we'll never really know, but the fact that there were several fairly lengthy discussions between all the different powers prior to the invasion is sort of indicative that something was going on. And this recent thing about promising not to join NATO certainly had to have input from the EU and NATO. So there's something to that, but I think we'll never get the real story. Much like the Hunter Biden laptop story, which I think is really quite fascinating.
I think we're going to, unfortunately, the way the poll numbers look, we're going to get to the bottom and then some after the midterms. But there's a story that the State Department is pushing hard. They've sent cables to every embassy, every American embassy, with talking points that say Putin has spent $300 million over the past 8 years funding political campaigns around the world that are favorable to Moscow, including here in the United States, that he was underwriting the Republican Party, essentially.
Yeah, I think that that's not inconsistent with what everyone has believed, and even those serious conspiracy theorists who tried to show that there was Russian server behavior right around the Republican National Convention in 2016. But aside from that, I think that there's some evidence certainly for that, given that it may be not so much the peccadillos of Lindsey Graham, sexual peccadillos, as it is probably a payment something like $300,000 to Lindsey Graham that may be his real compromise. So anyway, yeah, and similarly elsewhere, all those Republicans who showed up on on July 4th in Moscow, and all those guys, Ron Johnson, who, and then the spy stuff, the obvious stuff, the NRA money, et cetera. Yeah. 31 million to the NRA. Hell, there's plenty of money out there.
Which we've talked about. I guess her name is Butina,
Maria Butina, yeah.
Who was railroaded. Before I turn this over to the professors to ask you, again, this is not a value judgment. This is my trying to figure out what the Democrats are thinking. What is the connection between our funding Zelensky, trying to destroy Putin, and Biden's speeches about MAGA and the Republicans trying to destroy our republic? Don't you think that there is a line being drawn between the threat to this republic here in America, directly to Moscow, in the Democratic Party? Don't jump on me. I'm not saying this is true. I'm saying this is what I think Biden is thinking, that there's a direct line between the death of the impending doom of our republic and the funding that comes from Putin. And he's being told, we have to have it out with this guy. Let's do it in Ukraine. Let's get him in Ukraine, because if we don't get rid of Putin, we're not going to be able to destroy the dark money that's being pumped into these crazy organizations here in the United States.
Well, I don't think Russian money is the biggest component of that, frankly, but that's just me. I think it's American money that's the biggest component. Coke money, there's a lot of right-wing money out there, and it's funding a lot of stuff. And there's not that I'm not disagreeing with you in the sense that I do think that the Russians have put money in very strange places in order to create division, to incite division in the United States. And I think that they've made lots of really weird kind of investments.
That's what Biden is thinking. I mean, I think Biden is thinking that it's Putin's fault and not our system's fault.
Yeah, because what else could it be?
Right.
Well, we'll soon see.
By the way, I just posted to Ann's point there that the Dems have refused, the DNC panel blocks the vote on a dark money ban. And
Really?
I think,
Yeah.
so, because there's just a cloud of people making money off of the money that comes in around both parties. And so there's just every single senator and congressperson just has a cloud of people, has a whole little mini economy around them. And with a whole bunch of, with just scads of lobbyists and consultants that are putting up for sale signs to the rest of the world in front of each and every one of them, except maybe, Bernie Sanders and a couple of the squad. So
Chuck Schumer's son-in-law. What would you like to talk about, Professor Ann Lee? And then we'll go around the horn.
I was interested in the excuse me, the kind of transport of folks, as we've discussed before, as you were pointing out before, of a Florida governor sending his minions to Texas to try and con people into getting on a plane to go to Boston. I can't even imagine that in my lifetime. I just can't even imagine the governor of one state sending his minions to another state to trick people to go to Nantucket. And aside from the possibility of a limerick, I really don't understand why they're there.
Right.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
So yes, that's all I wanted. I mean, there's other things that I am interested in, but it would take far too long. But I think we're at this kind of really strange point, and Trump finally went over the edge, and I think he's fully embraced QAnon. I mean, he really fully endorsed kind of a QAnon position on that he is the storm that is coming and all that other idiocy. He was much more explicit about this, and I think a lot of people haven't really sort of noticed that that's going on right now. Similarly, and my last point would be that people should be really paying attention to what's going on with what the select committee is. That they may have another crazy bombshell, because I think it's going to be that Mark Meadows is the snitch. And Mark Meadows is the mole.
Mar-a-Lago.
In Mar-a-Lago, and all this other side junk about Boxminster and all this box idiocy. Although today's news was that they picked the second choice on the Trump selection, the Trump suggestion, the Trump lawyer side suggestion for the the judge for the Trump judge in Florida. They had a really bad example, but they picked the sort of lesser of two evils, and it's essentially a Trumpish sort of suggestion to be the special master on the documents.
Trump supporters said, "Master, I'm all in. What do you want me to?" Professor Dick, whatever it is, I'll take it as long as it has the word "master" in it. Professor Jonathan Bick, what would you like to? Thank you, Professor Handley.
Well, I was going to mention the apparently the averted railroad strike, because it's such an important part of the labor movement in this country. It is a very potentially powerful union, sitting in having influence over critical infrastructure. So as of this morning, it looks like this strike will be averted because of a deal that was negotiated or some would say pressured by the Biden administration to make sure happen between the railroad companies and the railroad unions.
Union leaders.
Yeah, union leaders. We'll see. It has to go to a vote among the union members. But there was an article in the New York Times today about this. And I thought that the headline really kind of, as they often do, distorts the main content of the article. So the headline is, "Workers say railroad's efficiency push became too much." Oh, well, the railroads just want efficiency. I mean, that sounds like a very neutral term, right? I mean, who wouldn't want efficiency? Well, if you explore what exactly that means, you might have a different take on it. So the article says, workers, industry analysts, and customers say the practices emanate from a business model that focuses relentlessly on holding down expenses, including labor costs. They say this leaves rail networks with little capacity to work around a disruption, whether it be a personal issue for an employee or a natural disaster like a hurricane or, say, a pandemic. The agreement, which was reached today, included a pay raise for workers, which I believe you said earlier was 24% over 5 years. And by the way, it looks very likely that all of that will be eaten up by inflation.
Right.
So if they're lucky, they will maintain the buying power of their current salaries through that pay raise. It's not like they're getting any additional buying power from this deal. And the base wages of these workers start around 50,000 and they top out around 100,000, not including overtime and benefits. But scheduling was the main sticking point of this negotiation. Scheduling of the workers and having control over their schedules. Unions complained that to manage a shortfall of employees, the carriers, that is the rail carriers, effectively forced their members to remain on call for days and sometimes weeks at a time through the use of strict attendance policies that could lead to disciplinary action or even firing.
It's like Walmart.
Well, but being on call, I mean, you never really relax, right? You're never really off because at any moment they could call you in. So how can you plan your life like that? You know, I'm going to go to a doctor's appointment. I'm going to go to my kid's soccer game. I have to be ready in case I'm called in to work. You know, I'm going to sleep. Oh no, I have to keep the phone next to me in case they call me. Every facet of your life is dictated by this job, said Gabe Christensen, who until this year worked as a conductor for a large freight rail carrier. There's no way to get away from it. The rail carrier said employees could take time off through paid vacation, income replacement for sick workers, or removal of themselves from the list of available workers. Now, there's only one thing wrong with that statement, David, and that is everything. Rail workers are routinely denied vacation. They said it, you know, this is what they asked for it, but the company says, no, you can't take vacation. If they get sick and take time off, they're disciplined or dismissed from their job.
It's incredible.
Yeah. There's an example of this. A longtime conductor, Mr. Christensen, who was also a co-chair of the industry-wide group Railroad Workers United, began feeling run down last year. He was reluctant to see a doctor. Under his company's attendance policy, taking an unplanned day off could lead to disciplinary action. Quote, I worried about triggering an investigation, he said. So he waited until he could get an appointment on a scheduled day off a few months later, at which point he got bad news. He had an infection that might have easily resolved with medication, but now required surgery. They had to cut infected tissue out of my leg, he said. Railroad workers and their families, many of whom asked to remain anonymous for fear of reprisals, said similar attendance policies, which are partly intended to manage the industry's labor shortfall, which is their fault, had resulted in workers missing important life events. Unions complained that to manage a shortfall of employees, the rail carriers effectively forced their members to remain on call for days and weeks at a time, as I said. And it's really the railroad companies and all other employers that what they want is they want their employees to live to work.
Right.
Nothing should interfere with the workers making a profit for the company. And why? Because the harder the employees work, the more money the company makes. Most people want to work to live. That is, they work so that they can do things that make life worth living, spending time with loved ones and friends, relaxing, being in nature, you know, etc. So, and this is not, you know, restricted just obviously the rail companies. This is the preferred situation that employers would want their employees to be in because they're fully controlled and they can maximize efficiency, as the title says. And efficiency is another word for exploitation. It would not harm their operations to treat employees like humans and let them take care of medical issues, Dennis Pierce, president of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, one of the two unions that did not agree to this. So 10 of the 12 unions agreed to this deal, but two of them, which involve the conductors and engineers, are withholding their agreement because they want time off for medical events and things like that. And it seems like there is some language in the latest version of this deal that will allow them to take some time off for medical problems. What else I find interesting about this phenomenon is the role that consolidation in the rail industry has had on the working conditions here. The dominant business model in the industry shifted from one in which carriers sought larger volumes of traffic to one in which they sought to increase profits by raising prices and lowering expenses like labor costs.
Right.
So this ties into what Reverend Barry Lynn was talking about, and inflation, with the greed of companies, not delivering service, cutting back on that, but increasing their prices because they have control of the market, because there isn't a vibrant competition in these different areas. So the side effect of this was to gradually eliminate any cushion in staffing levels. Major U.S. freight rail carriers began to accelerate the staffing cuts in recent years as they switched to a system known as precision scheduled railroading, or PSR. The industry has said PSR enables carriers to run more efficiently and provide more reliable service while also improving profits. Well, I mean, everything they do, right, is aimed at increasing profits. That's what a for-profit company is. But this has resulted in worsening working conditions and worsening customer service. And it, as I said before, provides little resilience to the system in terms of having some leeway to be able to function in an emergency, like a pandemic or a weather emergency. In the last 6 years, the rail companies have gotten rid of 30% of their employees,
including conductors.
Yeah, what they are pushing for, David, is to have one employee driving the train. Right now is two. I mean, what if something happens to the guy driving the train, has a heart attack, has a stroke, whatever? There needs to be
their
somebody
actuaries
else.
have been on that, and they've sort of made their decisions.
Mm-hmm.
One massive train disaster is just the cost of doing business, is saving, over 2 or 3 years, thousands of employees, benefits and wages.
Right. If you let Wall Street or the bean counters decide public policy and working conditions, and then you're going to end up with that sort of rationale.
Right. And we should name check the villain. One of the villains is Warren Buffett, whose Berkshire Hathaway owns BNSF, and he's made billions, like record profits off BNSF last year. He's always saying railroads are a great investment. So that's Warren Buffett, who owns 50% now of Occidental Petroleum. Warren Buffett, Saint Warren Buffett, right? The kind capitalist, is buying up the oil companies. He says they're a great investment right now. Big Obama supporter.
Well, I guess if you have a life expectancy of 10 years or less, maybe it is a good investment.
Well, that's his legacy, because he's busy. Warren Buffett is so busy doing specials about his life for HBO, burnishing his reputation. You should find out who Warren Buffett is. Thank you for that. Professor Hussein, what would you like to talk about?
Well, I would like to quickly come back. I had a couple of one thing was about the Queen being related to Muhammad. Apparently, Dan Hagert sent me an interesting article talking about it. I'd seen this already, these genealogies floating around to celebrate and commemorate the death of Elizabeth. So we could get into it because it's related to medieval history. But I did want to come back on this recent report of Putin supposedly rejecting a peace deal before the outbreak of the war. The fact that this is being published just a week or two after the Foreign Affairs article that I mentioned by Fiona Hill, letting slip that there was apparently a negotiated tentative agreement that was ready for an actual face-to-face meeting between Zelensky and Putin to conclude a peace deal in April after the Istanbul negotiations, which we talked about earlier this week. Seemed a little suspicious or strange. In fact, when I heard you talking about it with Grace, or you mentioning it earlier today, I thought you just kind of mixed up the story that we talked about on Monday.
Right.
And I was like, oh, no, David, it was the reverse. It was like, Zelensky being forced by Boris Johnson suddenly showing up in Kiev unannounced, putting the kibosh on the deal that
Thank you for making these connections. I appreciate it.
Right. So initially I thought, oh, you must just be mixing up. But then it was pointed out to me that it was actually published in Reuters. And thank you to Joe H. for posting it in the chat so I could see it and quickly read through it. I thought initially this sounds like it's just very much a way of trying to make sure that nobody pays that much attention. Not that anybody really was. I mean, there's been remarkably little coverage about this fact, that any discussions that might have been happening, would get drowned out by some now counter reports of Putin rejecting, before, the war started, which don't actually make a whole lot of sense anyway. Like, why would he have been more willing, to conclude a deal that would essentially restore the Minsk Accords after the first successful waves of, of this campaign? So it didn't make sense to me. And I look at the report and I see that Russia denies it. There's no Ukrainian confirmation of it. And all it's really alleging in this report is that that Zelensky proposed one of the key Russian demands about not joining NATO. Now, that is not like a full deal. That is one key component, but the Minsk Accords included a couple of other things, and those have been agreed upon but unimplemented and were the substance of Putin's demands. So representing this as a peace deal seems a little exaggerated, and it is in fact actually not a revelation, since Zelensky was saying that publicly even before the start of the war, that he didn't think there would be an invasion because the US wasn't going to actually allow them to be part of NATO, but wouldn't come out and admit it directly. So he didn't expect to be part of NATO, and that as a result, this could be resolved. So it just seems to me that this is just a counter report that's trying to put the onus back on to, the usual narrative of saying that Putin is, the one rejecting a peace deal, when in fact, it seems that the Istanbul negotiations were quite successful, had actually achieved some real gains. They'd come to an agreement. At the time, the Western press was really, poo-pooing the value of these Istanbul negotiations, but it turns out that there was substance to them. And there hasn't been that much attention on the fact that Boris Johnson, the reporting about Boris Johnson's visit at the time was just that it was a visit to express solidarity. Suddenly he had the idea he needed to express solidarity with Ukrainians. And then he also announced some aid package or something like that to cover over what Ukrainska Pravka itself reported at the time, was that he came with the message that the West is not going to accept you making this deal. So in any case, I think that's what's going on here, perhaps. And it does get to a larger, I was thinking a little bit about this because on Guerrilla History, we had a recording today, it'll come out next month, but we had an interview and a discussion with Professor Raquel Varela, who's a Portuguese social historian and wrote this book, A People's History of Europe, that I highly recommend to people, quite an interesting, good synthetic read. And we were talking a little bit of, she starts this book from World War I to today with basically the context for and the significance and importance of the Russian Revolution to European history. And she makes the very important point that you really can't understand European history without, taking into account Russia. These ideas that Russia, I mean, it's always had this divided identity. Is it an Asiatic power or is it part of Europe? But in its modern history, it has very significantly been part of Europe. And the way we're drawing some of these lines and boundaries really quite unhelpful, I think. And that you can't really understand modern European history without understanding Russia and then, of course, later the Soviet Union as part of it. So I just wanted to put in a plug for thinking about it in that context rather than dividing it, which is what has been produced, I think, very much in the contemporary polarization when we talk about Russia versus Europe. I mean, the reason why this is such a thorny problem is because they've always been very closely interrelated in their histories.
Right. A people's
I have a
history of
question.
Europe.
Oh,
Go ahead.
no, because people are, when you talk about the Russian Revolution, how relevant is the Soviet Union and the Russian Revolution now to the current power structure in Russia? Because the Communist Party is a distant second party to Putin's Unity Party. And it seems now that the Romanovs, the last of the Romanovs, are now saints in the Orthodox Church. And by the way, where did all of these priests and, where did all these religious people come from? I mean, I thought that the Soviet Union was kind of officially atheistic. But can you in a nutshell sort of give us the connection between those two? Or is it a real break? Is Putin just basically cut off from the Soviet Union and they're now back to, older European conflicts?
Yeah, well, I am no Russian historian, to really give you a authoritative answer for this. But what I understand is that, like many of the post-communist regimes that were formerly part of the Soviet Union, this includes all of those the stands of Central Asia, where there have been various kinds of revivals of everything from conservative to modern fundamentalist to traditionalist forms of Muslim religious practice being revived, after this kind of period of completely secular, even atheistic public culture that didn't have a place for religion. And I think something similar, of course, has been happening in the Christian, dominated parts of the former Soviet Union. And that includes Russia, that has seen a huge revival in the culture of the church. And it's a plank in Putin's kind of attempt to create a new political culture of Russia that rejects what he thinks of. I mean, he thinks of the collapse of the Soviet Union as a political disaster, an economic and political disaster, the greatest disaster of the 20th century. However, it doesn't mean that his attempt is to revive the Soviet Union. In fact, he's very much an anti-communist. He is hostile to that. He has all kinds of critiques. He hates Lenin. He thinks Lenin, with his policy of recognizing, other nationalities within the Soviet system and his anti-imperialist sort of, imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism. We could debate whether that's actually the case or whether it's foundational to capitalism. But in any case, that anti-imperialist aspect of Lenin's analysis, he just really dislikes everything about, that era and that ideology. He looks and thinks of Stalin as a great leader, but more in that he was strong and he, made Russia strong. But in terms of, what kind of a political culture he thinks is authentic, he's definitely reviving Tsarist sorts of principles. He thinks of Peter the Great and some of these others as heroic kind of figures. And obviously, the Russian Orthodox Church is crucial to that in legitimizing that view of their history and their kind of natural national borders. So I think it's possible to have an analysis of concerns geostrategically about the extension and expansion of NATO being a threat, while also at the same time recognizing that, like so many nations, nationalism tends to represent a particularly distorted view of their history that often celebrates the maximalist point of their territorial expansion as the natural, territories of the nation. So they are always looking to, when they think of the political and territorial expanse was the greatest, as something that we should try and revive and needs to be pursued. Now, that may not mean that they will try and start wars, and they may deal with geostrategic realities and so on, but that's always culturally present. So just reading Putin's sense of history, like the speech, and I think very early on in this conflict, I talked about one of his speeches that talked about Russian history and how he looked to Kievan Rus and the, ruler, I'm forgetting his name, I think it was Vladimir, who established this first kind of polity in what is today sort of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, as the common origins of both of Ukraine and Russia together. That, of course, he sort of sees that and wants to exploit that kind of a history. It doesn't necessarily mean he wants to destroy all these other countries, but there is something irreconcilable about nationalist visions. They are always conflicting with one another. So I don't know if that's not really an answer to your question, but I guess you can. I would say you can think of both of these things having relevance for him. Like the Soviet Union is important as a precedent. It isn't necessarily what he's trying to return to.
But I guess
history
to the
may be
extent
very
that
important to him.
Russia was strong, or was, emerged as a world power.
It was a world power, exactly. Yeah.
Under Stalin.
That's right.
Extent. Yeah.
And that is sort of what he wants to, have Russia be respected again after the humiliations and the devastation of the collapse of the Soviet Union through the 90s. It was a long path which involved a lot of devastation, reduction of, life expectancy by about 15 years, for Russian, men, for example. Alcoholism, so many, the collapse of the health system and so on. And so it's been a long road back. Part of that is also trying to restore sense of the dignity, significance, and importance of Russia as a great power in the world. That's at stake here as well, of course.
Yeah, I think it's kind of unfortunate that we have people, and we had people for the last 20 years in our State Department that have embraced a philosophy of people will call it a unipolar world, but a sort of manifest destiny of the United States that included the breakup of not only Russia, but China. And Ben Norton had an excellent article in his new Multipolarista
Multipolarista. Yeah.
Multipolarista. Thank you. Now that was a very interesting article he had. It was earlier this January or February where he talked about that, and I thought, my God, how does Dick Cheney's like, a senior advisor become like the assistant secretary of state in a democratic in a democratic administration? And that's just that's kind of unfortunate, but maybe inevitable. I was reading a little bit of what was it, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Is that what that is? That's
Yeah.
kind of like a European Union for Asia. Okay.
Yes.
By the way, I think it's pretty significant that they're basically inviting, or Iran has been invited to join.
Yes. Yeah. It
Yeah.
has.
Because when you think about it, it's now Russia, China, India, and Iran, and I don't know who else, but just those four alone. I mean, first of all, it's got to represent like 3 times the number of people that the G7 represents.
Oh yes, both BRICS.
Well, BRICS.
Brazil,
Well, what would
Brazil,
be
Russia, India.
BRICS would be more like the G7 and the Shanghai
Of the global South. Yeah.
Yeah, and the SCO would be more like the European Union, that kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah, I just mean that both of these kinds of organizations actually represent much larger population that we get. That's always the case. But, even in terms of economic kind of output, in terms of percentage of the world economy, they are more than the G7. So like the Shanghai BRICS is certainly more. Yeah, I've been talking about the Shanghai Cooperation Council or basically since the US was not able to put bases and troops in Central Asia when it wanted to, invade Afghanistan. It wasn't able to do so in Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, neighboring, areas to Afghanistan from the north. They had to only use Pakistan because at that point, all of those countries were part of this Shanghai Cooperation Council. And one of the conditions for membership was that you cannot have foreign bases and foreign troops stationed. So that was in 2001. So this has actually been an important geopolitical organization emerging. It's just getting more and more important and expanding in terms of numbers. Actually, I just would recommend people who are interested in this. Our most recent episode of Guerrilla History was actually a discussion with Ben Norton about the multipolar world. So go check that out. That came out just last Friday. I think it was an excellent discussion, actually. He's a really, I think, an important voice on international affairs now.
Yeah, I think this is significant because I think, the war in Ukraine, that's going to be involving a lot of human suffering. And I think our, piling in advisors, there's some Americans that are fighting, they're posting on YouTube. So I guess they're just some mercenaries, and NATO advisors, and all this equipment is just going to increase the suffering and death in that country. But I don't think it's going to change the final outcome. But more importantly,
Which is what?
Which is Russia's pretty much going to get what it asked for originally. I mean, there's going to be the Donbass, the 2 Donbass republics are going to be, they've recognized the Luhansk and Donetsk as independent. They've got thousands of POWs, which are Azov battalion, right sector types that are going to go to trial. That's part of their denazification. And, they're going to stay in Ukraine until some settlement or agreement is reached that Ukraine does not become part of NATO, and that it remains neutral, that it cannot host a base of weapons that can be used to attack Moscow or Russia or threaten it in any significant way. I think that's going to be roughly what happens. But but the State Department folks were thoroughly expecting that the Russian economy would collapse by now. And that's not even happening. It looks like, I was actually reading Business Insider with the last week or so, that they think by the end of this year, the contraction of the Russian economy will be less than 2% as a result of the war. And of course, they've got a strong ruble. Now, any other year, the 2% contraction would be a very significant thing. But it looks like Putin's popularity really hasn't flagged very much. In fact, he's getting a lot of pressure because of the territory that Ukraine was able to reacquire, apparently after the Russians had largely withdrawn from the area. And I hadn't realized that for the last month, they had been encouraging people and helping people evacuate, who are Russians in that area, because, from reports I'm hearing, the Ukrainian troops are now looking for, quote, Russian collaborators. And I think that's not going to be a pretty sight. But, and they were able to cost significant amount of Ukrainian troops' lives in Kharkov, in Kherson. I mean, it's crazy. It was thousands of Ukrainian troops were lost. And, when you think about Russian sources, because they do report on this, and you're right to take anything with a country at war with a grain of salt. But in that case, the Western press, significantly, the Washington Post was corroborating what the Russians were saying about Ukrainian losses, that they were significant, that hospitals all throughout the area were just flooded with wounded and the dying. So, but, in the end, Russia is not really taken in terms of their combat capability. They've just not taken a big hit. So they're going to stay there. The US, I think this is incredibly cynical, but the US is just really doesn't care how many Ukrainians die in this. They'd rather have Ukrainians die to the last Ukrainian than send any regular US troops in there, because, our population has a very low tolerance for Americans dying. And Europe is going to be, experiencing an exceedingly difficult winter. And I don't see how any of this leads to Russia being broken up, let alone even Putin being deposed from power. I think that, the fact that people seriously thought in the State Department that the Russian economy and the ruble would collapse, I have to wonder about the basic education of these people. Or are they really caught in think tank, ideological bubbles that, they really believe the kind of stuff, their ideology? I mean, these are Harvard graduates after all, right?
Right. Well, this is the professors and Marianne. Very quickly, before we go to Professor Harvey J.K., what was there something that you wanted to talk about, Professor?
Well, I think that it was, more generally just the inflation, and about a third of it being caused by consolidation and corporate greed. But I think that Professor John did an excellent rundown and an example of that. And I don't know. I mean, it's predictably, the Biden administration has been trying to strong arm the union leadership into going along, but I just can't see, since, as Professor John pointed out, the pay raise over 5 years is basically going to be ineffective. It's going to be stagnant or even a cut if inflation keeps going the way it does. And none of their core issues were addressed, which is not just the railroads. I mean, this is just a spectrum of, big employers have, it's kind of like on-demand type employee relationships, which basically deprives employees of being able to plan their own lives outside of their work environment. And I think it's a form of slavery. It's, just basically what we've come to. And the Biden administration is not, the Biden administration was there to make sure none of Bernie's ideas ever got seriously picked up. Now, I think Bernie took to the floor of the Senate, and he, talked down a proposal by a couple of Republicans to adopt the bipartisan committees suggestions for resolution of the strike. But really, I said, okay, Bernie, you're going after a couple of Republicans, but it's really the entire Democratic Party you're going to have to go on after. And I would really love to see Bernie Sanders on the floor of the Senate railing against the strong arming of the administration and many of his Democratic colleagues, trying to get the unions to accept this. He's not been inclined to do that. I don't know what happens if the membership votes it down. I mean, do they just basically get fired and they're allowed to hire scabs?
Or they go on strike.
Well, they go on strike, but it might be illegal. I mean, I don't know how we got to that point, but apparently,
Well, it's my understanding that first of all, Biden could implement a 30-day cooling off period. And then after that, they could go on strike, but the Congress could pass a law that makes it illegal for them to be striking. So
how could that be legal? Isn't that a fundamental right?
Not after Taft-Hartley.
No.
People don't understand the extreme limitations that unions have because of that law and because of court rulings and other laws that have been passed. But labor unions are extremely constrained, which is why they've been losing power and membership for decades now. The legal constraints are so, it's almost stranglehold.
Truman did seize the steel industry, I believe.
Well, he tried to,
but the Supreme Court,
Supreme Court said no.
Yeah. So
Hey,
anyway,
Germany just took over. The German government just took over 3 big utility companies. I mean, why don't we nationalize the railroads?
because that's not our character.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings. Follow her on Twitter at Razor Girl. Thank you, Professor Ann Lee. Read her over at Daily Kos. Her handle is Annie Lee. Thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein. Who's on the Mudgeless podcast and who is on, you've already plugged Guerrilla History, but then I'll plug Rahima.
Well, we're going to have, we've got a new episode coming out next week of the Mudgeless on medieval North African history. An MA student here at Queens who I was lucky to supervise and who has now gone on to do her PhD studies at Princeton. Yes, she joined the enemy. I tried to get her to go to a public university like University of Michigan. But she went to seek fame and fortune.
What is the university again? What is it called?
Princeton. Yeah.
Oh,
never heard of it.
That's a Jersey. That's like a Jersey.
Yeah, it's in Jersey. Yeah, around the block from where you grew up, I guess. But so anyway, it's talking about trade and contact and state formation in the Eastern Mediterranean and in North Africa. So look out for that. Amel Ben Salim.
Fantastic. Thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein. Thank you, Professor Jonathan Bick, who will be at office hours Friday night teaching The Twilight Zone and Star Trek. We'll be screening episodes of Star Trek and The Twilight Zone. And Professor Hussein, are you teaching The Crusades on Sunday morning?
Well, I'm actually going to launch the class on October 1st to coincide with the start of Islamic History Month, which is celebrated here in Canada, and hopefully will, become more popular and commemorated, in the U.S. as well. So October 1st, Saturday, October 1st, I will begin the Crusading Society. So
Great.
look for it on Twitter.
Great. I'm
with a
looking
link.
forward to it. Thank you. Well, joining us is the author of FDR on Democracy, Professor Harvey J. Kaye. His book, I believe in October, your first book, The British Marxist Historians. You're muted. You're muted. There you go.
September, the end of the month, not October, end of the month.
The end of the month.
Yep.
Which by Zero Books.
2 weeks. 2 weeks away.
2 weeks. The British Marxist Historians, which I was reading over the weekend.
Very nice.
Yeah. And also joining us is Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for doing this. I should point out that we're going to be going live later on to Mankato, Minnesota, where Andy Brown and Sarah Bush will be on the ground at the Hardee's, where crack addict and election denier Mike Lindell was trying to order a meal, and FBI agents surrounded his car and seized his phone. Andy Brown and Sarah Bush will be reporting live from that Hardee's in Mankato, Minnesota.
I've been to Mankato. I've eaten in Mankato. The FBI did not harass me, however.
Well, you know, which Hardee's did you go to?
Was I at the wrong one? Shucks.
But this is very exciting for me to have reporters on the ground where the FBI seized Mike Lindell's phone, Andy Brown and Sarah Bush at the Hardee's. Very exciting stuff. So inflation.
Aren't parties called Carl's Jr.'s out here?
It's owned, the labor secretary, Pudzer, runs Hardee's. He went back. Remember, he had to resign, Pudzer, because he was Trump's labor secretary, and I guess there were reports that he was abusive towards his wife, I believe. Remember that?
The Carl's Jr.'s, they were trying to replace the workers entirely with robotic delivery of fast food.
Right.
I love California.
Actually, it's Colorado Springs. I believe that all the bad stuff comes out of Colorado Springs. Focus on family, Carl's Jr., everything bad flows from Colorado Springs. Inflation. The Biden administration took a huge hit. He was introducing the Inflation Reduction Act on the same day that the Department of Labor came out with the inflation numbers, which looked pretty bad. It caused the Dow to drop 1,200 points, hasn't recovered. He was doing so well.
Well, that's funny because I just read this evening, and I should have making better note of it, that he's up to what, 45% now?
Yes.
Approval rating?
Yep, he's almost.
I mean that seems rather pathetic in itself, but compared to 31%, that's quite remarkable.
I don't think that report, the inflation report, was that bad for Biden. However, I do think that people have to look closely at what it means to have inflation in light of the history of the neoliberal era. What has neoliberalism delivered for people? It's cheap commodities, right? Produced overseas largely for the high wage earning countries, the previously high wage earning countries. And there's been very little inflation, contained inflation after the hyperinflation of the 1970s and the early 80s. And there's been very little inflation since that time. Now, what will they do? The powers that be propose as the way that we should respond to this new bout of inflation is, of course, to call for austerity, raise interest rates, squeeze workers' wages, etc. However, people should be aware that this is the failure now of the one thing that neoliberalism had promised to deliver, and that the fundamental social contract that was put forward under neoliberalism included the containing of inflation. So, there's a big issue as to whether this is structural inflation or whether this is still largely due to supply chain interruptions related to the pandemic. And it probably largely has more to do with the latter than the former. Okay. And then there's of course, some profit taking because there's the capacity to exploit the situation by corporations. So paradoxically, inflation, but that could produce some consistent inflation for a while. And it does. Look, neoliberalism has failed to deliver on so many fronts. Obviously, it has no capacity to address the climate emergency, which just right there should be the end of the argument. And also the increased inequality should also be the end of the argument. But certainly when it's unable to contain inflation, then the political ideology, the reigning ideology of our time in the last 4 decades is now, even closer to complete bankruptcy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the fascinating thing about all this is that, how many was it a year or two ago? Everyone was talking about the end of the neoliberal order. And it may not be the neoliberal order, in the same fashion right now, but this is the leverage which literally re-empowers those who would like us to sustain neoliberalism, whatever the costs are. I mean, it's hollow. I don't think anyone buys into it, other than the fact that when they go to although actually, when I go buy gas now, the price is down. It's still high, but the price is down.
Yeah, the inflation numbers that went up were the non-gas related inflation numbers. And again, but that could just be really people having the freedom to profit, to take more profits because they see the window of opportunity to exploit the situation is closing because gas prices are coming down and the pandemic may be coming to an end. But yeah, they went up a little more than people expected on the non-gas related costs.
Right. Rent, for example, raising interest rates should, we're told, cool off the housing market, which would that benefit people who rent? No, right? Because the people who buy apartment buildings have notes that are now more expensive if you're raising interest rates. So they have to charge more for rent to pay off their mortgages. So it's not going to help the renter raising interest rates. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, the whole object is to take money out of people's pockets. The way they approach it is to take money out of people's pockets so that they will not be competing to buy the available commodities and seeking to buy the available commodities to such an extent that they press against the supply of them, and therefore the prices get raised.
With housing, there's a limited supply. It doesn't matter what the demand is. There's no supply with housing and rent.
Housing prices are in the general index on inflation. If they were, we would have been having quite. I don't think that housing is generally part of the inflation.
It's 1/3 of inflation. I've
Yes?
talked about. Yeah, I've been
I
talking.
thought that's a separate index that has that in.
The CPI, the Consumer Price Index.
Oh, then I'm surprised inflation hasn't been going up more. But
1/3 of CPI is rent.
Not to get too
Half, and by the way, half of all renters live at or below the poverty line.
this is going to be an ongoing and constant thing, It's not going to be if
Okay,
it's
but
not gross inequality and everything else. And the fact is that until they crack the capitalist class, this is just going to go on and on and on. And right now, I saw something today, some of these people saying, well, the prospects for the Democrats are good if they can hold on to the Senate and all that. The prospects for the American people are not good. Okay. Because not good. And this Democratic Party is just a disaster for the American people. Not as much as the Republicans would be, but truly just awful. This is going to be like an ongoing crisis, and you'll see the decline of American living, and it's just outrageous. This inflation thing is one more distraction, which they can now batter the working class with. Sorry, I don't even stay on top of the news because the answers are so obvious that it's crazy.
Right. Alan, with inflation, am I correct? I saw
Yeah,
that
you are. It's, but of course, it doesn't include. You're right. It's rents, and it's not related to the housing market.
right.
I was right. Yeah, it doesn't include the market.
Equivalent rent. If you bought
Right.
a house, they look at what the equivalent rent would be, even though you're an owner. So again, my question is, if rent is 1/3 of inflation and this POS, Jerome Powell, is raising interest rates, that means rent is going to go up because people who own property and rent it out are going to have a higher mortgage to pay off, and they're going to pass it along to the people they're renting to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you don't, unless there's some kind of controls, absolutely going to happen.
So what is I'm not an economist, but either is Jerome Powell. And
no, but he was a Trump appointment, and we made such a big deal at the moment of the inauguration that he had removed and replaced the chief attorney at the National Labor Relations Board. All well and good, but DeJoy is still running the post office. Powell was the appointment of the previous administration. I mean, come on, this is,
They did fix the pension over at the post office, so they do get some credit there. They don't have that overfunded pension. So
yeah, and it's the case. Look, I know a lot of postal workers. I support the postal unions, but frankly, the post office is not. It's constantly making mistakes. It's constantly, a disaster these days.
Well, it's not allowed. They don't allow it to be profitable.
Right. No, exactly. Not even who cares if it's profitable? You just want to have a good delivery system with the post office. Okay.
Right. But the Republicans don't want an efficient post office because
the Democrats don't seem to want one either. That's the thing.
They don't want to make the post office makes the case for government. So if you hurt the post office, then you've made the case against.
There was talk over the last few years of postal banking, that your banks could become, and I'll tell you something, it's quite possible. One of the reasons that they've allowed the post office to decay even more is because now if you tell people, well, we're going to have postal banking, they say, hell, the post office is already shoddy. You want me to put my money into postal banking? Come on.
They used to have postal banking, and they were talking about bringing it back. And I believe it was Jamie Dimon, who should rot in hell, from JP Morgan Chase, who literally said, I think it was Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan Chase, who said, that's not fair. How do we compete with the postal service? Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I love it.
We can't compete with the government. There are a lot of things that the post office tries to do, and Republican industrialists say, that's not fair. We can't compete with the post office, which we would otherwise tell you is completely inefficient, but we can't compete with it.
One of the founders of MMT, more on the less political left-wing side of it, Warren Mosler, I was talking to him about 2 months ago, and he right off the bat said the raising of interest rates will increase inflation. That it is not, you have to go all the way out to the point where it breaks housing purchases. So it's so high that just completely ceases up before you actually get money taken out of the economy from the effect of raising interest rates. Because just by the very nature of raising interest rates, you're producing more money.
You're producing more money, and you have most of corporate America has racked up record debt. Most of corporate America is in debt. So you raise interest rates, their debt becomes more expensive. Well, the corporations we're not going to pass that along to the consumers. That wouldn't be right. During inflationary times, we'll just bite the bullet and try to deal with these interest rates. So what are they trying to do basically by raising interest rates? Punish workers, right? Raise.
He said it. Powell said it.
Yeah, keep wages low. Yeah.
You had to basically crack this sort of labor power that was coming to prevail. I mean, that's what it was all about.
The goal was to raise the unemployment rate and to decrease worker leverage.
Right.
Make it
Incredible.
more expensive to hire workers, and therefore you won't hire workers.
Right.
So ask yourself. So people should start asking themselves about this administration that's the most pro-labor. I know that the Federal Reserve stands separate from the administration, but it's still the case that this was a Trump appointee that Biden kept on. Okay, so tell me about the most pro-labor presidency since. Nowadays, in fact, somebody said the other day, the most pro-labor president ever. And that was a labor guy, I think, who said it the other day. Subservient labor.
Yeah, I was listening into what Professor Marianne was saying, and I think the problem with, sadly, the problem with pinning the situation entirely on the administration is also the absolutely tepid nature of organized labor for much of the past 3 decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There is, yeah. So Tuesday we wrapped up. Well, I know, Professor K. I'm desperate for good news. What?
I got good news.
You're desperate for good news? Okay. Here's a piece
I got
of
good news
personal
after
good
him. You go
news.
first. You go first. You go first.
Me?
I got good news. Yeah, you got the. Yeah, I'm sure it's really good news.
I got invited to go to Brazil next year. That's a piece of good news.
So Harvey's going to be down there on the front lines of the barricades after Bolsonaro seizes power, or the fascist coup after Lula wins the election.
Yeah. Are you going?
I'm going to carry Michael Brooks' banner back to Brazil.
What are you going to be doing in Brazil?
They've asked me to come into Brasilia to speak at the university there about democracy and modern history, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nice.
How's your Portuguese?
But the deal is, actually, it was an interesting invitation. I love the guys who sent, the men and women who sent it, but it opened up. What kicked this off was the other day, this is this group that I've lectured to by Zoom last year. And so I sent him a note. I said, bring me up to date on the political situation. So he lets me know that there have been political killings recently in Brasilia. Next paragraph. But we've been talking and we've decided we want you to come to Brasilia. I said, that's a hell of a way to get an invitation. There've been political, but they said that they did say that this, so much hangs on the outcome of the election, though they're very hopeful Lula can win the first stage of the election.
Documentary that was made about when it was all about somebody who had access to Dilma, and they're closing in on Dilma.
Dilma was the vice president who became the president and then was impeached. Workers.
When she's facing impeachment, there's scenes where she's in like in Brasilia in the presidential palace with Lula, and they look like they're just so isolated and surrounded by proto-fascist mobs outside, and I do think Bolsonaro is going to be difficult to remove from power.
I don't see how he leaves. They seem to have a Supreme Court that can overrule Bolsonaro. I mean, it was the Supreme Court that freed Lula, but it's
going to let that whole sham of prosecution go forward in the first place.
Right. It's going to be the military, basically.
Yeah, well, having been a student of Latin America many years ago and having lived through those many years of military rule in Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina, Chile. I mean, I'm not praying, but I'm praying that that the Brazilian people don't have to suffer that kind of stuff ever again.
Well, what will happen is, I hope this doesn't happen. Lula will win big. Bolsonaro will claim, as he's already claiming, election fraud. He'll refuse to leave. The military will step in, remove Bolsonaro. There'll be a generalissimo who takes over because he can't have Lula be president. Yeah. And there'll be a caretaker government until Lula and the Workers' Party evolve. That's what I think is going to.
Well, it's certain that Bolsonaro came on the scene, as the primary right-wing presidential candidate last time around, with just explicitly declaring his nostalgia for the heads of state in the pre-democratic era. So I don't see how this is going to be avoidable.
When's the Italian election?
Yeah, more good news.
Speaking of more good news, with more good
yeah.
news, yes.
Well, what happened in Sweden? Is it still they haven't counted the have they counted the overseas votes yet in Sweden?
The prime minister resigned, and the Sweden Democratic Party, or the neo-Nazi party, the Sweden Democrats.
So they finalized the election results?
I think, as far as when I started the show talking about the neo-Nazis are called the kingmakers. They came in second. They got 20% of the vote, and you can't.
Largest bloc in the center right thing.
Yeah, you can't form a government without neo-Nazis in Sweden. And Italy has a woman who's
the founder of IKEA may come back to celebrate.
There we go. No, it's
we have a big. This is exciting.
Andy.
This is a big story. This is a first for the David Feldman Show.
Hey guys.
Hey, Alan, can you hold your thought for a second?
Oh yeah.
Because this is we have.
Andy, what are you eating?
I'm eating a Big Mac.
We have Sarah Bush and Andy Brown in Mankato, Minneapolis, in Minnesota, on the scene where Mike Lindell was ordering.
This is right here. Mike Lindell, the FBI raided Mike Lindell right at this Hardee's. We'd be inside, but it is closed.
Yeah, they're probably trying to hush something up, honestly.
So that's why we are eating McDonald's.
Yeah, there's a McDonald's like
There's
right
a McDonald's.
over
We were
there.
gonna do live from McDonald's instead, but it was also closed. But we went through the drive-through, so we're eating Big Macs.
So there's
if you have any questions, we'll field them.
So
tonight's the meat eaters night, because I see we didn't have the vegan meal before the.
Well, yeah, sorry, no vegan shit tonight, Harvey.
Don't apologize to
Just
me.
Big Macs.
Don't apologize to me. I'm not a.
This is a big story. You are at the Hardee's where Mike Lindell had his phone seized by the FBI. What is the mood on the ground?
Can you point to his parking space?
Bad.
For a
It's a
The
bad.
mood is very sad. I'd even say desolate.
I think
It seems like they really cleared out after the Mike Lindell event.
it's tense. You could kind of cut the atmosphere with a knife, really. All of Mankato's on edge, honestly.
Are they worried about more FBI raids?
Seems that way to me.
Now,
Nobody's hanging around outside, that's for sure.
Sarah, do you feel safe there? What is the consensus?
Well, honestly, I feel kind of humbled to be at the forefront of history, but it's everything is kind of in a chaotic disarray, and I think like there's a reason nobody's here. Nobody wants to speak up. Nobody wants to say anything.
If you're just joining us, we're live from Mankato, Minnesota, where Andy Brown and Sarah Bush are at the Hardee's, where Mike Lindell had his phone seized by the FBI 2 days ago. And how are the fries at McDonald's?
Just the same as you remember, just the same
They're so
quality
big.
as always.
They're so much better than Hardee's.
Okay. Do you think that the fries have gotten better at McDonald's because of the FBI seizing Mike Lindell's phone at the Hardee's?
Well, they are certainly better than Hardee's in relation to the fries at Hardee's, because those fries suck because they're closed. Whether the closure is due to Mike Lindell's cell phone being seized by the FBI, I'll leave that to the audience. I don't know. But these fries from our local McDonald's, they're incredible.
Okay, if you're
Do
just
you
joining
sleep on a
us-
My Pillow? Do you sleep on a My Pillow?
if you
No. This is a Casper pillow household.
if you're just
Casper
joining
pillow
us,
is not Mike Lindell.
if you're just joining us, This is David Feldman auditioning for Don Lemon's job over at CNN by reporting the same headline over and over again without any new information. Call me Chris Licht. Chris Licht, you run CNN. I could do what any of these CNN reporters, anchormen do, or anchor people. If you're just joining us, we have our reporters Andy Brown and Sarah Bush live on the scene at the Hardee's in Mankato, Minneapolis, where
Mankato, Minnesota.
Mankato, check that.
Can I say something? I
Yes.
was born right here in Mankato, and I don't like Mindell. I don't like Mike Lindell. Most Minnesotans kind of thought he was a joke, and possibly even more so. But this whole incident has sort of opened up some sort of empathy in me. Like there's something humanizing about what he went through at this Hardee's right here, because I've been embarrassed at this very Hardee's before. So
We all have, David.
all of us, yeah.
We all have.
Well, start paying the bill when you get it.
So this is the emotional toll. This, Jonathan Bick, Professor Bick in Massachusetts, you have a question for our reporter.
Yes. I think this kind of a story calls for intense speculation. What do you think is happening in the basement of that Hardee's? What kind of nefarious activities are going on there?
I'd like to find out, Professor John. That's a good idea.
First of all, I would like to ascertain that there is a basement, because we are on the edge of Tornado Alley. There should be a basement in there, because if there is not, where are these people supposed to go during a storm?
You need a tornado shelter.
That's the type of reporting that we get here, David. That they have ascertained there is a basement, and it's highly likely that it's being used for human trafficking.
We're not sure, but let's get a historical perspective here. Professor Harvey J.K., author of FDR and Democracy, put this in a historical perspective. You have a Hardee's, you have Mike Lindell, you have an election denier, you have pillows, you have the FBI engulfing his car, seizing his phone. Have we ever seen this in American history before?
It's very, very reminiscent of the age of McCarthyism, I think.
Thank you. I know Chris Licht, who runs CNN, is watching this, and this, we could do this on CNN. Alan Minsky, Progressive Democrats of America. What are the political implications in Mankato, Minnesota? How do you think this is going to affect the midterms with the FBI?
Actually, tomorrow evening, west of the 405 off of Sunset, where nobody on earth can get to on a Friday evening, I'll be hosting a fundraiser, and I'll be introducing Keith Ellison, who's the Attorney General of Minnesota. So again, if Andy or Sarah have any special thoughts for Keith Ellison and about, again, maybe the need to investigate further the Hardee's restaurant, the basement, the drive-through, the quality of the food, the potatoes at Hardee's. I mean, come on, there's a lot here.
Some hard-hitting shit. Thank you, Alan. I think none of this would be news to our fantastic Attorney General, Keith Ellison. I think he knows everything that's going on here. And I think honestly tomorrow, well, not tomorrow, well, maybe tomorrow, but probably by Monday, to be honest, we're going to get Tuesday at the latest. We'll get a press briefing by our Attorney General, and Keith Ellison is going to come out and say that he is going to be investigating the basement of this very Hardee's. Who knows what? Because I mean, we're just regular people on the street, and we know this much about this Hardee's. What does he know? That's what I want to know.
Well, here's the question too. The question too is, what if MAGA marches on St. Paul, then Keith Ellison may be moving in with Alan Minsky in LA.
Right. People are saying, if you're just joining us, people are saying that the basement at the Hardee's in Mankato is being used for human trafficking. This is just what people are saying. That's what I'm just reporting what people are saying.
Some people say that.
It's important to set the scene a little bit of where we are. We're on a busy 4-lane highway. lot of travel. It's very transient here. There's a gas station right over there, a Quick Trip or a Quick Star for all the listeners in Iowa. The Quick Trip is, of course, known as a Quick Star there. There's a motel right there. There's a motel right across the street. Like, this is a place where fly-by-night transactions clearly happen. And another thing that's weird about this whole thing is, like, why Hardee's? Because McDonald's is right there.
Yeah, why go to Hardee's? at
Why
all?
did he go to Hardee's?
Yeah.
Well,
it's
it's
gross.
Pudsner. It's run by the former labor secretary under Trump, Pudsner, who, and I think this was solidarity with the Trump administration. Lindell supports former cabinet officials. Let me ask you about the mood on the ground. Minneapolis, Minnesota, this was ground zero for defund.
He means take your phone and aim it down.
Minnesota was ground zero for the defund the police, Black Lives Matter.
Well, they are out in force tonight, that's for sure, as you can probably tell.
You know, there's actually this dork-ass country singer who's doing a big concert in downtown Mankato, so I think that's more what it's about.
Yeah.
Are the people in Mankato, Minnesota, upset with the FBI? Is it felt to be an overstep to bother a man when he's simply trying to order a meal at Hardee's? Is there a defund the FBI?
To be honest, every person we've asked about this they've really asked, why did he go to Hardee's?
And they've also said, like,
and that was the whole reason why he should have been arrested, is why go to Hardee's when there's a McDonald's right next door?
Well, I have a question. In Los Angeles, if you were the FBI and you're going to put, sting operation, grab somebody's cell phone, you'd want to get them at an in and out because the lines are so long, right? You can't back up, you can't go forward, you're trapped. Hardee's, I tend to think of as not having a very long line in the drive-thru. Or is that
That's a good point.
case? Not the case in Minnesota.
Well, I think here that maybe Mike Pillow actually just wanted to give his phone to the FBI. Otherwise, if he didn't want to give his phone to the FBI, he'd be at McDonald's, where he would just getting in the drive-through line is like entering Afghanistan. It's like jumping into a quagmire. You're not getting out of there.
Yeah, the last time I was at this Hardee's, which was the incident where I was embarrassed, it was desolation. It was a ghost town. Like, I can't think of why somebody would be here unless it weren't like a predetermined coordinated thing.
Now, when you say you were embarrassed, there is some people are saying that human trafficking is taking place at that Hardee's. That's what we've heard. That's what people are saying. I'm just reporting what people are saying, and they're saying that there's been human trafficking at this Hardee's.
I mean,
Cato.
I've definitely heard whispers of innuendos, of implications, of speculation, of gossip about that sort of thing too.
Well, what was
Sarah was embarrassed in the middle of a human trafficking.
No, that's not.
She was
that's not what
trafficking.
happened. I can tell the story of how I got embarrassed at the Hardee's. It had nothing to do with human rights abuses. It was more a small interpersonal matter. But
Okay, that's a 4-lane highway. Is that correct?
correct.
So there's a lot of room for trafficking. Human.
But it is only a 50-mile-an-hour zone, David. Let's not go crazy.
Let me bring in Professor Harvey J. Kaye for some historical introspection here. When you see the division, the polarization, the division between Hardee's and McDonald's, have you ever seen the country this divided before, when you see people who outside of Hardee's trashing the Hardee's and talking about how much better McDonald's is, and then you have Hardee's supporters crapping.
All I know is that Wendy is not happy.
Wendy is not happy, but give us a historical perspective here. Have you ever seen?
Well, did Macy's tell Gimbels?
Yes, you're at good point.
I have a question for Professor Kaye.
Yes, please, it's Professor Bick. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you think this is more akin, having Mike Lindell's cell phone taken by the FBI? Is this more akin to the Waco, Texas raid or Ruby Ridge?
Great question. Thank you.
Great question.
Great question.
You really have stumped me because I thought the FBI raid on his phone was the beginning of an initiative to check do we all have the right apps on our phone to order ahead of time at Hardee's, McDonald's, Wendy's, Chick-fil-A.
Well, you raise a very important question, and that being in the future, should he have used Seamless instead and had the food delivered to his car instead of waiting in line? Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, you're on the ground there in Mankato, Minnesota. What's the feeling there about ordering from Seamless as opposed to the drive-through at Hardee's?
I know that a lot of people that I know, they use apps where they accumulate points, and sometimes it's more difficult to redeem them going through the drive-through.
Oh yeah.
And like I think if my phone could be seized when I'm at, say, Dunkin' Donuts, and I can't get like my free coffee because the FBI wants to know whatever, like, I mean, this has implications for all of us as far as that goes. And like I do, to tie it all back to how this is a sort of humanizing, empathizing moment.
Yeah,
for
give us the human element, please.
Those could have been my points that I maybe never redeem.
Yeah.
Somebody just drove by to intimidate us.
Yeah.
BT dub. Like we should probably be a little bit circumspect and a little more discreet about what we're doing here. Like honestly, it's a huge risk just to be standing out in front of this Hardee's right now.
I think that guy saw our Dark Brandon bumper sticker.
You saw what? I'm sorry, you're break.
Saw our Dark Brandon bumper sticker.
Yeah, you're probably going to go hand deliver a tip to the local feds. So we might not have long here.
One quick question for Andy and Sarah. Is there a Cracker Barrel nearby? And
No.
Great question.
If only we could take refuge there.
Honestly,
But no.
you would think this is Cracker Barrel country, but it's not.
No, it's too far south.
I don't know, David. Don't you long for the days of Howard Johnson's?
Oh yes, absolutely. Well, let me ask Alan Minsky. Do you think the FBI was targeting something bigger than Mike Lindell? Were they targeting Hardee's? Do you think this is part of a deep, dark state attempt to make people feel unsafe?
As you know as I came on, people do know that I am Q. So I think it does take advanced cryptography to be able to, interpret and decode the Hardee's menu, because much as Comet Ping Pong, remember, it was discovered from the orders that were delivered by people like John Podesta that there was this human trafficking ring, because their codes for the kind of, I hate to say this, and I don't want anybody to be traumatized by this, but again, if you're looking for a particular, if you're a pedophile who's looking for a particular kind of order, you could place the order, and Q cracked the code for how those orders were being placed, right? For Comet Ping Pong. And we have to realize then, we have to look at the Hardee's menu. We probably have to study the phone, and therein maybe something much deeper is taking place. I do want to leave Andy and Sarah with one other thing as again, the political reporters.
Could you hold your thought there? Just put a pin in it and then circle it. And then
I just want to explain about Hunter Thompson being the greatest really political reporter of the previous generation. And he started a rumor that Ed Muskie was addicted to Ibogaine. And he said the rumor was going around, he acknowledged the rumor was going around all of the political journalists at the time. But of course, he had started the rumor. So, he's the top political journalist of the previous.
And I believe he also spread a rumor about Humphrey. This was in 1972, I believe.
That would, 72 for Muskie for sure, with the Ibogaine.
If you're just joining us, we have our reporters Andy Brown and Sarah Bush live on the scene at the Hardee's in Manitoba, where Mike Lindell, the MyPillow guy, had his phone seized by the FBI, speaking to what Alan Minsky was just saying about Q and the coding for child trafficking. Do they serve pizza? Have you seen the menu at Hardee's? And are there slices of pizza available for pedophiles?
I don't think so. And if they are serving something that huge, they are hiding it. You guys were talking about what secrets they are hiding. And I don't think they are hiding anything near as big as the double Western bacon cheeseburger, now available at your local Hardee's.
Right. Let me bring in Professor Harvey J. Kaye, author of FDR on Democracy, for some historical perspective here. Have you, when in America, American history, have we seen food used in such a vile way? Pizza as a metaphor or a code for child molestation. Is this something new, or has this always been part of the American story?
You know, I'm really thinking hard on that. Because I would like to give you I wish we had prearranged that question, because if I think I don't know, that's a really good question.
Well, that's a great answer, and I appreciate your candor and your honesty. If you're just joining us, we have Andy Brown and Sarah Bush at the Hardee's in Manitoba, where only hours ago, Mike Lindell, election denier, had his phone seized by the FBI. Tell us, on the ground, the mood on the ground, do you have any sense that the FBI will be seizing any phones tonight, or are things starting to quiet down?
Well, I get the sense the people, the Hardee's is right next to one of those motels where people check in for long-term stays, and I sense some tenseness of the people smoking out. So the paranoia is high there. Like those are the people probably most immediately impacted by what happened here. Again, like you said, David, mere hours ago.
Right. And so before you go, and great reporting, both of you, great job being on the scene and putting yourselves in the line of fire. I mean, this is not
great danger.
Yeah, we'll have to begin our Minnesota goodbye.
Yeah. Before you go, how has this story affected you personally? We've heard from Professor Harvey J. Kaye and Professor Jonathan Bick and Alan Minsky. We've all been moved by this story. The thought that a phone is seized by the FBI could happen to anybody. How does it affect you personally to be there on the scene?
Well, honestly, I can really relate, because like Mike Lindell, our whole lives are on this one phone. We don't have a computer.
Right.
Our entire business, all of our businesses are run through this one phone.
Well,
so that's why the FBI can't take it.
Right.
We have a millennial phone thing. We're very beholden to our phones. So there's that angle to it. If I can just briefly relay how I learned about it, I heard that Mike Lindell got apprehended or had his phone seized at a Hardee's. I learned only 24 hours ago that it was at this Hardee's in my hometown. And what I said was, no shit, really? This, like, in Mankato? What? No, like,
Was he by him? Was he on his own when he was at Hardee's?
Great question. Was he alone?
I mean, that I don't really know. I haven't really looked into
We
it
heard
that
that he was on his way to Iowa to go teal hunting.
No, he was going from Iowa back to the Twin Cities, I believe.
Okay.
So that's how we knew it was this Hardee's and not the other Hardee's. Because
I just wondered if they took children into custody or anything like that.
Yeah, were there any kids? Because people are saying
in his trunk.
Yeah,
I mean, that kind of rings a bell. I don't want to like irresponsibly speculate, but there's probably something to that, and we should immediately sort of like concentrate that into reality that he probably had some kiddos in the backseat.
Yeah.
Circle that and underlining it. If you're just joining us, there's now talk that Mike Lindell may have been involved in some human trafficking outside or inside the Hardee's. This is what people are saying.
Right here.
What we've heard at the Hardee's in Mankato, Minnesota.
They've implied that he crossed state lines too.
Whoa.
Oh, the Mann Act may be invoked too.
Yes, if you're just joining us, there is now talk that Mike Lindell violated the Mann Act, crossing the Manitoba, the Mankato Act, I believe.
Mankato Act.
The Mankato Act, which is even worse.
Yeah.
To bring a child to Mankato carries a life sentence automatically. You know, there isn't even a trial. So if you're just joining us, there is talk. I'm just reporting what we're hearing, and that is that Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, may have violated the Mankato Act by transporting
By committing a Mankato Act.
by committing the Mankato Act in the basement of the Hardys in Mankato, Minneapolis. This is just what people are saying. I am only reporting.
Pretty rough stuff.
I'm only
I
reporting.
can't wait tomorrow to see how our words have found their way into the Twitter sphere or somewhere.
Oh, yes, because people hang on every second of the show. Thank you, Andy Brown and Sarah Bush, for your great reporting. You worked overtime. Stay safe, will you?
Thank you. Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, we're gonna change our names now.
All right.
Good. By the way, it's good to see the two of you together.
Yeah, it's great to see them.
Good to see you too. All right, we got to meet up sometime, Harvey. You got to get those beers.
Absolutely, you
all
bet. You
Old
bet.
fashioned.
Coming up in 20 minutes, what to do if your phone is seized by the FBI and you've left everything on it. Can it happen to you? There's my audition for Don Lemon's job.
Has he been cut, Don Lemon?
He's doing the morning show, and I think Chris Licht over at CNN, somebody should send him a tape of this. I could take one news item and repeat it over and over again and make it sound like you're hearing something new. People, it's a gift I have.
Just don't forget, we helped you get there if you get
Yes.
This would get much better ratings than what CNN's been getting.
there. Yeah.
I think I'd be great doing Don Lemon's job, or at least I would be able to euthanize CNN and put everybody out of their misery in 2 nights. just like give me a show on CNN for 2 nighs and it would all be over. All right. You were going to say one final thing, Alan Minsky.
Yes. There's this person, Hannah Feldman. You ever met her?
Yes.
She's been working on a project with these two fellows named Ralph Nader and Mark Green. Have you heard about this
Yes.
thing?
I've heard of them. Yes.
Yeah, and they have this winningamerica.net site, and it's about the upcoming midterms. And they don't pull any punches in their critique of the Republican Party, and they call out the Democrats for being completely lame in the way they're running their campaigns. So on our PDA town hall this Sunday, we're going to have Ralph Nader and Mark Green on, talking about the way that the Democrats could actually win a midterm election, even with.
I do want you to know, and I'm going to reveal a secret on this. You're ending the night on a down note for David.
Oh, why is that?
Because he's been abandoned.
Well, Hannah's not working here anymore. I had to let her go.
Oh, wow.
As my daughter. I let my daughter. She still works.
You fired your daughter. Yeah.
I fired her as my daughter, but I've kept her on as an employee. I found out I can save money that way. So.
Yeah. No. Well. Anyway, I don't know if she's still working on it. I know she worked on it.
No, she's working on the Ralph. No, her work got very.
I don't care about your relationship with your daughter. That's whatever it is. I was worried Harvey was going to say you're not on the Ralph Nader radio hour anymore.
You're the executive producer. You would know.
Well, I know sometimes the inner workings get to me about a week late.
I've decided on that show to lay back a little and let Ralph. People should hear Ralph instead of me. That's my.
I actually should have the new one. Should have come out just today. So
Yeah.
I should have that in my inbox. But yeah. And but so Ralph will be on the Sunday PDA town hall. People should join.
Why don't we? What time is it? And let's plug that for.
Yeah, it's at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. I can put a link that you can sign up to through it, and I'll do that in the chat in a second. I just got to get to it. Okay.
And for our listeners who aren't in the chat room, how would they go to the town hall?
They'd have to sign up at pda.org, pdamerica.org. There'll be an announcement on the website by tomorrow at around 11 a.m. Eastern. 11 a.m. Eastern.
Fantastic. Great.
And once you're on the list, you'll never be off the list.
I know you get asked to get off the list. Here, I'll put the link to register right into the chat right now.
Well, thank you.
And then it'll be up on the PDA website by 11 a.m.
In case everyone's worried, PDA does not mean public displays of affection.
Well, at least it's public. It's not hidden in basements. Okay.
Right.
So
No, I want people to realize it means Progressive Democrats of America.
Progressive Democrats. Thank you for the clarification on that.
Yes, and that's the link to sign up for this Sunday's town hall, and it'll be on our website announcing that Ralph Nader and Mark Green will be on. Mark Green's a great guy. If people don't know who he was the guy who was about to be a progressive mayor of New York City in 9/11 happened.
Yes. Yes.
You know, Mark, I don't know him, but I think I read a book of his some years.
Yeah, he has a good, a great book about the 60s and the 70s and working with Ralph. And he, anyway, what are the odds that 9/11 would happen on September 11th?
And it was an election day.
And it was Lou Gehrig's birthday. Lou Gehrig's birthday. What are the odds that 9/11 would happen on September 11th and be Lou Gehrig's birthday?
And by the way, in that vein,
yes, sir.
For our Latino listeners, tomorrow is Mexican Independence Day.
Well, it just so happens that we have an independent person here. From Independence, my producers tell me we have somebody from Independence, I guess Missouri?
Missouri. Huh?
Yeah. Rodrigo, are you there?
No, David, I'm not here.
Okay, now we're told that it's Mexican Independence Day, and it just so happens you're independent. You're from Independence? Where are you from, Rodrigo?
I'm from Mexico, and we're celebrating tonight the 100 and something anniversary.
Well,
Grito de Dolores.
Yes.
And this would be independence from the French?
The Spanish. Spaniards.
But what about
May 5th, which is the anniversary of the Puebla Battle of Puebla, which is widely celebrated. That was the war with the French, because the French tried to impose a king and what do they call him? An emperor on Mexico in the 1860s.
Like a nephew of Napoleon, right?
Yeah, Louis Napoleon.
But I don't understand. So you speak French, Rodrigo? Is that a French accent? I'm not too keen.
It's not a French accent, no.
You're what?
I'm not using my French accent, no.
But if you're from Mexico and you had a French emperor, I would assume everybody where you come from speaks French.
He didn't last that long, and it was.
So did you all vote to change your accent?
Sorry, what?
Did you have a vote after Emperor Napoleon left or lost to change your accents?
I'm not at all, David. No.
Oh, but okay, because it sounds like it's more of a Spanish accent now.
Rodrigo, dígale que es un pendejo.
I don't know what you said, but that really was okay. Rodrigo contributes to our show at the end of every show. So let me say goodbye to Alan Minsky and Do you hear that? That's a fog.
That's Leslie. Is she fed up with you?
No, that's a foghorn from San Francisco. That's how loud.
That may be some rockets out here, which are kind of illegal, but nobody cares.
Okay. Professor Harvey J.K. is the author of FDR and Democracy. In 2 weeks, his first book is being reissued, The British Marxist Historians, and we should do a chapter. We should do a chapter every week, right? Go over it. Maybe Alan and Harvey could do it, right? Pretty interesting. So thank you both, Alan. And I'll see you Sunday, Alan. And Professor Harvey J.K., maybe I'll see you Sunday. Unless
it's football for me this weekend.
How about that?
Bad
Hey,
start.
by the way, how is Brett Favre's last name pronounced?
Favre.
Oh, I got it right.
It's odd. It's F-A-V-R-E, but people pronounce it Favre.
And did you read about how he stole money that it was earmarked?
Read about it. Are you kidding? That's like the topic of the morning every morning on the sports shows, and probably otherwise also more broadly in the news.
Didn't Jesus say we're always going to have the poor, but not necessarily?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine what they were going to do? The poorest state in the country, the leadership of the state was conniving to literally take money from what welfare funds there are and transfer them to the building of a volleyball stadium, which happened to be Favre's daughter's sport. And he was involved in the lobbying promotional efforts, apparently.
Yes. But volleyball makes us happy.
It was a $5 million construction project. Given the money he has, he could have gone into his bank account, one would have assumed, and just paid for it and not have to put the former governor's name on it. He could have put Brett Favre's name on it.
We're always, didn't Jesus say the poor will always be with us?
No, I think it has to do with quarterbacks will always be with us.
Quarterback. Well, he should give a quarterback.
Yeah, he should.
That was a bad joke.
Yeah.
So Aaron Rodgers is not the biggest asshole to ever play for. Who would ever guess?
Who would ever guess? Right.
Never guess. So are you giving up on the Packers now?
No.
Even
One bad apple doesn't, you know the old story. No, seriously, no, absolutely not. I came for the university. I stayed for the football team.
Bart Starr.
Yeah.
Ken Starr.
He's dead now. He's dead.
Ken Starr died, and his brother was Bart Starr. Did you know that?
No. Brenda Starr, the reporter, was.
Oh, that's right. That's I forgot. Okay.
You know, it's a brilliant film that people should check out. Is this film on HBO called The Lady in the Dale? And have you seen this, anybody? It's a documentary. It's about a guy who became a woman and started a effort. Person, you'll have affection for somebody who's into Ayn Rand at the end of it. So that's a little bit of a downer. But
I have at the beginning of the movie. What's not to love about Ayn Rand?
So there we go. But she was a transsexual who tried to open a car company in the 1970s. It would have low gas mileage. It was a 3-wheel car. It was called the Dale. It got a lot of press in Los Angeles. The person who took her down by exposing her and some of the fraud involved in the company, which she probably wasn't even trying. She was trying to legitimately start a auto company, but they weren't using the funds quite appropriately. The person who exposed it was a TV reporter, Tucker Carlson's dad.
Right.
Just as much as a vile jackass as Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
And totally motivated by just hating transsexuals.
Yeah. And he married the heir to the Swanson fortune. Tucker Carlson's mother, when he was 5, said, "I can't stand you. I'm leaving." So she was very smart. And Tucker was all alone with his father, and his father remarried the heir to the Swansons, the TV dinner.
Did his father wear a bow tie?
Yes, but not around his neck. That's all I can tell you. Can you imagine being told by your mother, "I hate you"? That's what Tucker Carlson's mother said to him. "I hate you." You never get over that. Turns you into a vile person.
To say the least. I used to think Margaret Carlson and Tucker Carlson were brother and sister.
No.
That I was really wrong. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. Well, great job, Rodrigo. It was nice talking with you. That went well. Oh, hang on, Alan Minsky. We're keeping.
I'm going to just go by. I got.
Oh, goodbye.
Scramble off and do some work here. And
thank you.
See you
Great
on Sunday,
job,
everybody.
Thank you. And Professor Harvey J.K. also great job on the coverage of the FBI season.
Yeah, I mean, I've known Andy now for as long as we first started doing office hours, right? And I hope to get to Minnesota to meet up with the two of them sometime soon.
Well, we should probably have you do a report outside that Hardee's to give it more.
Or their barn, either place.
Yes.
Or Shop Camp 2023
Yeah.
in Wisconsin.
I think you should be reporting Monday from that Hardee's.
Andy, you're still, is that Andy's voice that I heard?
Yeah.
We're
Are you
now
guys
no
home?
longer on the street?
It was dicey. We saw.
Yeah,
What's
we
really
had to get
funny
out
is,
of there.
it's funny as coincidence. My wife and I tonight were just talking about the trip we made across North Dakota, back across South Dakota, stopped in Mankato on the way home, if I'm not mistaken, and how we enjoyed it. The only disappointment was that, at least of those years, the Vikings used it as their summer training camp place.
Mm.
They don't do that any longer, huh? Andy froze.
They froze. It's really it's getting cold there up there in Minnesota. Thank you, Harvey J.K.
Yeah, I think by the way, I think I'm further north than they are in Mankato, but I should look on the map.
Either that or they're just disgusted by us. Thank you, Professor Harvey J.K.
Thank you, David. I won't keep you awake any longer.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. Oh, they're back.
Oh, we're back.
You're okay.
Well, anyways,
It was
Great.
nice. It was,
we got tailed by the FBI on the way back. So
yeah,
we
it was,
don't need it.
it
That's
was
not
super
important.
nice to know all
Yeah.
of you guys. It's been really fun.
Well, the lesson is wipe your phone every morning.
Yeah.
After you, I want to.
Say.
All right.
Once again, good to see the Brown and Bush, and good to see.
Good to see you, Harvey.
Thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting, Rodrigo. Are you there?
I am just.
I was rude to you. I was passive aggressive, and I apologize. What would you like to talk about tonight?
So, for the last few thousand years, we kept trying to build to last longer and longer. Up until the 1970s, it was impossible to make too many of anything, whether kitchen appliances, cars, high-tech equipment. Even when the market was saturated, we always knew that there were other markets out there you could expand into. And it didn't matter if the market didn't want you, as China discovered when the United Kingdom flooded them with opioids to make them open their market, as Japan discovered when Commodore Perry was ordered to shoot his cannons into the civilians in the Bay of Tokyo if they refused to trade with the United States, which is why the samurai culture died. The swordsmen were replaced with soldiers who carried rifles, which led to wars with China and Japan's participation in World War II. We always knew we could move our excess scrap into Africa or India or tiny islands that used to be a lot happier before we infected them with capitalism. But after the 1970s, the world was a lot smaller, and there was a practical way of finding out when the market would be completely saturated. This means the point when everyone who can buy an iPhone already owns an iPhone, and many industries discovered they had almost reached this point. We'll never know who had the idea first, but at some point an executive asked an engineer a very important question. We can design this to last 30 years, but can we design it to last 15 years or 10 years? How about 5 years? And long story short, that's how we went from bathroom heaters lasting over 30 years to new PCs having a 1, 3, or 5 year warranty if you pay extra. And I mentioned iPhones earlier, and you can look this up. Apple has admitted that when they start selling a new generation iPhone, they send a signal to your old one to slow down to, quote, protect the battery, end quote.
Right.
And you can keep using your old iPhone if you want, if you don't mind that it has slowed down. Many people lease their iPhones, which in a rational system could mean poor people can buy old iPhones, but we don't live there, and old iPhones get destroyed with barely an attempt to have the parts recycled. A quick reminder that a few episodes ago I made a short list of all the things that are state rights until they aren't, and the GOP is now pushing for a federal ban on abortion, which a few months ago was an argument for allowing every state to decide for itself. Quick reminder that a few COVID eons or years or whatever ago, 200 million people went on strike at the same time in India, and not only has Narendra Modi not resigned in disgrace, he keeps putting leftists in jail for disagreeing with his alternate facts. You were telling Grace earlier that India, unlike China, was a democracy.
Well.
Also, a quick reminder that US presidents have been promising that this is the last time we extend NATO towards Russia since 1992. Bush, Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama all kept promising the Russians they would not extend NATO again, and all of them lied. The issue is not whether Ukraine promises not to join NATO this year or the next. The issue is that the United States has never agreed to formally promise to stop expanding NATO. Even the original promise to not extend NATO in 1992 was intentionally vague. The promise to protect Ukraine if they got rid of their nukes sounded good, but it turns out to also be pretty vague. I'm not defending Putin, I'm asking the most important question of all. Who has the authority to tell Putin, quote, we will not extend NATO ever again, end quote? Can Biden make that promise? He hasn't even agreed to rejoin the Iranian nuclear deal that Trump abandoned. Forget that Putin could get deposed by someone to his right. Any deal where Putin backs off because Biden and Zelensky pinky swear to stop expanding NATO just kicks the can down the road into a very uncertain future where Putin's successor will be even more desperate. Thank you.
Thank you. NATO is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and last time I checked my map, Ukraine was in the North Atlantic, right? No, maybe not.
If you count the North Atlantic as a country whose access to the sea goes through an inner sea, sure, but most of NATO is not connected directly to the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, soon with climate change, it will be. With the polar ice caps melting, the Atlantic will be spreading to Ukraine, and it will be aptly named the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. You lost the argument just now. You just lost the argument. Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night, Rodrigo. Great job. Thank you to Andy Brown and Sarah Bush reporting live from the Hardys in Mankato, Minnesota, where the MyPillow guy, Mike Lindell, had his phone taken from him by the FBI, and we will be following the story as it develops, unless Chris Licht over at CNN saw this and realized I could do what all those other assholes do, repeat the same thing over and over again. I am very repetitive. Thank you
But
to...
can you sell what's left of your soul? How much of your soul is left to sell, David?
I sold it already.
So you can sell it again.
How can I sell it again? I don't have one. I can probably find it on the secondary market. I could probably get a pre-owned soul.
Can you sell Hannah's soul?
Yeah. Yes, I can.
You're supposed to pause and think about it.
Okay. Anyway, I want to thank Lane from CM. Great job, Lane. Roricki, great job. Rodrigo, great job. The show is produced by Sarah Bush, Andy Brown, Professor Jonathan Bick, The Invisible Ninja, Joe in Norway, and of course, Dan Frankenberger. I hope I didn't leave anybody out there. I want to thank all the mods once again, because I haven't been thanking them because our one sheet, but it's back. Autumn Leaves. These are the people who moderate the conversation in our YouTube chat room as well as our Zoom chat room, and they do a fantastic job. So thank you to Autumn Leaves, Bob Comedy, MIDI Doctors, Lexi 444, Choking on Ashes, M. Toussaint, S. Scott is Taken, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Dent F, and The Invisible Ninja. Thank you all. Seriously. I haven't thanked you enough, and I really appreciate it. Thank you to all our listeners. I can't do this show without you. I've tried doing this alone in my basement with cardboard cutouts of Lane and Ricky, and it's just not as much fun to do it with an actual audience and real guests. Thank you to Grace Jackson, Professor Ben Burgess, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, absolutely hysterical tonight. Absolutely hysterical. Ethan Hirschenfeld, absolutely hysterical. Emil Guillermo, Roricki, and Lane, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, the professors in Marianne, Professor Ann Lee. Read her over at the Daily Coz. Her handle is Annie Lee. Professor Jonathan Bick will be joining us tomorrow, Friday, for office hours where he teaches Star Trek as well as The Twilight Zone. Professor Adnan Hussein has two podcasts, The Mudgeless and Guerrilla History. Please subscribe to those two. And Parks Commissioner from Aurora, Illinois, and particle physicist, Professor Marianne Cummings. Follow her on Twitter at Razor Girl. Alan Minsky is the executive director of Progressive Democrats of America, and he'll be doing a town hall this Sunday with Ralph Nader and Mark Green. Go to the PDA website to find out how you can join them Sunday afternoon. Harvey J.K., Professor Harvey J.K.'s new book, FDR and Democracy, go buy it. And they're reissuing his first book, British Marxist Historians. Go read that. Subscribe to my newsletter. Comes out every Friday around 6 o'clock and includes an invitation to office hours, which is at 8. If you would like to subscribe to my newsletter, go to my website. And if you didn't get an invitation for office hours, there's always a link at my website. There, we did it. We did the show. It was a great one. I'm David Feldman, reminding you to stay strong and protect the weak.
Walking 13 miles on every shift with not a chair in sight. Lifting 20,000 pounds a day, that don't seem right. Saving plastic bottles to have a place to pee. Injuries in this place are the highest in the industry. Don't believe those TV ads, things ain't what they seem. Don't tell me this sweatshop has become the American dream. We need to stand together. Can't do it on our own, we need to stand together and make our presence known. We need to stand together to get the union done. We need to stand together. What side are you on? 1 million strong, working 2 shifts a day, packing all day long while the cameras are running away. 100,000 trucks tearing up and down the roads, delivering stuff all over the world in 40-ton loads. When did this sweatshop become the American dream? Don't believe those TV ads, hearts, things ain't what they seem. We need to stand together. Can't do it on our own. We need to stand together and make our presence known. We need to stand together and get the union done. We need to stand together. Which side are you on? Stand together. Stand together. Stand together. Stand together. Can't use your cell phone. You can't call your mates. Can't listen to music. Gotta pack all those crates. Start to feel like a robot, but soon you understand there's more of them than you. That's always been the plan. Do not believe those TV ads. Things ain't what they seem. And don't try to tell me this sweatshop will become the American dream. We got to stand together. We can't do it on our own. Stand together. We need the UAW, the AFL-CIO. We got to stand together. We can't do it on our own. We got to stand together. We need the American postal workers and the farm workers. We need the stand together. Teamsters and the RWDSU. We need everybody. Call the phone. Get on the phone. Call your neighbors. They need to stand together. Yeah, yeah. We need to stand together. That's what I'm talking about. We need to stand together.